playing as Tathagata in Marvel, I suppressed Thanos for 500 years. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. 209. How is Chapter 208 progressing? 209. Chapter 208 How is the progress? 2024-1019 Author, Good Monster Chapter 208 How is the progress? Lin Feng even handed the puzzled Senna a cup of coffee, and now, this is not just theory, there are living examples in front of us. First, Thor, Loki, and El, they are all in the bodies of intelligent creatures like us, but they have touched the realm of rules. The Kree are between us and Asgard. They still retain their bodies and have not been exposed to the rules, but their technology can support them to go further. That's why I say that this is both an opportunity and a challenge for us. The specific progress depends on whether we can seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Senna suddenly realized, I understand. You want humans to evolve, step by step. First reach the level of advanced intelligent creatures, and then try to touch the realm of rules. This cannot be achieved overnight. You hope that humans will first have the technological level of the Kree as a transition, and then go a step further and let human biological quality reach the level of Asgard. My God, this is really a bold idea. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right, Dr. Senna, that's what you mean. But it's not crazy. You've shown everyone that the Kree and the Blue Star people are practically brothers, but in terms of average individual quality, the Blue Star people are far inferior to the Kree. The reason is simply their living environment and technological level. As the saying goes, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them, but if someone offends me, I will definitely offend them. They're already eyeing Blue Star, so it's not too much for us to retaliate, right? We don't need much, just to keep their technological means. Senna gave a wry smile. That's easier said than done. The Kree are in the dark, and we're in the light. There are still many problems if we really want to take action. Lin Feng shrugged. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. We don't need to rush. They're not as impatient as Thanos. Instead, they want to boil the frog in warm water and devour us completely. Let's fight back and see who will be the final victor. Although we don't have the advantage in technology, now with the equipment you provide and the mass production of Ultron, at least we are not so passive. Senna gave a wry smile and extended his hand, which the other two took. The three exchanged a silent glance, a tacit understanding. A timid voice called from outside the door, Professor Lin, may I come in? The three exchanged glances, and Stark and Senna took the opportunity to say goodbye and leave Lin Feng's office. Lin Feng smiled. Come in, Ms. Hashimoto. Given the increasing violence sparked by the anti-God movement and the nearing completion of reconstruction efforts in Lagos, Stark decided to bring Hashimoto Kanzuki back to the Avengers headquarters for safety reasons. Of course, this move had another deeper meaning. Stark hoped Hashimoto Kanzuki would become a member of the Avengers. Hashimoto Kanzuki's exceptional coordination and management skills impressed Stark. Her organization and meticulousness truly lived up to her secretarial background. The Avengers currently had a large number of combatants and researchers, but lacked support staff and management personnel to coordinate and manage the work. The addition of Hashimoto Kanzuki would undoubtedly be a significant boost. Following Hashimoto Kanzuki's suggestion, the Avengers released some internal information during an interview in an effort to make the Avengers more accessible to the general public. They also used the opportunity to conduct free publicity and recruit more service personnel. Hashimoto Kanzuki walked over and looked at Lin Feng. Professor Lin, I have some questions for you. Lin Feng stared at her and suddenly said, Miss Hashimoto, I had Natasha install a locator for you without your knowledge. I hope you don't mind. Hashimoto Kanzuki was slightly stunned, then shook her head. How could that be, Professor Lin? I know you're concerned about our safety. By the way, Professor Lin, what is your relationship with the gods? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Me and the gods? Miss Hashimoto, you shouldn't put me before the gods. The gods wouldn't mind, but I would. Besides, Hashimoto Kanzuki actually knew about the locator because it was her suggestion. The fake Hashimoto Kanzuki's eyes glared, and just as she was about to draw her weapon to attack, she suddenly raised her hands and was forced to face Lin Feng. At that moment, Stark, weapon in hand, stood behind her and asked curiously, Friend from Kree, what should we call you? During the Avengers civilianization process, Hashimoto Kanzuki proposed equipping every Avengers staff member with a locator and identifier to prevent infiltration. Testing showed that even an Asgardian like Loki couldn't evade the identifier, and he couldn't find its location. The appearance of the fake Hashimoto Kanzuki set off alarms on several people's identifiers. The three of them took advantage of the situation, with Stark and Senna pretending to leave while actually reaching for their weapons. On television, T'Chaka continued his speech. My previous words were not against the gods. I did criticize them for failing to adequately protect humanity, but that's no reason to oppose them. Without them, the human casualties would be far greater. Fellow citizens of the world, please do not go to extremes, and especially do not become violent, for that only harms us. In a nondescript house in Cleveland, a drunken man was watching TV. Suddenly, the sound of a car crash was heard outside, followed by the sirens. Soon, there was a knock on the door. I'm sorry, I drove onto the sidewalk and accidentally hit another car. I see you're the only one living nearby, so the car should be yours, right? We can settle this privately. Of course, if you want to call the police, wouldn't object. The man's sobriety came immediately upon hearing the word police. Upon learning that the other party was willing to settle the matter privately, he quickly said, no need to call the police, just settle it privately. He let down his guard and unleashed a bolt without warning. However, as soon as he pulled the bolt, he felt a powerful force surge from outside, as if someone was trying to force their way in. Realizing something was amiss, the man tried to close the door again, but it was too late. The person outside had already opened it and knocked him unconscious. After knocking the big man unconscious, Helma glanced at T'Chaka on TV and spat. Bah, hypocritical and shameless traitor. I thought you were a staunch opponent of God, but I didn't expect you to be cowardly because of the bloodshed. He looked at the Hydra officer who was deceived by his superb acting skills and sneered, I just don't know what the consequences of your death will be. Rog came to the U.S. President's office again. Mr. President, how are you? The U.S. President was extremely excited to see Rog. Mr. Rog, I am so happy to see you. You see, more and more countries are agreeing to conclude an agreement to place the contacts of the gods under the supervision of a small group. In the future, any situation will require the guy named Lin Feng to report to the group. And the only contact channel for the gods at present is Lin Feng, so we can limit the gods to the greatest extent. Rog couldn't help but praise, Mr. President, your move is really brilliant. I have to admire your wisdom. With this idea of yours, coupled with Miss Carol's ability, people will gradually realize that the gods are not their only option. The U.S. President smirked, oblivious to the cunning glint in Rogue's eyes. The next moment, he fainted. That's nothing better than using a knife to kill someone. As a president, you're quite adept at scheming, but you shouldn't be so blindly trusting, Rogue scoffed. Recently, Wakanda, the U.S., and many other countries jointly released the draft of the Sokovia Accords. Its core content aims to restrict Lin Feng's freedom, hoping he will remain open and honest in his communications with the gods. At the same time, he should convey humanity's demands to the gods as best he can. It's hoped that the gods will only intervene in human affairs during major crises, not in mundane matters. The news on TV didn't catch Lin Feng's attention. Using the locator on Hashimoto Kanzuki's body, he quickly located her captivity. The Kree, overconfident in their technology, had left no guards, instead laying traps and detection devices everywhere. However, Lin Feng, using his divine power, quietly infiltrated the area, not only rescuing the people but also leaving behind a clone disguised as the abducted Hashimoto Kanzuki. From being tied up and sitting still for so long, Hashimoto Kanayu's legs were numb. Lin Feng had no choice but to pick her up and leave the area. Stark had originally planned a detailed plan, as Del had stated that even with her powers, there was no guarantee she could evade detection by the Kree technology. Considering the Dark Elves and Asgardians were both highly intelligent, they hesitated to act rashly. But Lin Feng quickly made the excuse that the gods would help him, as they were also wary of the Kree's presence. As Lin Feng carried Hashimoto Kanayu, she shyly said in his arms, I'm sorry to trouble you, Professor Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied expressionlessly. Hashimoto Kanayu suddenly remembered something. Professor Lin, they read some of my memories, mainly about you. Lin Feng was slightly surprised, but said nothing more. I understand. You should rest and recover. With that, he teleported directly to his office. Hashimoto Kanayu was stunned at first, then exclaimed in surprise, So, Professor Lin, you're really? Lin Feng interrupted her. It's good to know. You don't have to say it. Can you keep it a secret from me? Hashimoto Kanai nodded solemnly, then thought again. Since you're a god, you should be able to use your divine power to imprison or erase my memory, right? Lin Feng shook his head decisively. I won't easily interfere in human affairs. You're also human, and I respect your wishes and attitude. Now that you know about this and choose to keep it secret, I choose to trust you, that's all. Hashimoto Kanai still felt a little worried, but I'm only human after all. If the Kree kidnapped me and read my memory again, your identity might be exposed. For safety's sake, you can erase my memory. Lin Feng smiled. Like I said, I respect your choice. But there's no need to erase it. I'll give you some insurance, which is enough. He snapped his fingers and added, don't be polite to me just because you know my identity. Call me whatever you want. Being polite will only make me feel distant. Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded cautiously, then, thinking of Lin Feng's words, nodded boldly to show understanding. Lin Feng picked up his coffee. Although using divine power is simple, I'd rather you tell me how you discovered this. The Kree had accessed Hashimoto Kanzuki's memories, and therefore sent a fake Hashimoto Kanzuki to test Lin Feng's relationship with the gods. Their thinking was likely to capture the culprit first. If they could determine Lin Feng's specific relationship with the gods, they would focus their forces on him, eliminating the greatest threat to Earth's invasion. Clearly, Hashimoto Kanzuki had already speculated about Lin Feng's relationship with the gods, and this speculation had been going on for some time. Unlike Loki, Strange, and the others, who believed Lin Feng was the spokesperson for the gods from the outset, Hashimoto Kanzuki was antagonistic toward Lin Feng from the outset, making it easier to detect flaws. Initially, I was hostile to you because I didn't want to believe your stance on war and our country's past mistakes, Hashimoto Kanzuki said slowly. Lin Feng was stunned, then realized the key point. Loki, Strange, and Stark weren't stupid, they had chosen to believe him from the beginning. Hashimoto Kanzuki, however, had been at odds with him from the start, making it easier for him to uncover the truth. Do you remember when the US sent the Sakura assassins? Ever since we met, I felt you were incredibly powerful. You could summon gods that others couldn't see, even wholesale, Hashimoto Kanzuki said with a smile. Lin Feng felt a little helpless. The word wholesale was so apt, and there was the Immortal Island's arrival. I was wondering why the gods didn't mind you being so late. Everyone assumed the gods truly cared, but then it occurred to me, what if you were actually a god? Would that make more sense? A person could wait as long as they wanted, Hashimoto Kanzuki continued. Lin Feng gave a wry smile, unable to help but marvel at the strength of a woman's sixth sense. Subsequent events have shown that the gods and you share the same attitude. For example, in the case of the Huaxia divine cult, right after you denounced them, Yang Jian appeared in person, denouncing them as a cult. Isn't that a coincidence? Hashimoto Kanzuki recounted the details point by point. Lin Feng smiled. Now that you've finished, get some rest. Remember our agreement? Hashimoto Kanai was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. She would definitely keep the secret. Wakanda's openness paved the way for the Avengers to establish contact with it. With Hashimoto Kanai's active promotion, Wakanda readily agreed to a commercial partnership with the Avengers, generously providing them with a portion of their precious vibranium. On Earth, without the aid of divine magic, vibranium is undoubtedly the most powerful material, its toughness and compatibility far exceeding that of other alloy metals. Dr. Zhao, how's the progress? Lin Feng asked curiously, looking at Zhao Halen, who was concentrating on adjusting the data. 210. Chapter 209 Unfriendly Voice. 210. Chapter 209 Unfriendly Voice, 2024-10-20 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 209 Unfriendly Voice. Zhao Halen rolled his eyes playfully. Professor Lin Feng, everyone has their strengths. I may not be as good as you in the field of theology, but in bioengineering, if it weren't for Dr. Banner, I'm afraid no one in this building can match me. Stark stared at the vibranium and synthetic cells in the regeneration cradle and couldn't help but sigh. It's amazing, it looks like plastic. But why is it so similar to my nano-armor? Zhao Halen chuckled. Stark, this is the future trend of technology. Your old and bulky mecha will be eliminated sooner or later. This is the product of the fusion of 3D printing and nanotechnology. It uses bioinducers to track cells and make them combine with nanomaterials. The reaction is completed instantly, and the cells don't even realize that they are merging with the phantom. This process repeats continuously, continuously building human cells and generating tissues until a complete human body is shaped. Hearing this, Senna couldn't help but admire. You are amazing. You can actually create tissues directly. Zhao Hailin smiled proudly. That's nothing. It's just an application at the forefront of medicine, and I happen to be at the forefront. I'm more curious about you, the Avengers. The experimental conditions provided here are more advanced and complete than my regeneration laboratory. Lin Feng took the opportunity to extend an invitation. If you like, you can stay. This research laboratory can be given to you. We are expanding and need a lot of talents. Whether you want to be a permanent resident or take time to visit, it's up to you, Zhao Hailin said helplessly. Professor Lin, I'm not as free as you. I have a lot of lectures to attend. There are still too many unsolved mysteries waiting for me to explore in the creation of biological tissues, combining nanotechnology and 3D printing. I will join you, but I may just take time to come and take a look. Lin Feng smiled. It doesn't matter. As long as you can come, this room will always be reserved for you. Zhao Hailin asked shyly. Will Yang Jian come here often? Before anyone could react, Zhao Hailin had regained his composure. I'm curious. Ultron and Surfo's network, the Mind Stone, vibranium materials, my nanotechnology, Stark's knowledge of tissue structure, Dr. Senna's biotechnology, and the divinely gifted lotus of morality. What will the vision look like when these elements combine to create it? Senna and Stark were arm in arm. Thor and Chen Haitian were chatting and laughing. Natasha was beaming as she embraced Hashimoto Kanayu. Strange, solemnly observing the fusion of the 9th-rank lotus of morality with Vision's body, felt its divine power. It could be said that the most core generation of the Avengers had gathered here, ready to witness Vision's return to the world. Ever since his body was destroyed after stopping Hela, Vision hadn't been seen for a long time. Few materials could withstand the power of both the 9th-rank lotus of morality and the Mind Stone, and Lin Feng was reluctant to expose his own divine power, so the project had been put on hold. Now that Wakanda was open and Zhao Hailin had arrived, the conditions were ripe, and he immediately thought of reconstructing Vision. Ultron watched silently, pondering. Would this mechanical organism, modeled after him, bring humanity a clearer direction for evolution? Compared to the unreachable gods, was Vision more concrete and clear, a more achievable direction for human evolution? Battery low, please recharge. Program 35% complete. The regeneration cradle's voice chimed in untimely, interrupting everyone's interest. Simultaneously, the lights in the room began to flicker. What a hassle. Thor gulped down a bottle of wine in one gulp, then with a wave of his hand, fully recharged the Avengers building. If he hadn't worried about an overload and harming the others in the building, he would have fully charged the regeneration cradle in one go. After a long yet brief wait, the regeneration cradle finally stopped. Regeneration complete. Program complete. Please shut down the device within 5 minutes to prevent overheating and damage. Zhao Hailin turned off the machine and opened the lid. A crimson figure appeared before them, smiling and greeting them. Hello, everyone cheered. Lin Feng happily suggested, let's have a party tonight to celebrate. Not only Vision's return, but also our newest member. The proposal was met with enthusiastic response. After all, who doesn't love a party? Stark thought of Wanda and Peter, his expression slightly dim. Professor Lin Feng, I won't be attending the party tonight. I want to go to Africa. The Kree might also be eyeing vibranium, and I want to find out. Lin Feng understood his concerns and stopped trying, simply reminding him, okay, but you have to be careful. Also, bring the testing equipment. Let's see what Wakanda is willing to do. If they're willing, we can provide unlimited free supplies. Stark nodded, then tentatively asked, Professor Lin Feng, have you seen the latest news? Lin Feng, knowing Stark was worried about him, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of it. The Sokovia Conventions had been ratified and signed by 117 countries, including China, South Korea, Wakanda, and the United States. These countries dispatched representatives, some dedicated to lobbying other nations for membership, while others boarded special planes to Vienna to begin negotiating the details of the agreement. Upon the release of the draft, Chen Haitian immediately notified Lin Feng and sought his opinion. Lin Feng's stance was clear, the gods do not interfere in human affairs. The draft's release signaled an unstoppable trend, so it was better to let things take their course and wait and see. Lin Feng's clear stance enabled Chinese officials to quickly sign the draft and initiate the first round of negotiations in Vienna. However, The draft's release was also met with considerable dissent. Some criticized Lin Feng for failing to fulfill his duties as a divine spokesperson, accusing him of forgetting the concerns of ordinary people and relying on the God's blessing to do nothing. Initially, the online criticisms were considered normal, but they escalated into unwarranted abuse, even targeting Lin Feng's family. Fortunately, Lin Feng was an orphan, so the online flesh search didn't cause him much trouble. However, the widespread online rumors still caused Lin Feng's public image to plummet. Lin Feng posted a video on various social media platforms, appearing in person to express his views on cyberbullying. He admitted that he is a man and will not shirk his responsibilities. Hello, netizens. Recently, I have noticed a lot of negative voices against me on the internet. But after careful scrutiny, I found that apart from the groundless abuse, few people actually accused me of dereliction of duty. This shows that in everyone's mind, I am at least not too derelict in my duty. It's just that at this moment when negative emotions need an outlet, everyone chose me as the target. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their trust and support for my work. Of course, I will also reflect deeply on my dereliction of duty. I heard that the United Nations recently held a meeting, which seems to be to discuss an agreement related to God. If this agreement needs to go through me, I propose to include binding clauses on me so that I can better perform my duties. Finally, I want to clarify that I have not accepted any commercial endorsements, and God has not authorized any related products. If any products appear that claim to endorse me or God, please report them. We are not commercial idols or traffic stars, and we will not appear in the public eye for profit. I formed the Avengers to prove that humans can make a difference. It's okay if you don't trust me or doubt God, but I hope you will be more tolerant and understanding of the Avengers, because they are part of humanity. We will disclose the source of our funding and clarify the responsibilities of the Avengers. I also hope for your support. After posting the video, Lin Feng turned off his computer and left his residence. Seeing the Avengers' interior decorated with colorful lights and filled with a festive atmosphere, he glanced at his watch, realizing that time was approaching, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment of everyone's joy, he was about to do something to dampen the mood. He took out his phone and posted the Avengers management regulations in the Avengers group chat. As the Avengers membership continued to grow, their composition became increasingly complex, and their capabilities expanded. Lin Feng, after consulting with Stark and others, decided to implement standardized management within the Avengers to constrain behavior and clarify individual responsibilities. After releasing the detailed rules, Lin Feng sent several more messages. These rules are currently a trial version, so there's no need to read them in detail. We will monitor them for a period of time and make adjustments. Let me emphasize a few key points. First, the Avengers funds will be transparently managed, and all income and expenditure, not personal property, will be publicly available. We must maintain our original aspirations as a human organization. Second, the Avengers is currently a non-profit organization and does not participate in wars, but will provide timely assistance in situations such as disease and natural disasters. Regarding violent crime, we will decide whether to provide paid assistance based on the actual situation and local government requirements. Third, Avengers personnel are currently divided into administrative staff, combat personnel, and logistics personnel. New members must undergo assessment and certification. These are the tentative categories. Additional information will be added at any time. I hope everyone enjoys the event. After sending the messages, Lin Feng headed to the venue. Everyone was enjoying the day off and partying. Only Ultron was in charge of security, while everyone else was either inside the venue or outside. The moment they entered, they felt the boisterous atmosphere. Everyone gathered together, chatting and singing, enjoying this rare occasion to the fullest. They were all dressed to the nines, wantonly indulging themselves. Lin Feng smiled faintly and quietly sat down. At the bar, Natasha, dressed in her lace dress, mixed drinks with a somewhat solitary air. Senna approached slowly, gazing at the solitary Natasha. He asked with concern, how could such a beautiful woman be mixing drinks alone in this remote place? Natasha smiled wryly and replied, it's all because of men that I'm in this situation. Senna, assuming she'd been hurt in love, sighed. It seems you don't have a good eye for partners. Natasha didn't dare look Senna in the eye, but replied, he's actually okay. He may appear grumpy, but he's incredibly soft-hearted. And, she looked up at Senna, he's the most unique person I know. Senna wasn't sure what she meant, but curious, he waited for Natasha to continue. Natasha lived up to his expectations and began describing the man who had driven her to despair and found solace mixing drinks here. My friends are all warriors. Even Professor Lin Feng faces endless online bullying daily while shouldering the heavy responsibility of communicating with the gods. Meanwhile, I fought alongside my comrades day after day, and he unexpectedly intruded into our lives. He dedicated his life to avoiding combat, knowing full well that without the intervention of the gods, he would be invincible. Senna didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he still sighed. Sounds like he's quite capable. Natasha smiled at Senna, who was still lost in thought, but he's also a bit of a goofball. And a lot of girls like that kind of innocent guy. Senna still couldn't guess who it was, so he looked up at Natasha, anticipating her answer. Natasha stared back. Doctor, do you think I should just let things take their course, or take the initiative? Senna was at a loss. He knew nothing about love. Seeing Natasha gazing at him affectionately, clearly aroused, he replied awkwardly, perhaps you could take the initiative. Natasha smiled, but didn't reply. She picked up the drink she'd just mixed and turned to find Hashimoto Kenzuki. You and Natasha look great, a voice suddenly came from the side, interrupting Senna's thoughts. He turned around and saw Clint Barton, the new member of the Avengers. Because of his extremely strong dynamic vision and extraordinary arm and wrist strength, which makes him suitable for long-range attacks, he is known as Hawkeye. Senna waved his hands quickly. No, we are just chatting. Clint took a sip of wine. Don't be too nervous, brother. There are no clear rules about love in the Avengers, and I think you and Natasha are a good match. Senna lowered his head, feeling that he was not worthy of Natasha, and whispered, Natasha is just like that, she likes to flirt. Clint smiled meaningfully. No, Senna. I have personal experience. Natasha is not like this when she flirts. After that, he left, leaving Senna to continue thinking. Senna was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. What do you mean by personal experience? Thor was showing off his wine to some staff members. This is a fine wine that has been treasured for thousands of years. The barrels are made from the wreckage of Brunhild's fleet, and the wine is taken from the dew on the top of Mount Lefrit. Mortals can't tolerate it. Wanda and Pete were full of doubts. Is it true? Thor, let us try it. Thor waved his hand to refuse. I'm not looking down on you. This wine is not something that ordinary people can afford. Pete snorted disdainfully. Ordinary people can't even join the Avengers. Wanda echoed from the side. That's right. Thor, if you don't let us try, how do we know what's so good about this wine? Thor raised his eyebrows. Okay. But let me make it clear first. This wine is very strong. Be careful. Then he carefully poured a glass for both of them. 211. Chapter 210, Many Evils. 211. Chapter 210, Many Evils 2024-1021 Author, Good Monster Chapter 210, Many Evils Colonel Rhodes told a joke. I threw the tank to the ground, bang, and the dust flew up. Then I said to the General, is this what you were looking for? He amused the staff on the side, and he was quite proud of it. But he glanced at Wanda and Pete from time to time. He was recommended by Stark, and he knew Stark's thoughts very well, so he paid close attention to the movements of the brother and sister. It sounds amazing. I am honored that Rogers recommended me here, Sam Wilson said as he walked up the stairs. Lin Feng walked beside him. I'm more concerned about Rogers' life in Brooklyn. After he got his act together, the first person he recommended was you. So, whether it's an honor or not, you should thank him. Sam smiled. Of course I'm grateful, but I don't know where he is now. His landlord in Brooklyn is asking for rent, and I just covered the bill for him. He smiled. Joining the Avengers is a good thing for him, otherwise he would have continued to sink. Your lives are both similar to those of ordinary people, and yet completely different. Listening to Sam's sentiments, Lin Feng thought of Rogers and wondered if he had found his good friend, the mysterious assassin, the Winter Soldier. As the night deepened, the gathering gradually dwindled. Some of the staff had gone home or started their shifts, leaving only a few people sitting around, laughing and chatting. You don't know, since ascending the throne, Loki has perhaps grown, or perhaps matured, but he's done it with impeccable discipline. Asgard is now flourishing. It's a pity that Odin can no longer witness all this. Thor initially boasted about Loki's achievements, but by the end, a hint of sadness escaped to him. While both he and Loki had grown, this growth had come at the cost of Odin's sacrifice. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to remain as he was. Lin Feng patted his shoulder gently. Odin would be proud of you. Just think, Thor, how pleased Odin would be to see you now. And that girl you know, Jane, Odin would also be full of praise for her. Thor remained silent, draining his drink in one gulp. Hashimoto Kanzuki, dressed in a gorgeous and elegant red kimono, sat quietly in a corner, watching Lin Feng comforting Thor with an innocent smile. As a typical Sakura woman, she wasn't tall, but the kimono cleverly concealed these physical limitations, highlighting their unique charm. Zhao Helen approached her, wine glass in hand. Ms. Hashimoto, why are you so dressed up today? The Avengers' first anniversary is certainly a cause for celebration, but it doesn't have to be so grand, does it? Today is the anniversary, so dressing nicely is enough. Formal attire seems overly formal. Lin Feng's proposal for a banquet wasn't solely to celebrate Vision's rebirth. After all, it wasn't a significant event, not worthy of a special celebration. Celebrating Vision's rebirth was merely incidental. The real highlight was the Avengers' first anniversary. Everyone was dressed glamorously, yet casually, not overly formal. Over the past year, the Avengers had grown and expanded, their membership increasing, their involvement broadening, and their crises becoming more frequent. While they weren't godlike saviors, they had gradually become an organization trusted by governments across Blue Star. Hashimoto Kanyu smiled faintly. That's just one reason. Another is that today is my birthday. I'm deeply honored to share the same day as the Avengers. Therefore, I'm willing to treat it with great respect. Zhao Helen stared at her toes. Even though Hashimoto Kanyu was talking to her, her toes remained pointed at Lin Feng, indicating that it was he she truly cared about. She uttered a soft "oh," then smiled and said nothing more. Lin Feng stepped forward at the opportune moment. The gods desire our independence. Today is our anniversary celebration, and I've prayed to the gods to bring you some benefits. Those awake, please keep your belongings. For those still asleep, tell them to come to me when they wake up. God's gifts are truly significant. A box appeared before Lin Feng. It looked small, but everyone knew its interior was likely larger than the blue planet. Thor received the Mjolnir, a weapon even more powerful than his original, showcasing his combat prowess. Senna received the coveted inhibitor, freeing him from the need to suppress his emotions. Everyone stepped forward to receive their gifts. Zhao Helen and the somewhat shy Hashimoto Kanyu also stepped forward to receive their gifts. Zhao Helen received a bottle of water from the 8 Treasures Merit Pond, while Hashimoto Kanyu received a bracelet. Lin Feng watched as everyone received their treasures, feeling deeply moved. Looking at the happy Avengers family, he was at a loss for words. At this moment, Zhao Helen walked to the center, watching as the crowd gradually calmed down, and called everyone's attention to her. Everyone, please be quiet. After everyone looked at her, Zhao Helen smiled and pointed at Hashimoto Kanyu. Today is not only the first anniversary of the Avengers, but also Miss Hashimoto's birthday. Let's celebrate her birthday together. Everyone's eyes turned to Hashimoto Kanyu, and she blushed. Everyone laughed and gathered around her to sing happy birthday. Thor wanted to pat her shoulder like a brother, but when he remembered that she was a girl, he withdrew his hand. Natasha stood gracefully beside Hashimoto Kanyu, with Zhao Helen on either side, like two guardians. Though she and Zhao Helen were one beautiful and the other innocent, they didn't steal Hashimoto Kanyu's limelight, as she exuded a graceful and elegant demeanor, combining beauty, innocence, and a touch of sexiness. Lin Feng conjured a birthday cake from nowhere and pushed it in front of Hashimoto Kanyu. Hashimoto Kanyu, today is your birthday. Make a wish. Feeling the care and concern from everyone, Hashimoto Kanyu's heart was filled with happiness. Listening to Lin Feng's words, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, silently made a wish, and blew out the candles. Her face flushed, and it was unclear what she had wished for. Everyone had a great time at the dinner, and they gradually fell asleep in the late hours. Lin Feng stayed awake, settling everyone to sleep. Thinking of Hashimoto Kanyu's wish, he didn't know how to respond. Heaven, Professor Lin Feng is Dijun, and I wish to be his eye. Please bless my wish to come true soon. Lin Feng had no intention of prying into Hashimoto Kanyu's heart, he was simply curious. He happened to overhear her wish, and a sense of helplessness grew within him. He had no current romantic plans and was unsure how to respond to Hashimoto Kanyu's affection. Dear viewers, hello. You are watching a live broadcast of the signing ceremony of the Sokovia Convention. At this moment, at 10:28 a.m. Beijing time, representatives from various countries have entered the venue, and the press access will soon open. We are deeply interested in the details of the signing and will be broadcasting the entire event live. CCTV reporter Luz Hanbo reports, a handsome young man from Daksha, microphone in hand, spoke with a firm and powerful voice. He was surrounded by numerous reporters from various media outlets, also waiting for the press access to open, all watching the latest developments surrounding the signing. Inside a high-rise building in Vienna, Tathagata was delivering a speech on stage. Today marks the official signing of the Sokovia Convention. After numerous rounds of negotiations, a new chapter is opening for humanity, and everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. On the street nearby, security personnel kept a close eye on a news van parked on the curb, the police dogs repeatedly sounding the alarm, warning of a possible threat lurking within. Given the recent activities of the cult of God and the growing anti-cult sentiment, the security personnel worried that members of the cult of God were attempting to sabotage the signing of the treaty. Although the cult of God has been labeled a cult by Professor Lin Feng and the true God, and is facing severe crackdowns by governments worldwide, some have slipped through the net. They might exploit today's dense crowds to launch a terrorist attack. The security personnel, working in perfect harmony with their companions, quietly surrounded the vehicle, even the police dogs remaining silent. With sweat on his forehead, he slowly reached for the car door, ready to pounce and capture the perpetrators. We are delighted to see Professor Lin Feng's openness to this proposal, and we thank him for sending Ms. Natasha and Ms. Hashimoto Kinzuki to the meeting. His actions demonstrate that the gods support humanity's independence and self-determination. We are grateful for the gods' protection, but we also criticize the gods for not fulfilling their responsibilities, but that's all. We hope that there will be no more conflicts over this issue in the future, and that a bright future for humanity beckons. Tathagata delivered a speech with rigorous logic and a solemn expression. As the initiator of the draft, his speech was crucial. T'Challa stood by, as was his duty as a son and bodyguard to the king of Wakanda. He wasn't fully listening, for he didn't fully believe in the gods, but rather was focused on his duty as a guard. He caught a glimpse of the black-clad crowd gathered downstairs from the corner of his eye, and a suspicion welled up in his heart. On important days for draft signings, those in black were usually security personnel. The gathering of so many security personnel suggested something major was happening downstairs. He approached the window and observed the situation carefully. Downstairs, a police officer with a police dog swiftly opened a car door and was about to charge in when he suddenly stopped, yelled, and quickly retreated. The dog also took off, and the surrounding police scattered in panic, as if they had encountered something terrifying. As an agent, Natasha had keenly noticed T'Challa's abnormality and immediately tensed up, preparing for the emergency. Of the two Avengers sent, only Hashimoto Kinzuki was listening attentively, while Natasha was constantly distracted by the situation. In this meeting room, she and T'Challa were the only ones capable of individual combat. Therefore, she immediately took action, preparing to protect everyone present. Her detection equipment indicated the presence of Kree inside the building, potentially posing a threat to the public. If the car contained a criminal, the police would have rushed forward to subdue them without hesitation, rather than retreating in panic. Their retreat suggested the presence of weapons of mass destruction, forcing them to retreat. T'Challa instantly understood everything. The car parked below the building was clearly intended to target the people signing the draft. The person closest to the vehicle at that moment was his father, T'Chaka. T'Challa spun around, yelling, "Everyone get down," and ran toward his father, hoping to tackle him to the ground before the explosion. However, it was too late. The bomb detonated, and T'Challa's trajectory was diverted by the aftermath, demonstrating its immense power. Natasha quickly grabbed the heads of the two people beside her and pinned them under the table. Hashimoto Kinzuki, a secretary by training, reacted like most people, hearing only a loud bang and unable to react. Below the building, observing the heavily wounded security forces, a man in black passed by. He deliberately turned his head to look at the cameras, capturing his features, and then quickly fled the scene. Soon, the blare of police and fire sirens filled the air. On the crucial day of the draft signing, the United Nations had deployed a large police presence in Vienna, along with medical and firefighters, to handle emergencies. While they were useful, they had not intended for such a tragedy to occur. After the explosion, black smoke billowed. Amidst the rubble, T'Challa struggled to dig his father out, only to find he was no longer breathing and his heartbeat was gone. He collapsed to the ground, stunned for a second, then wept bitterly as he embraced T'Chaka's body. Workers busily cleared the rubble, firefighters battled to extinguish the flames, and Hashimoto Kanzuki and Natasha, both uninjured, began organizing the evacuation. Hashimoto Kanzuki, with her exceptional coordination, gradually brought order to the once crowded crowd, ensuring smooth progress. A bomb planted in a news van exploded beneath the Vienna signing building, killing at least 12 people, injuring over 70, and leaving 5 missing. Tragically, Wakanda's King T'Chaka was among the casualties. Police have released a video of the suspect, who has been identified as the infamous Hydra assassin known as the Winter Soldier, James Buchanan Barnes, who has been closely linked to numerous terrorist attacks and assassination plots. T'Challa sat alone, his face mournful. The surrounding staff hurried, too busy to notice the man lost in grief. Only Natasha, who had been busy for a while, paused for breath and came to his side. T'Challa didn't turn, but he knew the people around him were there to offer comfort. In our kingdom, T'Challa began slowly, death is not the end, but the beginning of another realm. There, you can reach out to a mystical light, and it will lead you to endless green meadows, where you can run forever, without stopping. That sounds like a beautiful vision. Natasha, unsure how to comfort T'Challa, simply agreed. Yes, my father thought so too. He was a kind and peaceful man who abhorred violence. T'Challa put on his father's ring, the symbol of a king. His eyes hardened. His expression focused and indignant. Chapter 298 The Power of Purification. Chapter 298, The Power of Purification, 2025-01-10 Author, Gwegwe Monster. Their first priority was to preserve his power, but they didn't expect him to return at this moment. The Ancient One told him that he wasn't needed here for the time being. His mission was to quickly gather forces to fight the organization. She and Dr. Strange were more than enough to handle them. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement, but Lin Feng was skeptical. He knew the enemy was formidable. However, after consulting with the Ancient One, Dr. Strange gave him no time to speak. Many members of the Yellow Men were still around, and their technology was extremely advanced. If they discovered him, it would be too late to get Lin Feng to leave. So, the two of them set up a formation to defend against the enemy's attack and opened a space-time loop. This loop would allow Lin Feng to escape as quickly as possible, their only option at the moment. They told Lin Feng to leave immediately and complete his mission. They would return to rescue them afterward. But Lin Feng flatly refused. He said he had come here and would not leave, no matter what. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he desperately tried to persuade Dr. Strange and the Ancient One to stay and fight together against a formidable enemy. He frankly stated that his strength had greatly increased, and that fighting alongside them would unleash even greater power, allowing them to face seemingly invincible opponents together. He firmly believed that with everyone working together, no difficulty was insurmountable. Lin Feng knew that if he left now, without the support of Dr. Strange and the Ancient One, the future battle would become even more complex and unpredictable. He worried that without these two powerful allies, those with ulterior motives might seize the opportunity to cause chaos, leading to even greater crises. Dr. Strange and the Ancient One were torn upon hearing this. They knew their opponents were formidable and that they might be unable to defeat them alone, but they also worried that without them, no one would be able to suppress these young forces, which had great potential but were still immature. If they lost control, the consequences would be disastrous. As they hesitated, a member of the Yellow Organization suddenly entered and attacked. Lin Feng, with his quick eyes and hands, defeated him in an instant. This scene astonished Dr. Strange and the Ancient One. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's unfathomable strength. Realizing that Lin Feng's power far exceeded their expectations, they nodded in agreement, agreeing to let him stay. However, they also insisted that he remain vigilant and withdraw immediately if the situation became critical. Lin Feng readily agreed, understanding that this was merely a demonstration of his strength and a way to earn his trust. He had his own plans for future withdrawal. After deliberation, the three decided to hold their ground, using their immense power to eliminate some of the enemy and lure out the leader. They knew that only by capturing the enemy's leader could the problem be resolved. Thus, each of them took their own position and launched a fierce attack on the Yellow Men. Despite their sheer numbers, the Yellow Men were like lambs to the slaughter. However, the Yellow Men were simply too numerous, and despite their valiant efforts, the enemy seemed endless. Seeing this, Lin Feng offered a skill he possessed that could inflict widespread damage, but it would take time to prepare. Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, though doubtful, remained committed to defending Lin Feng, buying him time. Lin Feng concentrated all his strength, merging three of his most powerful energies into one. The sheer magnitude of this power astonished even him. As he unleashed this force, a dazzling radiance streaked across the sky, sending the yellow men falling to the ground. However, this power also sapped almost all of Lin Feng's strength. He felt weaker than ever, yet still felt relieved at the significant gains. Just then, Thor and his companions arrived to reinforce him, inspiring Lin Feng to fight alongside them. Thor's presence relieved Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, freeing them to focus on the powerful foes, freeing them to guard against surprise attacks. However, the yellow men still possess numerous experts, and the battle reached a stalemate. Lin Feng, exhausted from his previous efforts, rested and recovered. He was filled with anxiety, hoping his companions would hold out until he could regain his strength. Fortunately, the yellow men's numbers had dwindled significantly, and they gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Feng was now completely focused on restoring his strength. Leveraging the unique Leo power, he could draw the energy of heaven and earth into his body. Therefore, it wasn't long before he had replenished the strength he had previously lost. He occasionally glanced at the battlefield and noticed that the enemies his companions were facing were not very strong. Even those who were slightly stronger were surrounded by many, so they were not in serious trouble. However, when he turned his gaze to the Ancient One, his expression changed slightly. The Ancient One's opponent was extremely powerful. Lin Feng even felt that the man was on par with his own strength. Just then, the man suddenly launched a fierce attack at the Ancient One. Sensing that the Ancient One might be unable to withstand the attack, Lin Feng instantly moved between him and the Ancient One, blocking the blow for him. The Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief at Lin Feng's timely arrival. He knew that without Lin Feng's timely assistance, he would have been unable to withstand the man's attack. The two of them then joined forces to deal with the formidable foe, but even their combined strength revealed that the man was no less powerful. Lin Feng was secretly surprised. He had initially overestimated the opponent's strength, but unexpectedly, he had underestimated it. Then, the Ancient One informed him that this man was Kid, the founder of the Yellow Man organization. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng could not help but scrutinize the man before him. He had expected the founder of this organization to be an elderly man, but he looked surprisingly young. He wondered how such a man had built such a powerful organization. However, he also realized that his strength had not yet fully recovered, otherwise he would have been able to defeat Kid. However, he was now greatly depleted, and the Ancient One's previous injuries had not yet healed. The combined strength of the two was barely enough to match Kid's. Kid was unaware of this, mistakenly believing that these people were far inferior to him, and he became complacent. He then pulled out 3 gems from his bosom, shocking everyone. No wonder his strength was so formidable and undepleted. It was thanks to these 3 gems. Even Lin Feng and the Ancient One combined would have been unable to defeat him. Holding the gems, Kid's heart grew even more inflated, believing that these people were no match for him. Seeing these men's strength, he sought to recruit them, offering to spare their lives if they surrendered. However, his offer was flatly rejected, much to his chagrin. Since founding his organization, he had defeated countless men, most of whom had surrendered after hearing of his reputation and prowess. He hadn't expected to encounter such ungrateful individuals this time. He began taunting Lin Feng and the Ancient One, but held off on attacking immediately. He believed that despite their strength, they would eventually fall prey to his hand. Kid threatened to kill everyone present if they didn't surrender. He possessed a gem that allowed him to continuously accumulate power, ensuring its inexhaustible supply. Lin Feng and the Ancient One, however, had limited power. Once depleted, they would be unable to resist. Realizing the dire situation, the two began to discuss countermeasures. Meanwhile, the Ancient One's power was nearly depleted, forcing him to retreat to the side to rest. Seeing this, Lin Feng unleashed all 3 of his powers. These 3 powers swirled around him before suddenly charging at Kid. Kid, upon seeing the 3 powers emanating from Lin Feng, knew what he was planning. He had to admit, these powers were indeed formidable, even he himself would struggle to contend head-on. Fortunately, he had the gemstone's blessing, allowing him to counter Lin Feng. The 2 men shimmered with different colors of power, colliding with each other. Those around them wanted to step forward to help, but they couldn't see the trajectory of their attacks, so they could only stand aside to ensure safety. Before long, the three of them had depleted their energy considerably. Thanks to Kid's gemstone, his energy supply was almost endless. Although their strength was equal, Lin Feng's recovery ability would clearly be inferior to Kid's if the depletion continued for a long time. Kid realized this and felt a sense of relief. He didn't know Lin Feng well, only that he was quite capable. He was thankful that Lin Feng only had 3 energies. If he had more, he would likely be no match. However, Lin Feng was now thinking of the new power he had just gained. He hadn't yet fully mastered it, and could only use it separately from the other 3. He had never attempted to use all 4 powers simultaneously and was worried his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But if he continued like this, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out to the end. He saw the battles around him were drawing to a close, leaving only his own direction still raging. The Ancient One was unable to fight again for a while, and support was unavailable from other locations. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Kid, the others would likely be doomed. Kid seemed to see through this, constantly using the same power as Lin Feng in a battle of attrition. Lin Feng knew that if this continued, he would eventually be exhausted. His strength was now significantly reduced, and his attacks were becoming increasingly weak. Kid seized the opportunity and increased his attack. Lin Feng knew he couldn't hesitate any longer, so he took the opportunity to distance himself from Kid. He began to channel all his energy, and power surged within him. In addition to the 3 existing powers, a new one began to emerge. The people around him were shocked by the scene and rushed to help. Kid didn't stop them, curious about what other power Lin Feng possessed. He didn't believe Lin Feng was capable of defeating him at this moment, otherwise he would have used it long ago. However, another thought emerged in his mind: if he could claim this power for himself, his own strength would surely increase significantly. He could sense that Lin Feng's strength rivaled his own. If this power were added, before long, the glow surrounding Lin Feng gradually faded. Beyond the original 3 powers, a new one now emanated from him. This newly acquired power was the power of the 9-colored deer. Since acquiring it, he had barely used it, let alone cultivated its control. Controlling 3 powers had already stretched his body to its limits. Now, if he were to forcefully incorporate this 4th, he felt that Lin Feng might not be able to control them all. It was like his body was a container, already filled with 3 cups of water, nearly overflowing. Forcing a 4th cup into it would likely burst the container. However, the situation was now critical, and he could not afford to worry about anything else. If he failed to defeat his opponent this time, the consequences would be disastrous. The key to this battle lay in his confrontation with Kid. If he lost, even the greatest victories for the others would be in vain, for the pinnacle of combat often determined the outcome of a battle. When Lin Feng completed the fusion of energies, he could no longer sense his control over the force, and his eyes were devoid of any expression. He had forced himself to exert this uncontrollable force, only to be controlled by it. All his reactions were now the autonomous manifestations of the force. In other words, he no longer controlled his own power. Look, the man before him exuded a terrifying aura. Kid suddenly realized that if he allowed this to continue, the situation would be disastrous, so he launched an immediate attack. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's entire being was imbued with his power, inheriting the combat experience it brought him. His body seemed to be controlled by this experience, and his strength was a world apart from his original strength. After several rounds of fighting, Kid was shocked to find that, whereas he used to only need to exert 70% to 80% of his strength to suppress him, he was now at a disadvantage. He hurriedly unleashed all his strength, but even so, it was in vain, leaving him feeling deeply depressed. If I had known, I wouldn't have allowed him to merge with that power. At this moment, his power collided violently with Lin Feng's. But this time, instead of canceling each other out, Lin Feng's power contained a powerful purifying force. This power was extremely terrifying to Kid, eroding his own strength. He was filled with fear and wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. After a period of rest, the Ancient One had almost recovered his strength, and the 2 of them joined forces to attack Kid. Lin Feng was now too much for Kid to handle, and Kid was seriously injured by the previous power. He had always relied on his own strength to suppress Lin Feng, but now his strength was not enough to deal with this new power. Add to that the Ancient One's support. With the combined strength of the 2, Kid felt he might be overwhelmed. He worried that if he failed, he would lose the 3 gems, which would be a devastating loss. He turned to look at his men, who were also gradually weakening. But at this moment, He had no time to pay attention to them. He could recruit more men if he lost them, but the most important thing now was to preserve his own strength. So he seized the opportunity and fled from here. 213. Chapter 212 Seeds of Doubt. 213. Chapter 212 Seeds of Doubt 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster Chapter 212 Seeds of Doubt. Carol unknowingly fell into Lin Feng's logic. She was a little stubborn, so what? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Not much? Although we Chinese have always emphasized that seeing is believing and hearing is not, sometimes your eyes can deceive you. The image you know of the Skrulls secretly invading the Earth may have been provided to you by the aliens you contacted. Do you believe them so much? At this point, Lin Feng paused. Have you ever thought that if the information they provided was false, their purpose was just to make you eliminate the Skrulls? Carol was stunned when she heard this, and doubts arose in her heart. Yes, why did she trust her captain so much? Seeing this, Lin Feng struck while the iron was hot. I believe you have your own judgment. Since you know about the Skrulls' existence, you naturally have ways to identify them. You can get up close and see if they truly are as brutal as the invaders. Carol was a little unconvinced. Great kindness may appear false, and great treachery may appear loyal. Who knows if they're just pretending? Lin Feng simply smiled and asked, doesn't this also apply to the aliens you've encountered? Carol was stunned. After a long moment, she left, distraught. Before leaving, she glanced back at Lin Feng, her expression complex and speechless for a long time. Lin Feng simply smiled at her, even waving as he bid her farewell. Carol didn't look back again. She was beginning to believe Lin Feng's words. As a person, one should have their own judgment, not blindly believe what others tell them. Lin Feng slid his hands leisurely in his pockets, whistling briskly as he prepared to leave. He had successfully sowed the seeds of doubt in Carol's heart. With the passage of time and the inconsistent behavior of the Kree, these seeds would quietly take root and gradually shift Carol's stance. The question of whether the Skrulls were invaders remains unresolved, but the space-jumping technology they provided during Thanos' invasion of Blue Planet clearly demonstrates their stance on the planet. However, they have instilled in Carol the notion of the Skrulls as invaders, embellishing their image, a stark contrast to their actual behavior. If Carol ceases to blindly trust the Kree, she will eventually discover flaws. These flaws will only deepen her suspicions and reveal more truths. However, the Skrulls cannot be left alone. It will be necessary to raise this matter with Strange. As Lin Feng pondered the Kree-Skrull conflict, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Rogers calling. Despite his doubts, he answered the call. Professor Lin, Bucky is definitely not the murderer. Rogers' voice on the other end of the phone was a little anxious, which was very different from his usual calmness. You once told me that he was in Romania recently, and I have found his whereabouts. Since he was in Romania, how could he go to Vienna to carry out a terrorist attack in a short time? Lin Feng hurriedly comforted him. Rogers, don't worry, I understand you and I believe you. We all know that it was not Bucky who did it, but all the clues currently point to him. If you can find him, persuade him to surrender first, because the video alone cannot convict him, and more evidence is needed. The United Nations may find the real murderer when investigating more evidence. Rogers was grateful and thanked him quickly. Professor Lin, thank you for your trust. I will go find him now. I will definitely persuade him to surrender first and will not let him escape. At the same time, his grievances with Hydra should be resolved. After hearing this, Lin Feng knew that Rogers not only wanted to clear Bucky's suspicion, but also hoped that Bucky could face his crimes as the Winter Soldier and bid farewell to the Hydra organization completely. Touched by Rogers' support for Bucky, he asked, "Do you need any help?" Rogers paused before replying, "Professor, if possible, have Sam come and help me." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll contact Sam right away. Be careful, not only to ensure Bucky's safety, but also your own." After hanging up, Lin Feng contacted Sam and asked him to go find Rogers in Romania, then headed towards the ruins. By then, the wounded and dead had been mostly cleared, the fire under control, and only finishing work remained. Lin Feng understood Rogers' point. He didn't want to overtax the Avengers' manpower. But he also knew Bucky was a serious matter, so he had to seek Sam's help. Due to the influence of the Huaxia cult and the anti-God movement, humanity's trust in the gods had been severely eroded. The Avengers emerged against this backdrop, like a newborn baby facing the adult world, inevitably struggling with manpower. Lin Feng no longer cared too much about the attitude of humans toward the gods on Blue Planet. After the Thanos War, his reputation had expanded beyond the Blue Planet, with fans in Asgard, the Dark Planet, and even as far away as Xandar. Now, he was more concerned with the growth of the Avengers and the progress of humanity. Thinking of Bucky, Lin Feng recalled Stark. Bucky had secretly assassinated Stark's parents as a Hydra weapon. Although he was unaware at the time, that didn't erase the bloodshed on his hands. Lin Feng felt the need to warn Stark and prepare him. Otherwise, if this matter were to be brought to light, it would ignite a conflict between Stark and Rogers, with disastrous consequences. He remembered that this incident was exposed by someone from Sokovia, leading to a heated argument between Stark and Rogers, and their relationship plummeting to a freezing point. But he couldn't recall who this person was. It had been so long, and he didn't pay much attention to minor figures. Therefore, he kept wondering who was trying to undermine the Avengers, and what their motives were. If he remembered correctly, this person was also the perpetrator of the Vienna massacre, disguised as Bucky, trying to frame him. After luring Bucky out, he used the message left by Hydra to hypnotize and control Bucky, triggering a new wave of tragedy. Oh, right, Hydra. Lin Feng thought of this and quickly sent a message to Natasha. Natasha was a master in espionage. He asked her to go to Cleveland to find a former Soviet national living in hiding and drinking heavily, as this individual held crucial information and clues. After contacting Natasha, Lin Feng didn't stop. He knew the next person behind the covert operation would assassinate a psychiatrist and attempt to infiltrate the trial site and hypnotize Bucky. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng decided not to use his divine power. He feared that excessive use of his power would gradually lose his humanity. Deep down, he was still Chinese, which was why he considered himself a spokesperson for the gods. He wanted to maintain a clear separation between his humanity and his divinity. With a sigh, Lin Feng decided to go to Stark's laboratory to tell him the truth. Two men in baseball caps walked into the bar, ordered a drink each, and began to talk in low voices at the bar. Sam didn't turn around, just looked around. Rogers, do you think we can bring him back without resorting to violence? Rogers sighed softly and lowered his voice. I'll do my best. Bucky has taken too many innocent lives as the Winter Soldier. I can't let him make any more mistakes. Sam nodded, but still gave Rogers a heads up. You have to be aware that he's a super soldier as powerful as you. If he loses control, the consequences will be disastrous. We don't know what methods Hydra used to control him, but what is certain is that he has the potential risk of losing control. As soon as he finished speaking, another person appeared beside them. It was a woman, and she also ordered a drink. She whispered, since the release of the live video, we've received numerous reports from various sources, but many are unfounded speculations with no real value. She handed over a briefing bag. Apart from this, my superiors urgently need a briefing, so this is all I can give you. Rogers didn't turn, but thanked him nonetheless. Thank you, Sharon. Since the last incident, Rogers had intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Sharon. But after the terrorist attack, Sharon discovered Rogers' whereabouts and, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding, sought to find him. She was now a member of the UN Vienna investigation team. After discovering Rogers' whereabouts, she suspected the suspect might be acquaintances of Rogers. She searched the files and found the only suspect who might still be alive. Sharon's heart warmed at Rogers' gratitude, but she didn't forget her business. With a serious expression, she told Rogers, you need to hurry. Our orders are that the target is too dangerous. If he appears, he can be killed immediately. With that, she left. Rogers and Sam exchanged a glance, realizing the seriousness of the situation and immediately opening the file to check. Lin Feng saw Stark. Although he had lost some weight, his mental state was significantly better. It seemed he had been eating properly, exercising regularly, and was living a good life. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Stark stopped lifting weights and wiped the sweat off his face. What's the matter, Professor Lin Feng? Do you have something to talk to me about? We have already made the machine to detect the Kree, and it will take some time to counterattack. Lin Feng smiled. I know, you and Dr. Senna should have a good rest for a few days. You both have lost a lot of weight. Hearing Lin Feng's concern, Stark smiled. Professor Lin, thank you for your concern. But the Kree are like a sword hanging over our heads. We will never have peace until we resolve it. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. Let it go for now. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Now that Hashimoto Kanzuki has infiltrated the Kree, with the intelligence she provides, the counterattack can be delayed. Stark heard this. Okay, thank you Professor Lin for your concern. By the way, Professor Lin, what do you want to talk to me about this time? Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling. Stark, do you remember what happened to your parents? Stark's eyes froze. Lin Feng asked about this as soon as he opened his mouth, which made him have an ominous premonition. Lin Feng handed him a file envelope. Don't open it yet. Did you know that Hydra has a method of hypnotizing people, turning them into ruthless killers? Stark shook his head. I don't know about this. Professor, you should have discovered it yourself through the information left behind by Hydra. Professor, was the person who killed my parents a Hydra member? And, was he hypnotized into killing my parents? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Now that you are mentally prepared, you can open this file envelope. I hope you will not harbor any grudges against anyone after opening it, and do not hurt others because of prejudice. That's all I have to say. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. With that, Lin Feng left. He knew that Stark needed some time alone. In Bucharest, Bucky was calculating his savings. He had been scrimping and saving, and working 2 jobs recently, and finally saved enough for a plane ticket to China and money to live there for a while. He decided to reward himself. After putting on his baseball cap, Bucky left the house and went to the fruit stall to buy a lot of fruit. While waiting for a bus on the side of the road, Bucky felt thirsty. He spotted what looked like a small shop across the street and hurried over to buy a drink. The shop owner, chewing on a popsicle, casually read a newspaper. He glanced at the news, feeling it was too far removed from his own life, and dropped the paper. But just as he dropped it, he felt the news resonate with him. He watched the man approaching, terrified, and fled the shop. Bucky was amazed at the shop owner's panic. But he also knew that if his identity hadn't been revealed, ordinary people wouldn't be so frightened. He'd been in disguise these days, never taking off his baseball cap, yet he was still recognized? Was it the newspaper's contents that betrayed him? Bucky walked over, picked up the paper, and after just one glance, his face changed drastically. The newspaper not only revealed his identity but also portrayed him as a demon in the eyes of the world. The United Nations is offering a substantial reward for information leading to the Vienna massacre suspect, Hydra assassin James Buchanan Barnes. Recently, while working, he heard the tragic news of the Vienna massacre from a co-worker. The scene was horrific, and countless lives were lost. That was all he knew. Yet, a newspaper report had blatantly identified him as the Vienna massacre's perpetrator. He carefully read the report and learned that the accident occurred in the building where the Sokovia conventions were about to be signed, tragically killing numerous volunteers and advocates. The convention aimed to reconcile the relationship between humans and the gods. Bucky realized the gravity of the situation. If the perpetrator's accusation proved true, he would not only offend the United Nations but also infuriate both supporters and opponents of the gods. One explosion had undone all his efforts. And with the perpetrator attempting to blame him, his situation was clearly precarious. After careful consideration, Bucky quickly returned to his residence. Inside, Rogers had quietly infiltrated. Chapter 299, O to the System. Chapter 299, The O System 2025-01-12 Author, Good Monster. The members of the Yellow Clothes organization who were around were shocked to see their leader leave. They had never thought that the leader who had always been supreme and invincible in their eyes would eventually be defeated. But what was more important at this moment was that the leader had left without taking them with him. How were they supposed to leave? They had come here on a spaceship. Now that the leader was gone, the spaceship must have been taken away as well. How were they supposed to get out? Everyone was depressed and at a loss. The others were excited and their morale soared when they saw Lin Feng and Master Ancient One team up to defeat the leader of the Yellow Clothes organization. They were ready to capture all these people and lock them up, perhaps prying some useful information out of them. Among those who had been arrested before, none were high-ranking officials. They were all locals who had defected to the Yellow Clothes organization. But these people were different. They came from the base of the Yellow Clothes organization. If they could be captured, they might be able to obtain a lot of important intelligence. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to uncover the origins of the Yellow Men and directly attack their lair. Meanwhile, the Yellow Men realized they had been abandoned by their leader. Their remaining strength was dwindling, and any further resistance would surely lead to a disastrous end. So, they decided to surrender first, and most of them did. Just as everyone thought a battle was about to end, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Lin Feng. Crucially, this force continued to grow and spread outward. Those around him sensed this power and felt an inexplicable fear. Master Ancient One sensed Lin Feng's abnormality and approached, only to be surprised to find him unconscious. He immediately understood that Lin Feng had exerted power beyond his capacity, causing it to erupt uncontrollably. Lin Feng was now unable to control this force. Just as everyone was about to capture the yellow men, Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside them. Unleashing his immense power, he instantly annihilated all the surrounding yellow men. Everyone was stunned and filled with fear. They knew full well the formidable strength of the warrior who had defeated the leader of the yellow men. However, he was too ruthless. Even after surrendering, he was still brutally slaughtered. Rhodes, Thor, and the others tried to stop him, but were repelled by Lin Feng's powerful force. Seeing this, the surrounding people unconsciously took a few steps back. The Ancient One informed everyone of Lin Feng's condition. They were distraught, having not anticipated the severity of the situation. But at this moment, they hesitated to move forward. Lin Feng was no longer able to control this power, and their strength was far inferior. The previous battle with Kid, the leader of the Yellow Men, had already revealed the gap between them. With their current strength, they couldn't even capture the shadow of the two fighting, let alone confront them. The Ancient One sighed. Now, only he could temporarily suppress Lin Feng. However, his own strength had been significantly depleted, and he felt he might not be able to defeat Lin Feng. He could only do his best to suppress the power within him. Once this power was exhausted, perhaps Lin Feng would regain consciousness. So, he launched an all-out attack. However, by this point, Lin Feng was completely unconscious, unaware of his enemy's whereabouts. The two engaged in a multi-round battle. The Ancient One was no match for Lin Feng. He hadn't expected the power of the deactivated Lin Feng to be so formidable. He had given his all, yet still was no match for Lin Feng. Thinking of Kid, who now possessed 3 gems, he felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Lin Feng channeled his inner power, erupting continuously, as if attempting to fuse the 4 powers into one. Seeing this, the Ancient One gave a wry smile and could only concentrate all his energy. When Lin Feng's power was compressed to its limit, he attacked the Ancient One directly. Doctor Strange and the others nearby also blocked their own power against the Ancient One, forming a protective shield. This shield was incredibly powerful, drawing upon the combined might of their numbers. Penetrating it would require a tremendous effort. However, even so, it was unable to stop Lin Feng's attack. The Ancient One was gravely wounded. Lin Feng, seemingly drained of his inner strength, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng's consciousness remained curled up in his own space, slumbering in the chaos for an unknown length of time. Ever since that great battle, his soul had fallen into deep slumber. He felt as if his entire body was imprisoned, unable to move at all. The power he had previously exerted was too immense, far exceeding his body's endurance. At this moment, no part of his body could move freely. Just then, a gentle force quietly seeped into his body. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes and found himself in the system space. He then sensed his own strength and secretly rejoiced that it still existed. However, the tiny scars on his body were now almost healed, which surprised him. He immediately summoned the system to inquire about the reason. The system responded with disapproval. How dare you ask? You overexerted your power, exceeding your limits. Your body was on the verge of collapse. If I hadn't summoned your consciousness back to the space at the last moment and used the remaining points to repair it, you would have died long ago? Lin Feng nodded and then called up the system interface. Sure enough, the hundreds of thousands of points he had originally possessed were gone, and he was even burdened with a massive debt of 700,000 points. Lin Feng hurriedly asked the system what impact this would have on him. The system informed him that his points were exhausted, but because it and the system were a twin entity, it had also exhausted all of its backup energy. This meant that this was the only chance to recover. If this happened again, they would both perish. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed a bit reckless to forcefully fuse the 4 powers. But even so, he was confident that he would still make this decision. At this moment, he considered the situation outside. Although the outcome was already decided, the war had inflicted heavy losses on them. Presumably, the subsequent problems would also be difficult to resolve. He asked the system how to leave this place. The system informed him that the power lost this time was too great, preventing him from communicating with the outside world. Unless he could repay all his points by completing the mission, they would have enough power to repair the system flaw and reopen this dimension. Lin Feng felt helpless upon hearing this. But he could only accept it. After all, it was his own fault. Since he couldn't leave, he simply used this time to consolidate his own strength. He sat cross-legged and released the power within him. To his surprise, he discovered that his meridians had become much stronger after this incident. This meant he could withstand even greater forces, but even so, he couldn't sustain the full release of all four powers, otherwise the damage to his meridians would be severe. Within the system space, Lin Feng worked hard to repair the overflow of power. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. This battle had cost them heavy losses. Master Ancient One was seriously injured and likely unable to fight again for a while. Lin Feng was also unconscious. If his internal condition hadn't stabilized and his injuries hadn't gradually improved, everyone would have believed he was in critical condition. They could still find a way to treat Master Ancient One's injuries. But they knew nothing of Lin Feng's power, and naturally had no idea where to begin. They could only briefly treat his wounds and focus on treating the Ancient One. They suffered heavy losses in the battle, and most of the survivors were injured. The impact even affected many areas. However, since kids escape, the self-aware leaders of the Yellow Organization had all evacuated Earth, leaving behind only those on Earth who were reluctant to leave. These were not very strong, so the others seized the opportunity to retake the base. After careful planning, they assembled all their capable personnel and launched an attack on SHIELD. The SHIELD personnel had already noticed and launched a disparate resistance. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides, coupled with the influx of reinforcements from the surrounding areas, meant that the Yellow Organization members realized they could no longer hold their position. Fortunately, they had other bases on Earth, so they evacuated. Where they fled was unknown. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was cultivating within the system space. After a while, he felt his internal energy stabilize, and even after the battle, his power was even more refined than before. He breathed a sigh of relief and inquired about the system's mission. The system informed him that his mission was to slay 6 ferocious beasts. Upon completion, he would be transported to a dimension that was extremely dangerous and could endanger his life. Previous missions had only inflicted limited damage, and even if a threat arose within the dimension, the system would still protect him. But this time, the situation was different. The system's power was enormously depleted, and even numerous vulnerabilities had emerged. The system's current capabilities were insufficient to cope. Therefore, upon entering that world, he could only rely on his own luck. Of course, he could choose to complete other missions, but those were time-consuming and the points awarded were meager. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing. While this mission was dangerous, if he could complete it, he could leave this dimension and no longer be trapped within the system. He had no idea of the situation outside, but it was likely grim. Especially since he had severely injured Master Gu Yi, he had been unconscious and unable to measure the full extent of his own power at the time. But he now knew his own strength. Even now, he could not withstand the combined might of the 4 powers. It was conceivable how deeply Master Gu Yi had been injured. He was eager to go out and investigate the situation outside. If he tackled the task piecemeal, he didn't know how long it would take to complete it. So he resolutely agreed. The surrounding space shifted, and he arrived in a completely new world. Upon entering, he found it completely different from anything he had encountered before. It seemed to be a throwback to its ancient origins. Both its size and topography were vastly exaggerated. Upon arriving, he saw a crack in the ground, emitting a terrifying aura. With his current power, he couldn't fathom its depth. Then, a mountain moved past him. He immediately left. A lion-like creature passed by. Its paws were like a mountain, leaving a massive footprint on the ground. Not long after, a fish suddenly leaped from a nearby lake. It soared into the air and swallowed a passing python in one gulp. Just as the fish returned to the lake, a massive rock arrived and gulped down all the water. The lake instantly transformed into a vast pit. As the rock left, an earthworm emerged from the ground. Then it spewed water into the lake. Soon, the lake reappeared. Many dead creatures also revived. Lin Feng was amazed by these sights. These beasts possessed immense power, yet the system had revealed that even so, they could not be called ferocious beasts. This showed just how powerful they were. Following the system's guidance, he flew through the rift and arrived at a mountain. Unlike the surrounding mountains, this mountain was entirely black. It even emanated a purple-black aura, looking incredibly terrifying. The system informed him that 6 ferocious beasts had once been sealed here. However, due to the presence of those more powerful than himself, a barrier had been erected around them. Despite their immense power, these 6 beasts could not leave. The enemy the system had chosen for him was located right here. Lin Feng reflected on this and felt fortunate. This place had a natural barrier. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still leave. As long as this place existed, he would eventually defeat them. So, he resolutely stepped into the barrier. Upon entering, he discovered that the conditions inside were completely different from those outside. While the outside world was filled with abundant spiritual energy, within, a sinister aura permeated the air. No wonder this place looked so terrifying from afar. As he entered, a roar echoed from the front. Then, 6 ferocious beasts suddenly emerged from nowhere and surrounded him. Lin Feng immediately drew his weapon. He silently chanted the names of the 6 men. Though they were not present, their spirits seemed to give him strength. He prepared for a difficult battle. This area had long been sealed with 6 ferocious beasts, and no other creatures had been seen. Everyone knew what lurked there, so no one dared venture forth. However, unexpectedly, someone presented themselves to him. To prevent his escape, they quietly followed him until Lin Feng reached the heart of the forest, where all 6 beasts appeared and surrounded him. Lin Feng looked around. Though small in size, the 6 beasts could speak human language, clearly demonstrating their considerable cultivation. He immediately unleashed his own power, particularly the Heaven and Earth Dharma image, causing his body to suddenly increase in size. The beasts looked at Lin Feng, knowing he was no ordinary individual. No wonder he dared to trespass into their territory. But this was their territory, after all. Defeat by an outsider on their own turf would be humiliating. The 6 beasts exchanged glances, then unleashed their innate magical powers, pouncing on Lin Feng. Lin Feng keenly noticed that one of them was extremely fast, a winged, bull-like monster. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 215. Chapter 214, Extraneous Branches. 215. Chapter 214, Unexpected Branches. 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 214, Unexpected Branches. Ultron shook his head curtly. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wanda. But I'm a pure robot. Human food is just beautiful to me. Vision has human cells and biological tissues, he can eat it and should like it. Vision agreed. I think Miss Wanda's cooking is very good. Wanda smiled. You haven't tried it yet, so how do you know if it's good? Ultron looked at Vision. Since his return to the world, he no longer used the term donor. This meant that he was no longer the detached bearer of the 9th rank moral golden lotus, but a mimic who had begun to possess human moral emotions. This was what he hoped for, and what Lin Feng also hoped for. Vision represented the most reliable direction for humanity's development. Unable to eat, Ultron left the kitchen. Police cars flooded the streets of Berlin, Germany, forcing the roads to be temporarily closed, forcing pedestrians to wait patiently. They understood the weight of police duty, especially when facing elusive gods and sudden alien threats. And without such a strong police presence, the safety of the public would be difficult to guarantee. No one was willing to risk their lives at this moment. Sam glanced curiously at T'Challa in the front seat and asked, half jokingly, half seriously, what, do you have a thing for cats? Rogers, noticing something off about Sam's words, quickly stopped him. Sam, don't be like that. Sam, however, was somewhat displeased. He had come to Bucharest both to respond to Rogers' request and to fulfill Lin Feng's mission. Lin Feng had told him that the Winter Soldier had no time to commit the crime and had reformed. He was interested in having Bucky join the Avengers. Black Panther's appearance not only disrupted his and Rogers' plan to rescue Bucky, but also put Bucky in jail. Unable to contain his anger, he said to Rogers, Rogers, don't you think it's strange for someone to dress like a black cat? Rogers didn't answer. He was more curious about the material of T'Challa's clothes, so he asked, are your clothes made of vibranium? T'Challa ignored Sam's provocative comments from the backseat. When he heard Roger's question, he turned around and answered the question irrelevantly. Black Panther, a natural-born warrior who has protected Wakanda for generations, has been passed down from generation to generation. His voice suddenly turned ice-cold. Now, because your friend killed my father, I have no choice but to inherit the throne. Now, I want to ask you, you are both a warrior and a king. How do you protect your friend? How long can you protect him? Wakandans can spend their entire lives avenging their late king. What about you? Can you protect your friend for the rest of your life? Rogers was speechless. He could sense the intense hostility and unwavering determination in T'Challa's cold tone, knowing his prejudice was deep. Even if he explained that Bucky didn't have the time to commit the crime, he couldn't produce any evidence. Furthermore, he wasn't sure of T'Challa's attitude toward Lin Feng and the gods, and it might backfire. Helplessly, Rogers turned to look out a window. Police cars rolled into the UN Berlin branch, and officers were already waiting to pick up Rogers and Sam. Rogers glanced over. Bucky in the prison van had a complex expression, one of relief and confusion. Following closely behind, Black Panther also glanced over, confirming Bucky's position. The surrounding police officers and soldiers were disciplined, conducting the handover and security operations in an orderly manner, making it seem difficult to attack. Rogers felt a sense of relief when he saw that Bucky had no intention of escaping. He turned around and walked towards a man who looked like a superior. Hello, sir, what are you going to do with him? Logically, you should do the same as him. First conduct a psychological assessment, then extradite him, and finally confirm the charges and execute the punishment. The superior looked at Rogers unfriendly. Sharon explained, this is Mr. Everett Ross, the deputy commander of the task force. Rogers didn't care about his identity, he was more concerned about Bucky. So, he asked, what about his defense lawyer? A lawyer? How ridiculous, Ross scoffed, but didn't answer. Turning back, he ordered, lock up their equipment and keep it safe. It might contain divine gifts. You must treat it with care and don't desecrate it. Then, turning to Rogers, he said, I have great respect for your Avengers leader, Lin Feng. I know he can help you recover the divine gifts. Don't worry, I'll give you a receipt. This is only a temporary withholding. You'll get your things back when this is over. Rogers could tell from his words that Bucky's arrest was so serious that even a defense lawyer hadn't been hired. Of course, no one dared to defend the Hydra killer. Clearing Bucky's name seemed imperative, or else all this effort would be in vain. But did he still have a chance? Was it too late? Bucky has been arrested, and his psychological evaluation is about to begin. How much time does he have left? Rogers, with mixed feelings, turned back again, looking at Bucky with concern. Bucky looked at Rogers, hesitant to speak, but finally smiled. Rogers, staring at Bucky's smile, was momentarily at a loss for words. Near the power plant, a truck loaded with large mail drove toward the maintenance workers' quarters. A bespectacled psychiatrist, escorted by staff, entered the UN Berlin office. This was Dr. Leica, tasked with conducting a psychological evaluation of the Winter Soldier. In an unnoticed corner, a subtle sneer flickered across Dr. Leica's lips. Ross, slightly smaller than the others, walked confidently ahead, leading the way. Following him were three men, an elite Special Forces soldier, a World War II veteran who had endured over 70 years of Ice Age, and a natural warrior. Their burly figures made him appear even smaller. Yet, he exuded a powerful presence, never a hint of timidity, brimming with confidence. He first addressed T'Challa, we'll arrange an office for you, away from the holding cells. T'Challa scoffed and replied, I'm not going anywhere. The UN building was packed with special forces, and even though he hated Bucky to the core, he didn't have the opportunity to attack him right now, especially since his equipment was being temporarily impounded. Natasha approached, looking at Rogers first. You shouldn't be so impulsive, she said. Rogers smiled calmly, at least I know he's alive, and that's enough. Natasha felt a little helpless, then turned to Sam and asked, what's going on? The professor sent you here to help, not to cause trouble. Sam gave a wry smile and replied, plans never keep up. Well, I'm wrong about that, but don't worry. Our equipment is still being held. And, Mr. Ross, I don't want to see anyone messing around with our equipment later. Ross ignored Sam's teasing and turned, heading back to his office. Natasha led them directly to the room before them. Before the door was fully opened, a voice carrying a telephone call could be heard from within. Romania is not protected by the convention, but we will do our best to assist the Romanian people. This incident did not cause significant casualties or property damage. Colonel Rhodes and Ms. Hashimoto are assisting with the matter. Lin Feng, still on the phone, looked up. The moment he opened the door, he noticed Natasha and the others outside and gestured for them to find a seat until he was done. The operation in Bucharest, though hasty, was highly effective. The UN successfully apprehended Bucky, the prime suspect in the Vienna massacre, with no serious injuries, only minor bruises. However, during the pursuit, gunship fire caused some unintended property damage. Since these losses were caused by the capture of Bucky, Lin Feng took the initiative to assume liability for compensation. According to the draft Sokovia Convention, Lin Feng would be personally liable for any property damage caused by the failure of divine protection and would be responsible for full compensation. Even though the Avengers were involved in this incident, he resolutely accepted the compensation. Even without using his divine power, Lin Feng's funds were sufficient to pay the compensation. The patents related to divine research had already brought him a lucrative income. Even without Stark's financial injection, his income was enough to support the daily operations of the Avengers. Lin Feng was still on the phone with the other party. No, sir, there will be no more conflict. Even if the other party provokes me first, I will let Rhodes and Miss Hashimoto exercise restraint and prevent them from conflicting with others. Accountability? Of course there should be accountability, but this is an internal matter of our Avengers, and you don't seem to have the right to interfere. After hanging up the phone, Rogers heard the word accountability and asked in confusion, accountability. Lin Feng sighed and explained, before in Vienna, some anti-God people pointed their spearheads at our Avengers, trying to attack Hashimoto, Huanayu and Natasha, and almost caused a violent conflict. In addition, this time you helped Bucky evade police pursuit, which is of a serious nature. The Minister of Martial Arts of the United States wants to sue you. He also wants us, the Avengers, to pay attention to our words and deeds. We are related to the gods, but we are completely different. We should be a tool for maintaining peace, not an institution that conflicts with humans. Rogers sat down and asked, the Minister of Martial Arts of the United States? Could he be? Lin Feng knew what he wanted to say and shook his head. No, Natasha had contact with him, and the detection equipment did not alarm, which means he is not a Kree. We don't know whether he agrees with the US government, but what is certain is that he has not been bewitched and simply wants to hold us accountable. However, he wants to intervene in the accountability within our Avengers, which I cannot agree with. I will not let political elements interfere with the Avengers, and I will not let the Avengers become a political tool. Rogers was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Natasha and Sam looked at each other, not knowing what the two were talking about. Bucky was about to be tried, and Rogers and Sam were suspected of being accomplices. Why were these two people not worried at all? As expected, Lin Feng asked Rogers, aren't you worried? Rogers shook his head. It's come to this, worrying is useless. It's already done, regretting or worrying is futile. Instead of worrying here, I should think about how to clear Bucky of suspicion. I just feel a little sorry for Sam for getting him involved. Sam's heart warmed at this, feeling that his efforts were worth it. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Lin Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. There will be a chance. But for now, just honestly review Bucky's psychological evaluation and don't make any more trouble. Rogers sat down quietly, and Sam and Natasha also remained silent. The opportunity Lin Feng mentioned meant not only that they could help Rogers clear Bucky of suspicion, but also that they had the opportunity to expose the true murderer. Although he had forgotten who was trying to stir up discord within the Avengers, he clearly remembered that person disguised themselves as a psychiatrist, using the UN's commission to conduct a psychological evaluation on Bucky, hoping to incite new violence. Rogers looked at the three people beside him and asked bluntly, Professor, does Stark know about this? Lin Feng didn't turn, his eyes fixed on the big screen. He already knows. I've already told him. Rogers looked around, but couldn't see Stark. He couldn't help but wonder, then why isn't he here? Lin Feng finally turned around. Rogers, if you were here, how would you explain this to him? Would you tell him that Bucky was just a controlled killing tool? I'm afraid your conscience wouldn't be at peace, and I'm not sure if Bucky could accept it. Stark is depressed right now, and I'm afraid he can't bear this blow. And then, am I just going to watch you guys kill each other? Rogers was speechless. Indeed, he hadn't figured out how to explain it to Stark at the moment. Natasha, standing nearby, caught the key message. Professor, Stark's been depressed lately. What happened? Lin Feng passed the phone to the three of them. Breaking news, Stark Clean Energy in the United States suffered a terrorist attack, and Happy, the head of the security department, was seriously injured and hospitalized. Rogers stared at the screen of his mobile phone with concern. They all knew Happy. He was Stark's good friend and a dedicated security director, but he was seriously injured in the terrorist attack. Stark must be in a terrible mood at the moment. No wonder Professor Lin Feng said he was depressed. Indeed, no matter who it is, they will feel depressed after learning the truth about the death of their parents and the serious injury of their friends. If they see Rogers again at this time, they might just attack him directly in anger. Lin Feng handed a glass of water to the three of them. As far as I know, due to the recent setbacks and the worry about the Kree, Stark has suffered from severe anxiety. Pepper even called the Avengers to complain about Stark's recent work status and mental state. Let's not make things worse for him. Rogers, you are the one who caused this. You should find out the real culprit yourself. 216. Chapter 215. I was suspicious. Who was it? 216. Chapter 215. Suspicion. Who is it? 2024-11-03. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 215. Suspicion. Who is it? Rogers was cheered up when he heard this. Professor, do you know who the murderer is? Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know yet. Rogers couldn't help but feel a little depressed again. Lin Feng smiled. We all know that Bucky was in Bucharest at the time and didn't have time to commit the crime, so someone must have impersonated him. Rogers, think about it. Why did he pretend to be Bucky? Rogers pondered for a moment. Because it can attract people's attention. Why attract people's attention? We all know that Bucky chose to live in seclusion. He must have changed his ways, and he also doesn't want to be disturbed. We have all seen the video footage of Thanos' Vanguard invasion. Bucky was the first warrior to rush up to fight, and he did not go to collect the reward afterwards. Not for a fame, not for profit, he just wants to live in seclusion quietly and atone for his sins silently. So why did the murderer want people to notice him? He came for us. Sam on the side was a little unbelievable, and Natasha was also thoughtful. Lin Feng smiled. There may be other possibilities, but this is the most likely. With the recent U.S. aircraft carrier incident and the Loki incident, much of Hydra's information has been made public. Someone interested could decrypt it and understand the relationship between Rogers and Bucky. He wants to find the reclusive Bucky, and the best way is naturally to have 7 billion people around the world search for him. Who could possibly hide under the full force of 7 billion people? Isn't he targeting you just to target you? Rogers was startled, but he had to admit that this was a very reasonable explanation. Stark might seek revenge on Bucky, but he wouldn't resort to such ruthless tactics. He would confront Bucky openly and directly. Natasha interrupted them. Professor, could this be a Kree conspiracy? Lin Feng was stunned. The Avengers were never one-sided. While he didn't know if the mastermind behind this was connected to the Kree, that didn't stop him from accepting Natasha's opinion. Natasha, tell me what you think. I'm the one who's involved, but I'm confused. Rogers and Sam are just too concerned. If anyone can sort out the relationship here, it's probably you. Lin Feng solemnly pleaded with Natasha for advice. Natasha looked at Lin Feng. Professor, I don't know if you've noticed, but since the Avengers were founded, it's always been assumed that there are 3 leaders. You're the founder and everyone's spiritual leader, and that's indisputable. Stark is the biggest behind-the-scenes contributor and supporter, and he's the de facto leader, and that's also unquestionable. Rogers is a role model, and many people unconsciously work harder and pay more attention to their appearance when they see him, and that's even more unquestionable. Now that Thanos' invasion is over, we all know the Kree are eyeing them covetously, but we don't know what their methods are. Lin Feng nodded. Although he had never heard of such a positioning, judging by Sam's expression, it seemed that he agreed with Natasha's opinion. Now, Professor, you're bound by the Covenant. Stark suffers from severe anxiety due to a series of events, and Rogers is in trouble because of Bucky. Is someone secretly directing all of this? Natasha concluded. After all, for the Kree, if they can destroy the 3 Avengers leaders without violence, why not? Everyone was shocked by this. Indeed, after piecing together all the clues, the direction of these events became remarkably clear. As Natasha had said, any blow to the Avengers' 3 leaders, Lin Feng as the spiritual leader, Stark as the pillar of support, and Rogers as the moral role model, would be an immeasurable loss to the Avengers. Due to the enactment of the Sokovia Accords, Lin Feng's personal freedom will be restricted and he will be under the surveillance of a special task force, which greatly limits his opportunities to communicate with the gods. Even communicating with the gods requires the special task force's approval. Stark, under the continuous attacks and intense mental stress, has developed severe anxiety and is on the verge of collapse. Coupled with Happy's unexpected and serious injury, Stark is now on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng felt a surge of guilt as he thought about this. He had originally intended to resolve the misunderstanding and rift between Stark and Rogers as quickly as possible, but he hadn't anticipated it becoming a burden on Stark, nearly the final straw that broke him. However, he had a vague feeling that something was amiss. The Kree couldn't possibly have calculated so precisely how he would comfort Stark. That's right, calculations. Hydra's Zola algorithm. No wonder he'd always felt like something was missing. He only remembered that someone was trying to sow discord between Rogers and Stark, but he'd forgotten that Zola's algorithm could predict the future. The two weren't originally connected, but with the Kree's ingenuity and tactics, they could easily exploit Zola's algorithm to accelerate this process, catalyzing their invasion of Earth. Natasha continued, "Professor, God will not interfere in human affairs. There is too much room for maneuver here. As long as we hold you back, God will not show up easily. If God does not show up, the first line of defense on Blue Planet will be our Avengers. The Kree target you, on the one hand, because you are the leader of the Avengers, and on the other hand, because you are the spokesperson for God. If Rogers is wanted by various governments and Stark is defeated by anxiety, then our Avengers will actually be dead in name only. Am I right?" Lin Feng nodded, "Absolutely right, so we must counter each move and not let the Kree's conspiracy succeed." Sam and Rogers looked at each other, and they also realized the seriousness of the situation. Sam asked, "Professor, how should we counter this?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Right now, the Kree are employing a divide and conquer strategy against us, dealing with me, Rogers, and Stark separately. My situation isn't urgent yet, the agreement hasn't been implemented yet, and my freedom hasn't been restricted. As for Rogers, they want to hold him captive, so we must catch the real culprit and expose their conspiracy. As for Stark, his anxiety is a psychological issue. He needs company and relaxation, and he also needs to find Happy's killer. Natasha, go help him find some leads. I'll arrange for some psychiatrists to come." After Natasha left, Lin Feng turned to Rogers. "Rogers, do you remember Zola, the Hydra scientist? Remember? His algorithm caused the aircraft carrier crisis. His algorithm can predict the future," Rogers replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in emotion when he saw that Rogers still remembered Zola, but clearly hadn't considered that the Kree might have used Hydra's publicly available information to find this algorithm. Rogers was too upright to have considered the depth of conspiracy. He had no choice but to remind him, "Rogers, we all know this algorithm can predict the future. So, could the Kree use it to steer certain future developments in their favor?" Rogers suddenly understood. "Professor, you're saying these things were going to happen anyway, but knowing the future trajectory, the Kree are either advancing or delaying them, aligning them to ultimately create a favorable outcome for them," Lin Feng agreed. In his memory, Stark's anxiety attack and the execution of the Mandarin who announced the massacre were supposed to have happened 5 years ago. Sam couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. If that's true, these Kree people are too scheming. They are so calculating. Rogers sighed. "Professor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you've fallen into this situation." Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't think like that, it's not your fault. It was destined that you saved Bucky, and it was also destined that I was bound by the draft convention. There is no causal relationship between the two things. Instead of apologizing to me now, you might as well think about how to catch the real culprit and how to smash the Kree's conspiracy." "That's the right way." Rogers began to cheer up when he heard this. "Professor, if the real culprit behind the scenes did so much just to lure out Bucky, then is it possible that he could have disguised himself as a staff member to sneak in for this psychological evaluation?" Sam immediately suggested, "Should we go and notify Vice Captain Ross now and ask him to check the personnel quickly?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No need, I'm afraid he has already sneaked in. Excuse me, the psychological evaluation is about to begin. Vice Captain Ross asked me to watch you. Please don't run around." Sharon Carter walked in. "The person who conducted Bucky's psychological evaluation is Hufus Lika from Germany, a professional psychologist who's said to be left-handed. Sharon, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed the information Rogers was concerned about. Everyone bowed their heads in silence upon seeing Sharon. The Avengers' internal affairs shouldn't be divulged to outsiders. Lin Feng was pondering a response. Clearly, the Kree's promotion of the Huaxia cult and its anti-god movement had caused him considerable trouble. The introduction of the Sokovia Accords undoubtedly restricted him. While he possessed divine power and could circumvent such restrictions, would the Kree discover his true identity? The Kree's technological capabilities were still unclear, and Lin Feng had no idea of the extent of their supreme intelligence. Furthermore, Hashimoto Kanzuki's intelligence hadn't been updated, and a crucial breakthrough was currently lacking. The enemy was in the dark, while we were in the light. The situation was unfavorable for the Avengers. Under these circumstances, a change of strategy was necessary. Outwardly, Lin Feng would continue to act as God's spokesperson, but secretly, he would conduct his investigation under a different identity. Meanwhile, it was time to find a new God spokesperson. Sharon glanced around, confirming that only a few Avengers members were in the room, and breathed a sigh of relief. She spotted a button and pressed it. The television screen, originally broadcasting the news, suddenly switched to a scene from an interrogation room. Inside, Bucky sat expressionless in his prison van, looking dejected and languid, devoid of energy. Rogers felt a pang of pain at the sight. The high-spirited Brooklyn teenager he remembered was now unshaven, resembling a middle-aged, alcoholic, and frustrated. The contrast made it difficult for him to imagine the torture Bucky had endured at the hands of Hydra, and the regret he felt for his actions. But he hadn't forgotten that it was Sharon who had allowed him to see his comrades. Tears welled in his eyes as he said gratefully, "Thank you, Sharon, you're welcome." Sharon smiled, handing them the receipt. Rogers glanced at it briefly before handing it to Sam. Sam saw it and grumbled, "Bird prop? What a ridiculous name." Sharon shrugged. "I didn't register it." On the TV screen, a psychiatrist, with his back to the camera, began his assessment. "Hello, sir. I'm sent by the United Nations to assess you. My name is Hafa S. Leica. Please don't be hostile. I'm not here to accuse you. I'm just conducting a psychological assessment. Do you know where you are, Mr. James?" Bucky remained silent, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge this stranger. The psychiatrist seemed somewhat resigned. "Mr. James, it's difficult for me to help you if you don't speak." Mr. James, hearing this name finally gave Bucky some reaction. He remembered someone who had once told him not to hide from the past but to own up to his mistakes. Therefore, when Thanos' vanguard appeared, he stood up and fought fiercely, seeking only to atone for his sins. If the bombing of Vienna was confirmed, his psychological evaluation would inevitably result in the death penalty. Since he was about to die, why bother worrying so much? Before he died, why not enjoy himself? He replied coldly, "My name is Bucky." Rogers looked up suddenly at this. Dr. Leica continued, "Well, Barnes, do you know where you are now?" Meanwhile, the postman drove up and rang the bell. "Hello, is anyone there?" He saw someone open the door, so he walked to the back of the car, opened it, and unloaded a large box. "I have something big for you." The man who opened the door was dressed in war clothes and looked like a maintenance worker. He looked at the box the postman handed over. "Did someone send me something?" The postman wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yes, this thing is quite heavy. Here, please sign for it." After signing, the maintenance worker eagerly opened the box. Seeing the dense coils of wire inside, he asked in confusion, "What is this? Is this a prank someone sent me?" The postman was speechless. Sharon handed Rogers a photo. "Rogers, this photo helped us locate Bucky." Rogers glanced at Sam, then at Lin Feng, then replied, "Sharon, have you ever considered that the person who provided this photo doesn't actually want to find Bucky, but simply wants you to find him?" Sharon frowned. "Is there a mole within the UN?" Rogers stopped there, not delving into the details. But Lin Feng spoke up, "Whoever provided this photo, after helping us find Bucky, would definitely try to get close to him. So, who's the closest person to Bucky right now?" Everyone looked at the psychiatrist on the screen. 217. Chapter 216 Chaotic Scene. 217. Chapter 216, Chaotic Scene 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 216, Chaotic Scene. Bucky remained silent. Leica spread her hands. "Mr. Barnes, since you're unwilling to answer, Let me ask you another question. Have you experienced many things? Many things that others haven't witnessed. Bucky's mind flashed to the faces of those he had killed. A trace of fear, struggle, and pain crossed his features. He replied in a low, angry voice, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, then we don't need to talk too much? Just one thing. Leica checked the time, fiddling with a pen in her right hand. Lin Feng noticed something was wrong. He's right-handed. Dr. Leica is left-handed. This is a fake. Several people stared at Leica's right hand. Meanwhile, the maintenance worker was about to move the box of items to the trash can. Suddenly, a wave hit and blew him away. It turned out to be a bomb. The maintenance worker lived near the power station. The bomb's power was neither too strong nor too weak, but it was enough to destroy most of the structure. Inside the UN office building, the power suddenly went out. The instant the power went out, darkness enveloped everything. Ross stared at the pitch-black screen. He tried to connect the radio, but found it still functioning. He quickly called the security forces via pager. All departments, attention. Power system failure. Keep an eye on Bucky. Security personnel, reinforce the interrogation department. All other personnel, evacuate in an orderly manner. The armory must be sealed. Security forces, remember. If you find a Winter Soldier, if he resists, kill him immediately. The sudden darkness threw everyone in the office for a moment, but Lin Feng quickly adjusted, realizing it was the M-bomb that was causing the trouble. As expected, Sharon, upon seeing the power outage, knew something was wrong and immediately declared, hurried to the East Basement Level 5. Rogers, barely able to thank him, hurried off, and Sam followed without hesitation. Seeing Rogers and Sam's actions, T'Challa knew they were going to find Bucky, and he became eager to make his own move. Sharon turned to Lin Feng, Professor Lin, I'm about to get to work. Please take care and evacuate as soon as possible. She drew her pistol, ready for action. The power outage at the UN headquarters indicated a serious security vulnerability, allowing the enemy to compromise the system at any moment. Lin Feng didn't rush out, he was sorting through recent information. Natasha searched for the former Soviet officer, but only found his body and a ransacked home, proving the killer was always one step ahead. The Mandarin incident took 5 years to unfold, and while he had no connection to the Avengers, he was bound by the treaty. The Kree's mastery of time was astonishing. The Vienna killer targeted Rogers, who was bound by the treaty. Stark was in a state of mental decline, and the Kree's plan was precise and ingenious. These events had been exploited, intentionally or unintentionally, but the Kree's objectives had not yet been fully achieved. Therefore, they might continue to exploit these events and the individuals involved. In the basement, Bucky, seeing the sudden darkness, felt a sense of foreboding. He knew he was being held captive by the UN, and the power outage was no accident, it must have been caused by someone. He stared outside. What's going on? Dr. Leica removed his glasses. You're afraid of speaking and falling into endless terror, so you remain silent. But if you're truly asked to reveal something, would you tell it? Let's talk about your homeland. Not Romania, not Brooklyn, but your true home. He pulled out the notebook he'd snatched from a former Soviet officer. Bucky stared at the notebook with a 5-pointed red star, his eyes widening. He'd fought so hard to escape Hydra's control, thinking everything was at peace, only to have Dr. Leica deal him another crushing blow. The notebook contained the code that would allow him to regain his weapon of death. Dr. Leica removed his glasses, using a small flashlight to illuminate the words in the dim light. He read in Russian, Desire. Bucky's head began to ache. He fought against the erosion of his will, growling angrily, Stop. Leica ignored him and continued, reading, Rust. Bucky's cries of resistance continued, his head tilted back in agony. He wished he could kill the maniac who had once again opened the gates of hell. Leica continued, 17, Bucky clenched his fists, the demonic program in his mind sapping his will. Stop. Leica looked at Bucky with amusement, her eyes a challenge of disdain. He stared at his own face and fiercely pronounced the key word, Dawn. Bucky lost control, his senses eroded by the program. He roared in anger, using his robotic arms to easily unlock his handcuffs. He stared at the barrier before him, roaring like a beast, and struck with all his might, venting his anger. Only one voice remained in his mind, destroy everything, let everyone die. Leica's voice seemed to echo in his ears, yet seemed to be far away, constantly flooding into his mind. Furnace. 9. Kindness. Homecoming. 1. Train car. With a final note, Bucky punched through the barrier of his cell. Leica stared in astonishment at the shattered barrier. Although he knew Bucky was a super soldier, it still amazed him that one man could blast open the door with brute force alone. Without time for surprise, he approached Bucky, who stood erect, and tentatively asked in Russian, "Soldier." Bucky, expressionless, replied in Russian, "At your service, Dr. Leica." Ecstatic, commanded in an unquestionable voice, "I want you to report back on the mission for December 21st, 1991. At the same time, he vowed to himself, Helmut Leica, will take revenge. Reaching the 5th basement level, Roger saw a field of fallen guards. The ground was clean and bloodless. He checked their breath, confirming they were still breathing, and felt a sense of relief. Help! A faint cry for help came from a distance. Rogers rushed over, only to find Helmut awake. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Rogers demanded, pulling Helmut to his feet, demanding angrily. Seeing Rogers knew his identity, Helmut sneered, "I just want to see how people's faith crumbles." Rogers stared at the stern-faced Helmut before him, bewildered by his madness. Sam checked and found the fallen guard was only unconscious, then rushed to Rogers. However, a sudden mechanical fist swept down, and Sam miraculously dodged the fatal blow, but Bucky then grabbed his neck and threw him, knocking him unconscious. Rogers saw Bucky lose control again, realizing he was being controlled by Hydra's program again. He ignored Helmut and rushed forward to try to subdue Bucky and prevent the situation from escalating. However, he hesitated, holding back. Bucky, due to the activation of the Hydra program, had lost his self-awareness and only obeyed orders, striking with deadly force and without mercy. Rogers was beaten back and kicked into the elevator. Bucky left the interrogation room without a glance back. Sam wasn't unconscious for long. He faintly smelled the scent of ether and opened his eyes, catching a glimpse of Helmut preparing to leave. Sam struggled to his feet, yelling, "Hey, Helmut!" Startled awake, turned around and saw Sam awake. Though Sam was a little dazed, he was still an Avenger, far more powerful than he was. With this in mind, Helmut fled. He didn't want to fight Sam, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. If the UN personnel saw a psychiatrist fighting Avengers fighters, his identity would likely be exposed. Sam pursued him relentlessly. Bucky, relying on his formidable individual combat skills, launched a frontal attack. Given the large number of personnel evacuating nearby, the security guards opted to use batons rather than guns to subdue Bucky. However, their fighting skills and reflexes proved useless to Bucky, and he easily knocked them to the ground. Sharon arrived and immediately rushed forward. She held out for a few more blows, but was ultimately knocked to the ground by Bucky. Bucky was about to finish off Sharon when a sudden, powerful kick sent him flying several meters. He turned to face the unexpected visitor. T'Challa looked at Bucky. His eyes, filled with panic when they first met, were now emotionless, filled only with murderous intent. How could the same person's personality change so drastically in just a short time after the power outage? Without a second thought, T'Challa charged forward. Though unarmored, his physical prowess gave him the confidence to kill his father's murderer right then and there. Bucky had no desire to engage in a fight. The command to retreat resonated in his mind. He knocked T'Challa back with a punch, then, taking advantage of the moment T'Challa fell to the ground, quickly fled. Rising, T'Challa gazed in surprise at the crowd that surrounded him. Bucky had already slipped into the crowd and fled. In the elevator, Rogers, having been knocked down, awoke. His first thought was that Bucky was fleeing. He tossed off his coat and struggled upward. His years of military experience had given him an intuitive sense of the rooftop's design, resembling a helipad. If Bucky got into trouble, the quickest escape route would be the rooftop helipad, especially if there were helicopters. Rogers summoned his strength and rushed to the rooftop. Sam chased the man impersonating Dr. Leica, but ultimately lost him. This struck him as unsettling. After all, he was a Special Forces soldier from the Airborne Rescue Unit, yet he had been outmatched by someone, not a super soldier like Rogers, but just an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Lin Feng followed Ross to the 5th basement level. Seeing the mess on the ground, Ross angrily cursed, "Damn it! That executioner got away," Lin Feng whispered in his ear, and Ross was overjoyed. "Really?" Lin Feng nodded. Ross breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, "Medical personnel, get to basement level 5 immediately. We need help." Then he looked at Lin Feng and said, Professor Lin, if you put it that way, it seems Blue Planet is facing a new crisis, isn't it? Lin Feng remained silent and simply nodded. Ross thought for a moment. No time to lose, please. On the rooftop, Bucky had found the helicopter and was about to fly it away. However, Roger suddenly appeared and forcibly pulled the helicopter away, preventing it from taking off. Bucky saw this and grabbed Rogers by the neck, causing him to suffocate as the helicopter plummeted uncontrollably toward the building below. Below lay a vast lake. Returning to his office, Ross quickly dismissed the others and pressed a button. He stared at Lin Feng. Professor Lin, there's no one else here, and the room is completely soundproofed. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Lin Feng revealed that the guards in the basement were safe and sound thanks to divine intervention. Considering that the gods typically intervene only when Blue Star faces a major crisis, Ross immediately realized the severity of the situation and invited Lin Feng to his office. Lin Feng took out a document and a small pill from the file bag he carried with him, and said as he took them out, "The gods once warned me that I should not let my guard down even after the crisis of Thanos' invasion of the Earth is resolved, because there are still enemies lurking on the Blue Planet. In view of the recent vague attitude of people around the world towards the gods, and the enemies are always lurking in the dark, there is no conclusive evidence, so I did not make this news public." Ross took the file bag, saw the file name Cree Information File, listened to Lin Feng's explanation, and understood Lin Feng's intention. "Professor Lin, are you saying that the enemy is lurking in the shadows, and people may not believe the warnings of the gods, and may even side with the enemy? That's why you didn't disclose any information about the enemy?" Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. "The document in your hand is the result of the research of Dr. Stark and Dr. Senna from our Avengers. It contains information and data about the Kree. There's also a USB flash drive in the file bag with the corresponding data. You can save it to your computer when you have the chance. However, it's better not to disclose it." Ross was stunned and asked, "Why?" Then he seemed to think of something and asked in surprise, "Is there a traitor within the United Nations?" Lin Feng stood up. "This is also one of the reasons why I don't want to disclose it. Public opinion is not in my favor, and people's hearts are not in my favor. What effect will my disclosure have? Therefore, the Avengers decided to wait and see while fighting in secret. We will eradicate the Kree in secret, and at the same time, decide whether to disclose information based on the public opinion." Ross pondered for a moment and asked, "Professor, aren't you afraid that the people of Blue Star have been infiltrated?" Lin Feng smiled. "Our genes are not much different from the Kree's. They don't have the technology for assimilation, nor the need for it, so I'm not worried about that. Their numbers shouldn't be large, otherwise they would have launched a large-scale attack on Blue Star long ago. My only concern now is if the upper echelons of various countries are infiltrated by the Kree." Hearing this, Ross couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lin Feng's concerns were not unfounded. Relations between nations are based on interests, and thus wars and negotiations often flare up. Although the current international situation has eased relations, local wars and terrorist incidents continue to occur. The Kree could very well exploit this fact. 218. Chapter 217 Isolated and Helpless. 218. Chapter 217 Isolated and Helpless 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster Chapter 217 Isolated and Helpless. If the Kree really infiltrated the top levels of governments of various countries and guided everything towards the results they expected, then in the long run, it is entirely possible that the Kree would achieve a peaceful evolution on Blue Planet. Lin Feng looked at Ross. "That pill is Dr. Senna's masterpiece. After taking it, you will have a rejection reaction to the Kree and can accurately identify the Kree. If you want to eliminate this reaction, you need to take another pill." Ross raised his head and swallowed the pill without hesitation. Lin Feng was stunned. "You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'm a Kree?" Ross smiled. "I believe you, that's all. I don't need any other reasons." Lin Feng also smiled. Mr. Ross, thank you for your trust. Starting tomorrow, the agreement will take effect. A special surveillance team will appear around me, and I will lose a lot of freedom. I hope you will take care of yourself. If you have any problems, you can contact the people you know in the Avengers." Ross nodded solemnly. He understood Lin Feng's intention, which was to keep a close eye on the top leaders of the United Nations to see if there was any infiltration by the Kree. He vaguely felt that the introduction of the draft Sokovia Accords was probably aimed at Professor Lin Feng. To a certain extent, restricting Lin Feng was equivalent to restricting God. Before leaving the office, Lin Feng told Ross, Mr. Ross, please issue a wanted order for Sam, Rogers, and the Winter Soldier. Ross thought for a moment and immediately nodded in agreement. In an abandoned factory, Rogers was talking to Lin Feng. Bucky has been rescued, but he is still unconscious. Professor, what are you going to do next? I'm worried that Ross will issue a wanted order for you. Lin Feng's voice was serious and earnest. Sam looked at the helicopters flying by and said helplessly, this seems real. Are we really wanted? Rogers hesitated. A self-torture tactic? Yes, Rogers, you're wanted, I'm under surveillance, and Stark's anxiety is just a cover, a facade. The three of us are in danger. The only ones who can take charge are Natasha and Hashimoto Kanzuki, so Hashimoto Kanzuki can infiltrate the Kree more quickly. Lin Feng laid it all out. Rogers smiled. I see. Okay, I'll do my best to escape and avoid being caught. Professor, you have to speed up too. Well, I've been putting you through this for a while. Be reserved with Bucky. The programs in his brain could be exploited by the enemy at any time, Lin Feng said from the other end of the line. Rogers replied, got it, and hung up. Sam called out, Rogers, he's awake. Rogers trotted over to Bucky's side. Bucky, slowly awakening, instinctively tried to move, but found himself unable to do so. He suddenly realized his robotic arm was stuck in the machine beside him. Rogers regarded him with a wary gaze, momentarily unsure whether the man before him was his former friend or a ruthless Hydra assassin. Bucky looked at Rogers and called out, Steve, in a weak, yet kind voice, his voice revealing the exhaustion of someone recovering from a serious illness. Rogers frowned slightly, staring at Bucky and asking, which Bucky is talking to me? Bucky understood his confusion. His current state was indeed difficult to identify. He thought for a moment, then said, your mother's name is Sarah. When you were little, you always stuffed newspapers in your shoes because you felt you weren't tall enough. Bucky couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Rogers' childhood. Rogers, a bit embarrassed, said firmly, only my closest childhood friend knows this. The museum wouldn't have any records of it. Sam interjected, it seems he's your friend, not that Hydra demon. He stepped forward to help Bucky move his arm, trying to quickly remove it from the machine. The mechanical arm was incredibly powerful, and they were forced to do this to Bucky. Bucky recalled his last clear memory before waking up. The doctor pulled out a notebook with a red star cover and spoke words he never wanted to hear. He knew he'd been used, resurrected as a killing machine. Whenever he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, the images of his victims would resurface in his mind. Bucky's heart was in a state of panic, and he whispered, what have I done? Rogers replied immediately, too much. Sam glanced at him without arguing. Indeed, without the divine protection, those unconscious guards would likely have perished long ago. Bucky was heartbroken upon hearing this, simultaneously filled with shame at his inability to resist the programming set by Hydra. He scoffed, sure enough, I knew it. Oh my god, the activation program that damn Hydra planted in my head is still there. As long as the doctor says those words, he can trigger it. I have no control over myself. I've committed murder again. Rogers grasped the key information. Bucky was controlled by a program that required specific words to activate, and it was Hydra who was manipulating him. While this didn't exonerate Bucky of being a killer in multiple political massacres, it at least proved that he was being used as a tool. He quickly asked Bucky, who is that psychiatrist? Bucky knew nothing about the psychiatrist. He had no memory of ever meeting such a doctor before. He had no choice but to answer truthfully, I don't know. Rogers, somewhat angrily, said, that tragic bombing in Vienna that framed you killed and injured over 70 people. That doctor went to such lengths just to spend 10 minutes with you and reawaken you as the Winter Soldier? Bucky, you can't just say you don't know. I need more information from you before I can clear your name. Bucky's heart ached at the mention of Vienna. To find that psychiatrist, he had so ruthlessly harmed so many innocent people, all suffering because of him. He knew he needed to cooperate with Rogers and find the doctor as soon as possible. He knew his identity as the Winter Soldier was the doctor's only leverage. After a moment's deliberation, he began to reveal what he knew. In his hazy memory, the doctor seemed to give him orders, mentioning the mission in Siberia in 1991. He said, he wants to know about Siberia. That's where I was imprisoned as the Winter Soldier. He wants to know its exact location. Rogers and Sam exchanged a glance, knowing they were about to reach the heart of the conspiracy. Rogers asked, what happened in Siberia? Why does he want to know about that place? A flicker of fear flashed across Bucky's eyes, then turned serious and solemn. He said earnestly, "Because I'm not the only Winter Soldier." He recalled the mission in 1991, where he was ordered to intercept scientists returning from a visit to the United States, killing them en route and seizing 5 pharmaceutical products from them. Rogers couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, 1991 was the year Stark's parents visited the Soviet Union. Bucky recounted slowly, "I still remember clearly that a man who looked like an officer injected 5 doses of the drug into 5 seemingly strong, brave, and agile volunteers. After a period of painful rejection, they eventually adapted to the drug." Rogers recalled the pain he had experienced as a super soldier and felt a deep empathy for the 5 volunteers. Bucky went on, "I was ordered to conduct a confrontation drill with one of them, but unfortunately, I was no match for them. Whether it was reaction speed, strength, resistance to blows, agility, or even control of strength, they were slightly better than me." Sam asked tentatively, "Are you saying that there are 5 other killers as terrifying as you?" Bucky shook his head. "No, they are better killers than me. They are an elite suicide squad, the most murderous agents in Hydra's history, and this was before they were injected with a serum." Rogers stared at Bucky, knowing the potential harm that an out-of-control super soldier could cause. He asked worriedly, "Can that doctor control them?" Bucky sighed, "Unfortunately, he can. Since Hydra can program my brain, it won't be difficult for them to program theirs." Rogers recalled the scene when he first met the doctor. The doctor's clear and ferocious expression made him worried. The doctor said he wanted to witness the collapse of people's faith with his own eyes. So, he wants to attack the gods? But even if he's brave, he's not capable enough, right? 5 super soldiers are just super soldiers, Sam questioned. Bucky shook his head. He's not trying to attack the gods, but he could disguise himself as their supporters and start violence. The damage done by the Chinese cult and the anti-god movement hasn't completely healed yet. What do you think would happen if a similar large-scale violence occurred again? Rogers and Sam exchanged an involuntary glance. While the hypothesis was malicious, it was perfectly reasonable. To destroy people's favorable impression of something, simply repeatedly inflict negative impressions on it. Gods appear in the world as protectors, but often, their last-minute appearance leads to the loss of life and property, creating a rift between humanity and the gods. If large-scale violence were to occur again, repeatedly lowering people's acceptable threshold, faith in the gods would easily crumble. Sam remained optimistic. Security measures in various countries have been quite strict lately, so it shouldn't be that serious, right? Bucky sneered. They're fluent in over 30 languages and skilled in disguise, tracking, and counter-tracking, coming and going without a trace. Infiltration, assassination, alienation, subversion, they have an endless variety of methods. They could overthrow a nation's political leadership overnight, catching you completely off guard. With the help of these 5, he's fully capable of subverting people's faith in God, Rogers agreed. He recalled Bucky's unarmed escape from the encirclement of the UN branch in Germany. Not only unharmed, but even without God's protection, those soldiers would have been killed on the spot. Even with a fake doctor's assistance, Bucky's individual combat capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. Rogers wondered to himself, in the same situation, he might be able to break through. But there was no guarantee of survival, let alone a counterattack. Now that the doctor had such a terrifying killer under his control, the threat he posed was self-evident. Sam stepped closer and whispered, "If this had happened a week ago, perhaps it wouldn't have been so difficult." A week ago, the Sokovia Accords hadn't been released yet. Lin Feng had complete freedom of movement, Stark was still at Avengers headquarters, Happy hadn't been in trouble, and Rogers and Sam were still official Avenger members, not wanted criminals. Natasha didn't have to worry about running around and struggling with various investigations, and Hashimoto Kanzuki hadn't yet infiltrated the Kree. They had ample support. Now, those convenient conditions have disappeared, and with Thor and El, their external support, gone, they're practically on their own. Rogers sighed. "What if we tell Sharon about this?" Sam shrugged non-committally. "She won't believe it. She is from the United Nations and what she needs is evidence, not her unfounded speculation." Rogers looked at Sam. "What if she believes it?" Sam added, "Will other people in the United Nations believe it? For example, Ross? You have also seen Ross's attitude towards Bucky. Sharon is just an agent. Even if she believes us, the convenience she can provide us is nothing more than intelligence." People like Ross who hold military power are the ones who can truly provide us with the greatest help. Even if they believe it, the agreement is still there. It is not only a constraint on Professor Lin Feng, but also a constraint on us. Will they help? Rogers looked up at the sky. So, we can only act on our own this time. Sam shrugged again. That may not be the case. I do know a candidate. On the TV screens in the United States, the public channel was broadcasting a news feature with a headline, "We have successfully sanctioned the gods, and the great America will stand firm." However, the scene suddenly shifted, replaced by a pattern covered in Islamic text. A deep voice slowly announced, "This is a true story about fortune cookies, an undeniably true story." Rogers, in Germany, was facing a wanted manhunt, while Stark, far away in America, was closely following the news. He had no desire to get involved in politics, but after witnessing Happy's tragic fate, he resolved to personally seek justice for Happy, regardless of politics or the Avengers. He knew full well that this was a terrorist attack orchestrated by the Mandarins, and he understood that such attacks were often carried out by cults. Chapter 302 New Clues Discovered. Chapter 302, New Clues Discovered, 2025-01-15, Author, Good Monster. Dr. Strange was horrified upon hearing this. He had seen similar symptoms before, but he wasn't sure if this was the exact situation he'd encountered. He continued to inquire about Lin Feng's other symptoms. Lin Feng then realized that this might not be a coincidence, but rather a hidden story. He recounted his recent whereabouts and experiences to Dr. Strange, who nodded. Curious, Lin Feng inquired about the situation. Dr. Strange explained that he had seen a similar phenomenon with the Ancient One. It had happened before, and the Ancient One would react in this way when faced with extreme danger. It was a gifted ability, a premonition of danger. Lin Feng was intrigued. He had never heard of such an ability from the Ancient One. But the thought of the Ancient One's ability to foresee danger intensified his belief. However, he still had a question. If this power was intentionally left by the Ancient One, why did it exist in him? The others were also deeply curious, as this was too bizarre and out of the ordinary, and they all asked Dr. Strange what exactly happened. Dr. Strange then recounted the dream. It turned out that before his death, the Ancient One had gathered all his power, intending to pass it on to Lin Feng. However, because Lin Feng had rejected this power, the Ancient One was unable to fully transfer it to him, but some of his basic abilities remained. In other words, although Lin Feng now lacked the Ancient One's power, he possessed some of his basic abilities. It's just that Lin Feng had just encountered these abilities and wasn't familiar with their use. That's why he felt this way, confused as to what exactly had happened. If the Ancient One were still alive, he would surely be able to foresee their future. This was his ability to predict time. This intensified everyone's curiosity, and they all asked what had given him such a forewarning. Lin Feng shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about what this reaction meant. If Dr. Strange hadn't explained it to him, he would have thought it was normal and wouldn't have cared less. Everyone turned their attention to Dr. Strange, hoping he could offer more clues. Of all the people, Dr. Strange had the closest relationship with the Ancient One, and perhaps he knew something. However, to their disappointment, Dr. Strange also shook his head, stating he had no idea what was going on. Only the Ancient One possessed such power, and only those who inherited it could know its origins. Lin Feng had already refused to use this aspect of his power, meaning no one else knew anything. While their doubts were partially resolved after hearing this, the thought of facing a formidable enemy and a potential crisis in the future filled them with anxiety. They all turned to Lin Feng, hoping he could resolve the situation. Lin Feng, sensing the gazes of the crowd, felt a strange irritation well up inside him. He had tried every possible way to resist this power, but in the end, he couldn't escape it. He was torn between thoughts, unsure of what to do. Dr. Strange, noticing his emotional fluctuations, reassured him not to worry, stating that he would not force him to use this power. Lin Feng asked Dr. Strange how he could obtain this information. Dr. Strange replied that the Ancient One had revealed something to him in a dream. He explained that Lin Feng needed to draw not only on the power he had gained through training, but also on all his combat experience and the methods for wielding these abilities. If he could harness this power effectively, he would be able to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Yifa. They believed that if Lin Feng agreed, they would be able to uncover the truth. Black Widow, in particular, knew that their area had been in crisis multiple times and was severely short-handed. If they left, or were attacked by a sudden force, they would be unprepared and the losses would be devastating. So, she joined in persuading Lin Feng. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that this was not an option. He also wanted to know what would happen next. Soon, he agreed, promising to use this power to discern the future. Everyone was delighted to hear this, but Doctor Strange's joy faded. While inheriting this power was cause for celebration, they had no idea how to do it. The projection left by the Ancient One was a one-time use, and before she could reveal the method, its power had been exhausted. He shared his concerns with everyone present. After hearing this, everyone nodded, expressing their gratitude, saying that this was indeed a difficult task, even though Lin Feng had agreed. However, this was the power of the Ancient One, coupled with his combat experience. Absorbing it all would be no easy task, and if the process took too long, they might not have time to prepare for anything else. It seemed their quest to understand this crisis would be dashed once again. However, Lin Feng saw the difficulties these people were worried about as insignificant. He then asked the system if there was a solution. The system replied that with his current strength, it would take 3 months to fully absorb this power, which was too long. Lin Feng asked if the system had a solution, and the system explained that it was not difficult. It had a system space, where time flowed differently than outside. He only needed to place the point where he would draw power within the system space, and with the system's assistance, he would be able to absorb the power in no time. By the time he was done, perhaps only an hour or two would have passed in the outside world. However, this wasn't easy to achieve. Lin Feng would need to use up all of his remaining points. Lin Feng felt deeply distressed upon hearing this. These were points he had worked so hard to accumulate. Previously, due to insufficient points, he had accumulated a considerable amount, which had locked him in the space, unable to leave. He had finally earned these points, only to lose them before they had even held them for long. However, he understood the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't dwell on it and simply agreed. Meanwhile, the people outside were still trying to come up with a solution. He also wanted to share his solution, which surprised everyone. They were curious because, according to Doctor Strange's calculations, even if Lin Feng absorbed all the power, it would take at least 4 or 5 months. This was a long time, and if someone acted against them, it would be enough time to do many things. Therefore, they felt that absorbing the power at this time was not appropriate. After all, their region's only high-level combat power was Lin Feng. If anything happened to him, they wouldn't be able to guarantee Earth's safety. Lin Feng then told them he had a way to shorten the time frame, requiring only a few hours at most, but he would need their protection. Everyone was surprised, but then, thinking of Lin Feng's strength and his myriad powers, they felt relieved. They found a room for Lin Feng, and he sat down to practice. The others stood guard outside, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. Inside, Lin Feng attempted to communicate with his power. He sensed a familiar force. It was the power of time, which he had briefly manipulated before. While unfamiliar, using it again felt much more natural. After fully absorbing it, he activated his precognitive abilities according to the projections in his mind. Although his first use was a bit awkward, with the Ancient One's experience, he managed to pull it off. Afterward, a mental image formed. Numerous spaceships appeared in the skies above Earth. These varied, likely belonging to different races. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the leaders of these spaceships were 2 old acquaintances he had defeated before, Luxor and Thanos. This surprised him greatly. He hadn't expected the two to be together. The thought also left him somewhat shocked. With his current strength, he could barely handle one of them, let alone both at once. After observing this, he immediately left the room. The people outside were astonished to see that he had completely absorbed the power. They hadn't expected it to be so quickly. Doctor Strange was also incredulous. In his opinion, completing it in 4 months was impressive. He wondered what power Lin Feng had used to absorb all of this energy. Lin Feng shared what he had seen, and everyone was astonished. Both Thanos and Luxor were powerful enemies, and if they faced one, they might be able to defeat them, but facing both at once made them hesitant. They didn't believe they could handle both at once with their current strength. After careful consideration, Black Widow decided that they should gather all of Earth's defense forces. With their combined strength, they might be able to accomplish this. The robots nodded in agreement and notified their acquaintances to gather. Black Widow then informed everyone that Lin Feng was the primary combat force and should avoid leaving their homes for the time being. If he were alone, he might not be able to provide timely support. Meanwhile, Lin Feng needed to guard SHIELD. If what Lin Feng had seen was true, then the event was imminent. They needed to prepare in advance, inform their superiors, and secure additional reinforcements. They discussed various protective measures. It didn't take long to set a timetable, and once they had formulated a detailed plan, they breathed a sigh of relief. If they hadn't known about this, they would have been extremely nervous. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. Now that they knew the enemy, while formidable, it wasn't impossible to defeat them. They chatted for a while longer, and after Lin Feng had gained this power, his restlessness had completely dissipated. He must have used his abilities to decipher the signs of this crisis. They chatted extensively until someone suddenly ran in, looking anxious. Everyone was surprised by this, wondering what had happened. Could it be that Thanos and Luxor had arrived? However, after the report, the man realized that this was not the reason, but something else had occurred. It turned out that SHIELD had changed hands several times. Although the building had suffered extensive damage, the contents of their warehouse had not been reduced. The warehouse was very well hidden, and access would require some effort to decipher the trap. However, when they first arrived to inspect the area, they unexpectedly discovered that a storage warehouse had exploded just a few moments ago. It contained a large amount of valuables, and it was even said that all the valuables of the organization since its founding had been stored there. The loss was expected to be significant. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt that this was not a simple matter, otherwise, why would the explosion happen out of nowhere? So, he decided to investigate to see if there was someone else behind this. They didn't know what was missing, but it must be something extraordinary to be stored in a treasure vault. So he hurried to the warehouse to see what was missing. When they arrived, they found many people gathered there, huddled around a logbook, carefully reviewing the items lost that day. After a thorough search, they confirmed that a significant amount of items had indeed been lost. However, they were still unsure of the specifics, requiring further investigation. Everyone gathered and began searching the area for clues. Since someone had managed to infiltrate, they must have left behind some clues. Following these clues might lead to the discovery of the culprit. So, they began a thorough search of the area. Since the individuals present were all trusted, they felt comfortable leaving them alone to search the area. After searching for a while, Lin Feng sensed something unusual about the area. He sensed a familiar aura. He had clashed with a yellow organization many times before, and he could detect a distinct aura from them. Their methods of increasing their power were identical, though their strength varied due to limitations in their techniques. Even so, their power application varied in strength, and they all exuded the same aura. And now, Lin Feng sensed this aura as well. He felt this was something serious. But they were undoubtedly connected to the yellow organization. Even if they hadn't stolen the items, they likely knew about them, perhaps even visited the area before. Furthermore, this organization posed the greatest threat to them. They searched the area for a long time. Finally, after a lengthy search, they discovered some traces nearby. Many areas were covered in dust, having been untouched for a long time. One spot, though dusty, was exceptionally clean. After a while of investigation, they discovered what appeared to be footprints. However, to conceal their tracks, the individuals had erased them. While this approach might have been effective elsewhere, it was more obvious here than it actually was. Therefore, something was definitely amiss. Upon discovering this spot, they inquired about the passageway's location. Someone familiar with the terrain suddenly remembered a wasteland behind their location. No one had ever been there before, so they sealed off all the roads leading to this area. 220. Chapter 219 Stark is attacked. 220. Chapter 219, Stark under attack 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster Chapter 219, Stark under attack Friday's voice echoed again. The thermal signature is similar, with temperatures at both sites reaching 3000 degrees Celsius. Stark looked closer. Strange, why are there two soldiers? Friday, have you been to Tennessee? Friday replied, I'm on my way. Indeed, they needed to go to Tennessee. The high temperatures and the accident scene there were so similar to the one that injured Kaizen, and no explosives were found at the same scene. Despite news reports claiming it was a suicide by detonating explosives, this incident wasn't Mandarin's doing, and Loki hadn't even begun his invasion of Blue Star at the time. In just over a year, Mandarin's ambitions had expanded so rapidly? Could he have been planning a terrorist attack a year ago, and because no one had exposed him, he was only now publicly announcing his presence? Before Stark could figure out the connection, Friday announced a knock at the door. Stark spread his hands helplessly. "Please, Friday, I just declared war on a terrorist, can't you tighten up the security?" Friday mocked a laugh. "I'm sorry, sir, I can only help you so much. Please look at the guests outside." Outside stood Natasha and botanist Maya Hansen. Stark opened the door with a look of resignation. "I really didn't expect you two would come to see me at the same time," Natasha shrugged lightly. "Don't get me wrong, we were both here to see you, but we just happened to meet at your door." "Well, please come in," Stark said, politely inviting them in despite some reluctance. After he noticed Natasha walking away, he leaned close to Maya and whispered, "There's not a 13-year-old kid sitting in the car outside that I've never seen before, is there?" Maya understood his concerns, but joked, "He is indeed 13 years old." Looking at Stark's bitter face, she couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, it's not your child, and I'm not here to destroy your family. I heard that your girlfriend is very nice, right?" Stark seemed a little absent-minded. "Even if I forget what to eat for breakfast, I won't forget how good she is to me, sir." "You had multigrain waffles for breakfast." Friday's voice sounded inopportunely. Stark was a little embarrassed. "Okay, thank you, Friday." Maya ignored Stark's embarrassment and said seriously, "I have something to tell you, Stark, it's urgent." "Do you want to talk somewhere else?" Natasha was already sitting on the sofa. When she heard this, she interrupted, "Stark, Professor Lin Feng asked me to come and help you. He said you need to evacuate as soon as possible." Stark felt a headache when he heard this. He first said to Maya, "I won't go with the flow like I did before. I have a girlfriend now, a very formal one." Then he turned to Natasha and said, "Romanov, I appreciate the professor's concern for me, but I know my limits. I don't think it's necessary to evacuate now." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 luggage bags fell from upstairs, and at the same time, Pepper's voice was heard. "Tony, who are you talking to?" Stark raised his voice and answered, "Maya Hansen, a botanist, and Natasha, you've met, my colleague in the Avengers." When Pepper went downstairs, Stark pulled Maya aside. "What do you want from me?" Maya whispered, "I need your help." Stark didn't react for a moment. "What did you say?" Maya said seriously, "I read the news in the newspaper. You declared war on the Mandarins. To be honest, I don't think you can survive this week." After Pepper went downstairs, she looked at Stark and Maya, who behaved a little intimately, and her words were thorny. "After Kaizen was hospitalized, I didn't know there would be guests coming to our house." Then she glanced at Natasha, "And there are 2 of them at once." Natasha quickly raised her hand to show her innocence. Stark looked away. "I didn't expect that either," Pepper said with anger, "especially the ex-girlfriend." Stark had no choice but to say casually, Not really." Maya added, No, you misunderstood. I'm indeed not the ex-girlfriend. We just had a one-night stand." Pepper looked at her. Jealousy was obvious. "Really?" Natasha was eager to see the world in chaos. "Stark, do you like to say that usually?" Maya added fuel to the fire. "To be honest, I felt pretty wonderful that night." Stark felt his scalp tingling, and it seemed that a volcano would erupt beside him at any time. He hurriedly said sternly, "Okay, Maya. That's enough." Maya looked at Stark jokingly, and Pepper next to her said to her, "It's a good thing you two didn't become a couple, otherwise you would definitely regret it." "Believe me," Stark said and felt something was wrong, and turned to look at Pepper. Even Maya looked at Pepper with some confusion. Natasha laughed unscrupulously, but still reminded, "Stark, if I were you, moving out of here now would be the best choice." Stark was glad that Natasha changed the subject. After hearing her suggestion, he said confidently, "Don't worry, Natasha." Then he looked at Pepper. "We have been through everything, right?" Pepper threw a luggage bag to him. "No, I think Natasha is right. We should stay out of the spotlight for a while." Stark was a little paranoid. "No, Pepper, I don't think we need to leave now." Pepper looked at Stark, who was stubborn and unreasonable, wondering what supported his genius mind and foolish paranoia. Without a chance to explain, she insisted, "No, listen to me. Let's go now." Maya, standing by, looked at the giant bunny stuffed animal. "Is a bunny this big okay?" Stark was displeased. I gave you that bunny specifically. I even asked you if you liked it. Pepper Potts was also a little irritated. Yes, you asked me, 3 times in a row, but I also told you I didn't like it. You don't like it? You don't like it? You tell me you don't like it? If you don't like it, why did you accept it? You could have told me. I'd give you anything you like. The two were about to argue when Maya's interruption calmed the situation. However, both were a little distracted, saying in unison, yes, no problem. Maya then looked at the TV screen nearby. What about this? It looks like it's showing the exterior of your house. Hearing this, Pepper Potts and Stark stopped arguing, and even Natasha couldn't help but move closer. They watched the screen as a missile approached rapidly. The sudden missile strike caught Stark and the 3 women inside the house off guard, and they were instantly knocked to the ground by the blast. The once sturdy villa was shattered in an instant. Before the enemy could launch another attack, Stark turned to Pepper Potts and said, "You're right, we need to leave immediately." Then he looked at Natasha. Natasha understood and immediately helped Pepper Potts to lift Maya and head outside. They would only be a burden to Stark, after all. They were unarmed. Although Natasha was an agent, she lacked long-range attack capabilities. In a villa that could collapse at any moment, they would only distract Stark. Therefore, evacuation was their best option. Pepper Potts remained silent, and together with Natasha, they quickly evacuated the villa, supporting the unconscious Maya. Stark used his thermal sensors to summon his Mitches. Since the Ultron incident, he had lost most of his Mitches, and most of his remaining ones were his own research and creation. To prevent Kree infiltration and research on the Mitches, he secretly repaired many of them. At this point, only one prototype mech remained in the villa. Attack helicopters began strafing, but because Natasha and the others had already evacuated and Stark was already suited up, no additional casualties were incurred. However, the villa's pillars were repeatedly strafed, causing it to tilt again, sending debris careening down. Stark's home was located on the seashore, and rubble from it continued to fall into the sea. Unsure whether Pepper and the others had safely evacuated, Stark fumbled against the incoming debris, not launching a counterattack. He asked, "Friday, is the flight function ready?" Friday's voice echoed, "Sir, your mech is a prototype, and many features are conceptual and not yet implemented. We are currently downloading data to enable flight. By the way, Ms. Pepper and the others have evacuated to a safe area." As an experienced agent, Natasha had a precise grasp of the situation. Although she and Pepper supported Maya, she was the true leader. Considering Pepper's physical condition, she walked at a steady pace for a long time, ensuring they had reached a relatively safe area before releasing Maya. Pepper turned breathlessly, surveying the scene in the villa, worried about Stark's safety. Natasha turned on the communicator. "Professor Lin Feng, you're right to be concerned. The terrorists have indeed attacked Stark's home and are currently under attack. What should we do next?" Lin Feng's voice echoed. "I can't see the actual situation, so I can't make a judgment. Natasha, take Pepper and evacuate first. By the way, if possible, re-establish contact with Stark as soon as possible. If you need assistance, feel free to contact the Avengers." Natasha felt a sense of relief at this. She looked at Maya. "By the way, Professor, Stark's former lover, botanist Maya Hansen, is also at his home, are you sure? Isn't her appearance too coincidental? Why was Stark attacked so soon after her arrival?" Lin Feng's voice sounded skeptical. Natasha heard this. "I understand, Professor. Indeed, the timing of Maya's appearance was too coincidental, even a little abrupt. An old lover she hadn't seen in years suddenly showed up just because Stark declared war on terrorists." Natasha was sent as an assistant, as Lin Feng was closely monitoring Stark's movements. Pepper, worried about Stark's safety, packed her bags and planned to hide. Maya's arrival was both inappropriate and illogical. Natasha ended the call. Maya remained unconscious, and Pepper, completely focused on Stark's safety, oblivious to the outside world. Suddenly, Pepper cried out in surprise, and Natasha, following her gaze, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" The sudden and devastating attack had ravaged the villa beyond recognition. To taunt Stark and expand their view, several terrorists flew helicopters close to the crumbling building. Stark's mech's flight data hadn't yet been downloaded, but he used his ingenuity to mount a desperate counterattack. Seeing 2 attack helicopters approaching his residence, he used a large piece of rubble to smash one of them with the force of the impact. Because the mech was only a prototype, the missiles in its arms couldn't fire. Stark, unsteadily on his feet, pulled out a missile and threw it at another helicopter, then detonated it with a laser. He cheered excitedly. However, his joy was short-lived as he saw the helicopter plummeting towards him. Pepper, seeing the helicopter about to crash into the villa and injure Stark, cried out in alarm. Stark plummeted into the sea amidst a pile of rubble. Stark, Pepper cried out in grief. Natasha, watching Stark's descent, was also worried. Seeing his goal accomplished, he not only destroyed Stark's villa but also watched Stark sink to the bottom of the sea, then launched several more missiles. After completing this, the man piloting the attack helicopter, chewing gum, flew away. This man turned out to be the soldier involved in the suicide bombing in Rose Hill, Tennessee, whom Stark had been investigating. Pepper, with tears in her eyes, stared blankly at the sea, hoping for a miracle. On the seafloor, the mech needed ventilation, so it had air vents. However, these vents allowed seawater to seep into Stark's mech. This prototype mech wasn't as effective as the official version, lacking a polymer filter layer. This layer would have blocked out water while filtering oxygen into the mech, freeing Stark from both seawater infiltration and oxygen depletion. But at this moment, the situation forced him to make do. The constant influx of seawater left Stark feeling a bit short of oxygen. Then, Friday's voice rang out, "Sir, please take a deep breath." Feeling dizzy from the lack of oxygen, Stark instinctively followed Friday's instructions and inhaled. He knew Friday was about to save him from danger. Friday's voice echoed again, "Flight function restored, please stand ready." Stark held his breath, and the next moment, the mech soared into the sky, breaking through the sea like a meteor. However, instead of heading towards Pepper and the others, it changed direction and sped away. Chapter 303 Exploring the Whereabouts. Chapter 303, Exploring the Whereabouts 2025-01-15 Author, Good Monster. However, besides those places, there was another path leading to this place. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood where those people had come from. Logically, the defenses here were very tight, making it almost impossible for someone to sneak in under their noses. Therefore, there must be some special passage that allowed them to enter. Sure enough, after some investigation, they found that passage. But they were still grateful that they discovered this place in time, otherwise they would have had no idea where to find it. After discussing it, the few of them decided to follow this passage to the rear of SHIELD. When they arrived, they found it empty. But Yifan could clearly sense that there was someone else here besides them. He could hear an additional breathing sound here, which meant that there was another person hiding here who could not be discovered. He guessed that the person was watching them, so he used his mind to signal to the people present. Hearing this, everyone nodded, pretending to be calm. They walked back and forth in the area, attracting the person's attention. Meanwhile, Thor had quietly circled behind the man, preparing to capture him. Soon, the man decided he couldn't stay any longer and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a massive hammer suddenly struck him from behind. He frantically tried to block the blow, but his strength was no match for Thor's hammer, and he was knocked to the ground. The others swarmed over and captured him. The man was sent flying, stunned. He had thought he could hide here undetected, but he hadn't expected to be caught. He tried to flee, taking a few steps forward, but Thor blocked him again, swinging his hammer at him. He took the blow head-on, spitting blood, but the force of the hammer sent him flying. He used this opportunity to distance himself from the others and prepare to flee. Seeing him trying to escape, Thor thought to himself that he hadn't used more force. If he had let the man escape, the clues would be lost again. However, just as the man turned and took a few steps, another person appeared in front of him. Lin Feng had anticipated his potential escape, so he had opened a special tunnel nearby. After receiving the power of the Ancient One, his understanding of time and space had deepened. Opening a special tunnel was now a breeze. He then stood in front of the man and stopped him. After apprehending him, they began searching him. While they found some items on him, which were indeed from their warehouse, they were not numerous. Lin Feng began to suspect that perhaps they had lost far more. He was definitely among the thieves, but there was definitely more. If they were only after such a small amount, there would be no need to go to such lengths. While these items were valuable, they were not out of reach. Perhaps something more important had been stolen. By the time they had taken the man back, the count of the missing items had been completed. Black Widow was surprised to see the items they had, as they were all items from the warehouse. She inquired about their whereabouts. Lin Feng explained that while following the clues, he had stumbled upon another person guarding the area. Working together, they captured the man and recovered the items from him. When Black Widow saw that the man was a member of the Yellow Organization, she immediately understood that the Yellow Organization had also set its sights on the warehouse's contents. However, they had lost much more than just this little. The man's possessions were merely common items, likely stolen without authorization. Other items were likely stolen as well. Lin Feng asked her if any of the lost items were particularly valuable. Since they had come here, there must be something they were looking for in the warehouse that they couldn't find. Black Widow nodded. Indeed, quite a few valuable materials had been lost, the most valuable of which was an octopus gem. While its power couldn't compare to the Infinity Stones, it also had special properties. In the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their strength. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed their target was this gem. They would never miss out on anything that could enhance their strength. Lin Feng was curious as to how the Yellow Organization knew about this. They seemed to be privy to many things. Whenever a problem arose, they always managed to anticipate the enemy's moves, demonstrating their impressive intelligence skills. This made Lin Feng suspicious. Black Widow searched the pile for a long time but couldn't find the octopus gem. She knew someone else must have left with something else, otherwise they wouldn't have found only this. Lin Feng, upon hearing this news, felt incredibly frustrated. Why were they everywhere lately? He had previously destroyed their headquarters, completely eradicating their influence on Earth. Later, through his precognitive abilities, he learned that Thanos and Luxor had joined forces and would soon lead the rest of the Yellow Organization from outside Earth to Earth. He hadn't expected them to send a group of men to steal items when neither side was prepared. This was a bit of a show of force. Ye Fan believed that if they wanted to understand the whole story, they needed to interrogate the captive. Black Widow nodded in agreement, finding his point plausible, and the two of them headed to the interrogation room. Thor had arrived earlier and was already conducting the interrogation. Seeing Lin Feng and Black Widow enter, he hurried to greet them. Lin Feng inquired about their findings, asking if the captured member of the Yellow Organization had revealed any information. However, Thor lamented that the man seemed to have undergone special training, remaining tight-lipped no matter how they questioned him. Lin Feng nodded, unsurprised by the result. If they could easily extract information from him, there would be no need to keep him there. They tried again, asking various questions, but the battered figure before them showed no sign of speaking. Just then, the corner of his mouth twitched, as if something was in it. Lin Feng sensed this, and alarm bells went off. He recalled how some Deadpools would hide poison in their teeth. If their mission failed, they would bite through their teeth and release the poison to commit suicide. Lin Feng acted decisively and delivered a punch. Sure enough, the man's teeth shattered, and a black liquid oozed out. Swiftly, Lin Feng dislodged the man's jaw. Black Widow and Thor were horrified by this, but realizing there must be a reason, they quickly questioned Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng explained that the man had a large amount of poison hidden in his teeth, and he had just attempted to bite through them to release the poison. Everyone suddenly understood. And Thor secretly thanked Lin Feng for his timely intervention. Otherwise, the man would have committed suicide and they would have been unaware. However, after a long interrogation, they still failed to obtain any valuable information from the man. Lin Feng explained that he had come for this very purpose and that he had mastered the methods of interrogating these people. Thor's curiosity piqued, as he had never heard of Lin Feng's ability to interrogate others. Lin Feng revealed that he possessed the ability to temporarily control the bodies of others and retrieve information from their minds. As long as the man was involved in the operation, he would know everything. Black Widow and Thor were shocked. Wasn't this the legendary mind-reading technique? How could this man have such extraordinary powers? They decided it would be best to keep their distance from this strange man, lest they reveal their secrets in his presence. At that moment, Lin Feng extended his palm and gently pressed it against the man's head. A look of fear crossed his face, and soon his eyes began to blur, his consciousness becoming hazy. Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to search the man's memories. After reviewing his memories, he discovered that the theft was indeed the work of the Yellow Men, whose target was the octopus gem. This man was one of the participants in the mission, along with other accomplices. After the mission was completed, the others took the octopus gem and left the area, leaving him to defend it. Believing it was safe, he gave in to greed and infiltrated again, stealing numerous treasures. Only when his theft was discovered did he have to leave. Had his greed not revealed his whereabouts, they likely would have remained unaware of the theft. They also discovered that the men were searching for the octopus gem to forge a powerful weapon. Successful creation would greatly enhance their power. However, this weapon requires extremely high power, and the most crucial ingredient is the octopus gem. That's why they planned this operation. After obtaining the necessary information, Lin Feng retracted the spell. Although this ability is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. He would never use it lightly unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Feng told everyone what he had seen and emphasized the immense power of the weapon. If they couldn't be stopped, the universe would face a catastrophe. Everyone was troubled by this. One problem had not yet been solved, but another was added to the worry. Lin Feng said that they must not be allowed to succeed. If they were allowed to create a weapon, their strength would increase greatly, and defeating them would be extremely difficult. Everyone nodded in agreement. Anything that could increase the enemy's power must be destroyed. However, the gem had already been taken, and retrieving it would be no easy task. Killian, replaced here with Luke Sasso as requested, but for contextual consistency, the actual replacement may be a bit awkward. The original text's kid is likely a typo or a specific designation, so it's replaced with Lucaso, was powerful and in cahoots with Thanos. Together, the two were formidable. If they had been easily defeated, they would have been wiped out, and the Ancient One wouldn't have been sacrificed. As if reading their minds, Lin Feng informed them that the person who stole the octopus gem hadn't left Earth yet. This comforted the others. Believing that as long as the person remained on Earth and hadn't reunited with the others, they had a chance to reclaim the gem. While they knew the person hadn't left, he had slipped through the net during the destruction of the Yellow Man's headquarters, and his whereabouts were unknown. Lin Feng only had a limited understanding of this, and much remained unknown. After some discussion, they decided to act separately. Black Widow, Thor, and the others were familiar with the area. Since this person had sent guards here, it meant he wasn't far from where he left. Perhaps they had a temporary base here, and these familiar men would pursue the thieves. Others would provide support nearby to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. The warehouse theft was a lesson learned. Now their defenses were weak, and many were eyeing this place, hoping to steal. Therefore, the top priority was to strengthen the defenses and remedy the situation. Rhodes was in charge of the defenses here, with the others providing support. They also ensured that the area was manned at all times. After making these arrangements, a question suddenly arose. Since everyone had their mission, what about Lin Feng? Remembering Lin Feng's lone incursion into the Yellow Man's headquarters, their minds trembled. Although Lin Feng had annihilated everyone at headquarters, it was a stroke of luck. Most of the headquarters experts were away at the time, and Luxor, a replacement for Kid in the original text, was gathering his men. Therefore, the headquarters defenses were weak, giving Lin Feng an opportunity to exploit. Without a host of coincidental factors, with his abilities, conquering the headquarters and achieving such a victory would have been incredibly difficult, and he might even have been in danger. They worried that Lin Feng would act impulsively again, so they asked him about his plans. Lin Feng, fully aware of their concerns, felt a surge of warmth. He told them he wouldn't be so reckless again. His immediate priorities were to improve his own strength and gather the scattered forces. Thanos and Luxor would soon lead their armies to attack Earth. Without adequate defenses, Earth's fall was only a matter of time. Therefore, he planned to use this time to improve himself, and he didn't intend to leave the base. Everyone felt reassured that as long as he was at the base, the place would be safe. With such a master at the helm, they had no fear of any other tricks. While everyone else was busy, Lin Feng set out for the Ancient One's residence. Although he had inherited all of the Ancient One's power, fully absorbing it was no easy task. Experience, after all, is fleeting, understanding it takes time. He speculated that the Ancient One must have left behind numerous notes, perhaps holding the key to unlocking these powers. Those notes not only documented encounters throughout the universe, but also contained instructions for the wielding of magic. Now, he needed to seek out these materials to enhance his own strength. After all, his current energy wasn't sufficient to perfectly fuse these two powers. If faced with the combined might of Thanos and Killian, he would likely be overwhelmed. Arriving at the Ancient One's residence, he approached the door when a door suddenly opened from the protective shield outside. This scene astonished him, leaving him filled with uncertainty. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. This defensive formation was designed specifically for him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. 222. Chapter 221, Informed by God. 222. Chapter 221, Informed by the Gods. 2024-1103. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 221, Informed by the Gods. He looked at Hashimoto Kanzuki with murderous intent in his eyes. You, a carbon-based life form, are able to disguise yourself so convincingly, making it impossible for Rog and others to discern your true identity. This is truly admirable. But this is the end. The Supreme Wisdom had already launched an attack on Hashimoto Kanzuki. However, his attack was blocked by an inexplicable energy. Hashimoto Kanzuki had originally believed that her identity had been exposed, and she was doomed. But after a long time, she felt nothing unusual and opened her eyes. A bracelet on her wrist gleamed brightly. Is this the power of the gods? Powerful, majestic, and vast, truly unfathomable. The Supreme Wisdom's voice was filled with admiration and greed. Hashimoto Kanzuki, you are lucky. However, you should also know that you can no longer stay here. A surge of energy catapulted Hashimoto Kanzuki away. Although she was unharmed thanks to the bracelet's protection, when she reappeared, the eyes of Rog and the others were filled with hostility. She knew she could no longer continue to serve as a spy. Her identity had been completely exposed by the Supreme Wisdom. Rog looked at Hashimoto Kanzuki and said, Ms. Hashimoto, trade negotiations between the U.S. government and the Sakura government will continue during this period. However, please try to stay at the Sakura delegation's residence during this period. This was in order to expel her. Hashimoto Kanzuki sighed, bowed, and left the U.S. presidential palace. At the Sakura delegation's residence, Hashimoto Kanzuki returned to her residence in a trance. Although the relationship between the United States and Sakura is no longer the same, this is a diplomatic visit after all, and the United States still gave this former ally enough face, specially arranging a 5-star hotel for the Sakura delegation to stay. Hashimoto Kanzuki's footsteps in high heels echoed in the stairwell. She felt heavy-hearted. The mission Professor Lin Feng had entrusted her with had been forced to be interrupted after meeting the Supreme Wisdom. She felt she had betrayed Lin Feng's trust, a feeling of loss unlike anything she had ever experienced. A researcher from Sakura Nation noticed Hashimoto Kanayu's dejected presence and quickly approached, asking in Sakura Nation's official language, not English, Ms. Hashimoto, are you available now? Hashimoto Kanayu glanced at him feebly, recognizing him as the researcher who had accused her of speaking for Professor Lin Feng the other day. But today, she had no time for such talk. Yes, I'm free. I just finished talking to the U.S. President. What can I do for you? The researcher replied respectfully, we have something at our research institute that we'd like to invite you over. Is it convenient for you now? The key personnel sent by Sakura Nation to the talks between the U.S. and Sakura Nation included Hashimoto Kanayu as the official deputy envoy, along with a Minister of Economic Affairs and researchers. The Minister of Economic Affairs was in charge of negotiations. While the researchers were not involved, their primary task was to interview Hashimoto Kanayu to gain a deeper understanding of the gods. Sakura Nation had never given up on its research into the gods. Even after learning that the gods on the fairy island were actually Chinese gods, they still sought to approach and study them. They had collected and studied Lin Feng's lectures on the gods, which were publicly available online, but still felt they lacked accuracy. So they hired a leading Chinese scholar to provide a precise, word-for-word translation. Since Lin Feng had never agreed to an interview, they approached Chen Haitian indirectly. In short, they spared no effort in their pursuit of divine research. Hashimoto Kanzuki wasn't opposed to this. She understood the researchers' intentions. If possible, she also wished for the Sakura kingdom to become stronger. If she could contribute to her country's efforts to study the gods, why not? She smiled and nodded. I'm free now. Come on, take me to your residence. A flicker of joy flashed in the researcher's eyes. Ms. Hashimoto, thank you for your time. My name is Kenki Amamiya, and I'm your admirer. You admire me? What's there to admire? Hashimoto Kanzuki asked as they approached. She considered herself just an ordinary secretary, prone to making mistakes. How could anyone admire her? Kenki Amamiya praised sincerely. I admire your contributions to Sakura country as a diplomatic envoy. You persuaded a prime minister to lean towards China, and even dared to speak for the Chinese government and Lin Feng, promoting people-to-people exchanges between China and Sakura country and enhancing Sakura country's international status. These are all reasons why I admire you. Hashimoto Kanayu simply smiled. Nothing, just doing my duty, but she felt a little puzzled. Was all this she did out of public interest, or out of selfish motives for Lin Feng? Lin Feng's words, "A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor," were still fresh in her mind. Isn't it her wish to help Sakura country and China establish friendship? We're here, Kenki Amamiya said, looking down the floor. He walked ahead and opened the door for Hashimoto Kanayu. The institute staff lined up to welcome Hashimoto Kanayu. Hashimoto Kanayu looked at the room, which was filled with white-haired elders, and felt a surge of emotion. The leading elder trembled slightly as he pulled out a sheaf of materials. Ms. Hashimoto, this is all we've collected so far, Professor Lin Feng's lecture notes on theology. These are all we have. But with only materials and no real examples, we can't determine the specific form of a deity. Since you've spent time with the Avengers, your understanding of deities should be more comprehensive than ours. I hope you could explain it to us, please. Hashimoto Kanayu nodded happily. She took the notes from the elder and glanced at them. What we need most right now is real examples. If there's a chance in the future, I'll try to get Professor Lin Feng to take me to the fairy island. Now, I'll explain some of the things you don't understand, so please feel free to ask, but she still felt uncertain. Although she had verbally promised to try to get Lin Feng to take her to the fairy island, considering Lin Feng's attitude toward the Sakura kingdom, whether he could actually do it was unrealistic. Her promise was, in essence, nothing more than a blank check. The old man had already begun asking questions. Ms. Hashimoto, could you explain the three-level theory of life in detail? Lin Feng's lecture had mentioned a hierarchy of life, commonly referred to in academia as the three-level theory. This was because the life forms they had directly encountered so far were divided into three levels: basic life forms like the tardigrades of quantum space, basic life forms between planets, such as plants, animals, and humans, representing the second level of intelligent life, and Dormammu, who had invaded the blue planet but was ultimately repelled, representing the third level of dimensional life capable of controlling a space of its own. Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded, gathered her thoughts, and began to explain her understanding, drawing on her own experiences and what she had heard and seen. Nearby, numerous researchers from the Sakura Kingdom began diligently taking notes. After thoroughly expounding on the knowledge of the gods to the Sakura Kingdom researchers, Hashimoto Kanzuki quietly exited the room without disturbing the diligent researchers, gently closing the door behind them. She looked up at the sky. Before she knew it, the sky had darkened. She had spent a long time in this room. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although the United States was in the transition between autumn and winter, the temperature inside was still warm, even a little stuffy. Hashimoto Kanayu slowly walked towards her door, whispered "I'm back," and then pushed the door open. She knew that no one in the room would respond, as she was used to being alone. However, when she opened the door and turned on the light, her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Feng was sitting on a stool, looking at her with a smile. "It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" Lin Feng greeted her. Hashimoto Kanayu was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously replied, "I'm fine." Then something occurred to her. "Professor Lin Feng, hasn't the draft convention been implemented?" She suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence. This was because when she was explaining it just now, she had deliberately separated Lin Feng from the image of a god to prevent the researchers from Sakura country from noticing Lin Feng's true identity. As a result, she did not realize that Lin Feng was actually a god. Lin Feng chuckled, "This is just a clone, the real body is still under supervision, but those supervisions are meaningless to me." Hashimoto Kanayu nodded, standing in place, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng. "Professor Lin Feng, I have failed to complete the task you assigned to me. I only saw the supreme wisdom." Lin Feng comforted her instead. "It's okay, as long as you are safe. The Kree people's technology is far superior to that of Blue Star. It is a rare gain for you to see the supreme wisdom." Hashimoto Kanayu thought for a while and said, "By the way, Professor Lin Feng, the supreme wisdom told me that we are carbon-based life. Can we start research from this perspective?" Lin Feng was very happy to hear this. Of course, you see, Didn't you complete this task very well? At least Dr. Banner and Stark didn't analyze this point. Don't be so restrained, sit down, we are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. Hashimoto Kanayu sat down as he said, but still deliberately kept a distance from Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng, what do you think our relationship should be? Lin Feng pondered. Colleagues seems too distant. We should be friends, right? What do you think? Hashimoto Kanayu felt a mixture of joy and disappointment. So we're just friends? That's reassuring. She thought to herself that Professor Lin Feng, with his boundless divine power, might have seen through her feelings and declined under the guise of friendship. He was, after all, omniscient and almighty. With this in mind, Hashimoto Kanayu asked, Professor, since you are a god, why don't you take action to eliminate the Kree? The Kree were a cancer to Blue Planet. Professor Lin Feng, possessing divine power, longed for human independence, but he seemed to stand idly by. Lin Feng looked at Hashimoto Kanayu, his expression growing serious. Ms. Hashimoto, I've told you that Roger's words have always affected me. Threatening everyone with force isn't peace, it's tyranny. I hope for human independence, but only if I refrain from interfering in human affairs. Therefore, I won't proactively seek to understand your thoughts or pry into your hearts. I'll simply observe from the sidelines. As long as the Kree don't cross the line, I won't intervene. It's that simple. Hashimoto Kanayu was delighted. So, Professor Lin Feng didn't know her feelings. Did she still have a chance? She thought of the empty promise she'd made to the researchers and asked eagerly, Professor Lin Feng, if you're free, could you take me to the fairy island? No, Lin Feng's voice was unwavering. Although she had been prepared, Hashimoto Kanayu still lowered her head in frustration at Lin Feng's response. But you can go and see for yourself. Lin Feng's voice brightened again, and he smiled at Hashimoto Kanayu. Hashimoto Kanayu looked up at Lin Feng, puzzled. Lin Feng explained his ideas to her. During this period, we let the Kree see the results they wanted. I was restrained, Rogers was wanted, and Stark disappeared. On the surface, we suffered heavy losses, but in fact we were fighting back in secret. And you, Miss Hashimoto, you are the person who has been closest to the Kree, and you are also the most suitable person to take charge of the overall situation in the Avengers. Therefore, I will give you some power. Lin Feng's voice gradually became solemn, like a huge bell, deafening. Hashimoto Kanzuki, I will give you the power of God. Are you willing to accept it? Hashimoto Kanzuki looked at Lin Feng with a firm look. Professor Lin Feng, I do. Lin Feng's voice seemed to float from the clouds. Remember, don't interfere in human affairs at will, otherwise, I can take back your divine power at any time. Do you understand? Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded firmly. I understand, Professor Lin Feng. Will you regret it? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Hashimoto Kanayu shook her head. I have a clear conscience and no regrets. Lin Feng, bathed in a divine light, handed Hashimoto Kanayu a card. This is the first divine power you've received. I hope you'll use it wisely. After the light faded, Lin Feng looked at Hashimoto Kanayu. From now on, you two will be the spokesperson for the gods. However, this news is private, you know. Hashimoto Kanayu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But she couldn't help but be curious. Professor Lin Feng, why did you choose me? Lin Feng smiled. Because you're the only one who realizes I'm a god. He then burst into laughter. Hashimoto Kanayu, startled, joined Lin Feng in laughter. In Country D, at Vienna International Airport, the disguised Rogers and his group had purchased their tickets and were about to board. The airport had been playing the daily news when a sudden, urgent news interruption shattered the stillness. Hello everyone. We are from UNESCO. At this moment, we have received a video message from Professor Lin Feng. Due to the seriousness of the situation, we will be broadcasting Professor Lin Feng's original video. Please watch it and be prepared. Passengers at the airport were discussing the situation. They all knew that Lin Feng had been unable to appear due to recent protocol restrictions, but they were curious about what incident had garnered such attention. Lin Feng's voice echoed from the screen. Everyone, I must inform you of a serious fact. There are other aliens on the blue planet we live on. Chapter 304, Making a New Plan. Chapter 304, Make a New Plan 2025-01-17 Author, Good monster. If someone else came here, they would not be able to detect the existence of the protective shield at all, and forcing their way in would only lead to being trapped in a maze. Once trapped, no matter how powerful you are, it would be difficult to escape. but those who are allowed by the Ancient One can pass through unimpeded. He soon realized that this was something the Ancient One had anticipated and prepared specifically for him. When he walked into the house, he saw that the room was simply furnished, with a few books on the table. He looked around and found a letter lying quietly on the table. After opening the envelope, he was surprised to find that the letter was actually written to him. He was full of doubts. The Ancient One did not behave abnormally at the time, so why did he suddenly write to him? If he had written the letter, why did he leave it here? When he took out the contents of the letter, he was even more shocked. It turned out that the Ancient One had already foreseen all this. With his predictive ability, the Ancient One prepared these materials and letters in advance, just to help him completely integrate this power. Upon learning this, Xiaophen's identity is not specified in the original text, but for the sake of flow, it's assumed to be someone with inside knowledge, was filled with admiration for the Ancient One. The ability to foresee the future is truly immensely powerful, allowing one to anticipate the enemy's moves and control the overall situation. He carefully folded the letter and placed it in his interspatial ring, then picked up the notes on the desk and perused them carefully. The notes were incredibly detailed, even aligning with his own cultivation system. Judging from the date, the Ancient One had already known of today's events and had modified some of his training methods based on Lin Feng's constitution. These methods would undoubtedly be more beneficial to his practice. After reading, he eagerly began to put them into practice. As he read deeper, his understanding of precognitive abilities deepened, and the power condensed within him began to gradually transform. Seeing this, he was filled with excitement. This result couldn't have been better. Initially, his strength was already insufficient to deal with Thanos and Killian. Despite absorbing the Ancient One's power, his strength had insignificantly increased. Another equally powerful force surged into his body, one he was unable to fully absorb. This power stagnated within him, forcing him to channel some of it. This prevented him from exerting his full strength in combat. However, after today's training, his mastery of this power had become increasingly refined. He no longer needed to suppress the power left by the Ancient One, it was even beginning to be absorbed. While the pace was slow, once sealed within him, it would continuously fuel him. He no longer needed to worry about his power being depleted too quickly. Upon learning this result, he felt incredibly excited. With this confidence, he felt a greater chance of defeating the combined forces of Thanos and Killian. Consequently, he relaxed, his previous nervousness dissipating. However, he was unaware of the rapid passage of time. Suddenly, he awoke from his studies. He could clearly sense the various energies floating in the air and could harness them for his own benefit. Leaving the room, he was surprised to find that this world seemed different from his own. He was in a state of panic, unsure what had happened. Could it be that so many changes had occurred outside while he had been inside? He wondered if the system had assigned him a new world. So, he hurriedly inquired about the current world. To his surprise, the system informed him that nothing had changed, everything remained the same. This baffled him. He clearly sensed a difference in this world, and even felt his powers were working more rapidly there. The system explained that this was due to absorbing the power of the Ancient One. This power allowed him to hear the voices of all things in the universe, giving him a sense of difference from other places. After hearing this, Lin Feng carefully listened to the sounds outside and discovered that he could hear many voices, almost all of them clearly. Some of them were familiar to him. He immediately understood that this was his mind-reading ability manifesting. This ability allowed him to constantly understand the thoughts of others, thus ensuring his own safety to a certain extent. However, when he first acquired this power, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, he could hear so many chaotic and disorganized voices, some useful, some not. All these voices flooded his mind, making it feel like it was about to explode. He immediately deactivated this ability, deciding to activate it only when needed. After deactivating it, he immediately returned to SHIELD to see how things were going. Upon entering SHIELD, several people approached. Their faces lit up with joy when they saw Lin Feng. They said they had been planning to look for him, but they hadn't expected him to show up. Curious, Lin Feng asked them why they were looking for him. Had the plan he had arranged come to fruition? The people nodded, confirming that they had indeed discovered the identity of the person who stole the octopus gem. Upon learning this, Lin Feng walked straight into the conference room and found everyone waiting for him. As he entered, Black Widow handed him a document. It revealed that the suspect was an Earthling wearing yellow clothing who had been missing for a long time. His name was Zheng Di, and he was a long-lost Earthling. However, Black Widow explained that while this person was an Earthling and had been missing for a long time, a lesser-known fact was that he had secretly joined the Yellow Men during his absence. He also performed well within the organization and held a high position. When Lin Feng attacked the Yellow Men's headquarters, he happened to be out on a mission, thus escaping capture. Upon learning of the headquarters' destruction, he quickly contacted Thanos and Killian, who instructed him to prepare Earth for their arrival. SHIELD had suffered heavy losses, including the leak of much confidential information. He had somehow obtained the manufacturing instructions for a weapon, so he sent his men to search the surrounding area for relevant information. Although some of the information was difficult to find, he leveraged his intelligence networks and influence on other planets to gather considerable information. However, he remained elusive for a crucial energy source, the octopus gem. So, he ordered his men to continue searching for the gem. Their efforts paid off, and they finally found a clue to the gem. It was rumored that such a gem was in a SHIELD warehouse. He had previously attempted to locate it during their previous assault, but was quickly counterattacked by Lin Feng and his men, leaving him with insufficient time to continue his search. However, he had become familiar with the surrounding terrain. So, when the SHIELD agents were off guard, he snuck in from the wasteland behind, knocked out the guards, and stole the gem. After Black Widow finished explaining Zheng Di's identity, someone suddenly asked if they knew his whereabouts, assuming they wouldn't be able to capture him. However, Black Widow shook her head. She, too, had no idea where Zheng Di was. She had previously found traces of him on Earth, but those leads soon fizzled out, leaving her with no idea of his whereabouts. Everyone was dismayed by this news. They hadn't expected all their efforts to be in vain. Even if they knew his identity, they wouldn't be able to find him without knowing his whereabouts. Black Widow, hearing everyone's chatter, felt helpless. After all, she had searched numerous clues but still hadn't found any trace of him. Then, Lin Feng announced that he had a solution. Everyone was stunned, and they all turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said he had a way to find the man. Their previous search for this person had yielded no clues because he had already left Earth. Previously, he could sense his presence on Earth, but now it had completely vanished, indicating he had left. Upon hearing this, Black Widow suddenly realized why even her technology hadn't been able to locate him on Earth. She had assumed he was hiding well, but now it seemed otherwise, he had already left. This made matters much easier. However, some still harbored doubts. The universe was so vast that once he left Earth, locating someone would be extremely difficult. How could they possibly know his whereabouts? Lin Feng explained that he had recently left to visit the Ancient One. He had absorbed the Ancient One's power, but hadn't yet fully assimilated it. Therefore, while he could infer the person's presence on Earth, he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Now, however, Lin Feng had mastered much of the power and mastered his precognitive abilities, making it easy to locate the person. Upon hearing this news, everyone was thrilled and waited patiently for Lin Feng to unleash his power and locate the individual. After a moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared from Lin Feng's hand. Then, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness beginning to search the universe. Although he possessed precognitive abilities, locating a single individual was no easy task. He expended considerable energy searching the cosmos, finally sensing the individual's presence on a planet. When he regained consciousness, the people around him asked you if he had found any clues to the individual. Lin Feng informed them that he had, and that the individual was currently on a planet called Chitauri, though it was quite far from Earth. The name of this place puzzled everyone, as they had never heard of such a planet before. Furthermore, it was possible that they had sensed not only Zheng Di's presence but also the presence of other members of the Yellow Organization, all of whom were extremely powerful and seemed to be guarding something. He speculated that this location might be a laboratory of the Yellow Organization. Everyone's spirits rose upon hearing this news. If this was the case, then this place must be destroyed and must not be allowed to exist. After a brief discussion, Captain America suddenly remembered this place. He explained some details about the planet. Black Widow had also found information about the planet in her computer system. There were also many intelligent life forms on this planet. However, the technocrats here all had oversized heads. To distinguish them from the others, they were called big head aliens. These individuals possessed large brains, which supposedly meant they had high IQs. However, this was not the case. Their IQs were not particularly high. Furthermore, they were extremely irritable and easily angered, making those around them reluctant to interact with them. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated. This seemed to be a complex matter. People with simple minds and strong bodies like these were the most difficult to get along with. If a conflict arose, it would likely be difficult for them to return. However, Lin Feng decided to explore the planet. Even if he couldn't find Zhengdi, he might still gain something. After all, this place was a key base for the Yellow Men. Destroying it would also ease the burden of future wars. Upon hearing this news, everyone hesitated. They knew the Yellow Men were too powerful, but they still needed Lin Feng. If he left Earth, Earth might be in danger. They shared their concerns with Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head, saying it wouldn't be a problem. While it was certainly dangerous, they couldn't launch an attack anytime soon. Furthermore, if he succeeded, it would also reduce the risk to Earth. After all, if they were to create that weapon, that would be truly troublesome. Furthermore, they wouldn't attack for a while. He would keep a close eye on the situation here. If they did, he would have them send a signal to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now quite proficient in his special abilities. Even returning to Earth from that planet would only take a moment, and he could easily reach here at top speed. Everyone nodded in agreement, agreeing with his plan. Even if danger arose, he could use his special abilities to transport himself back. So, he, along with his old partners, China and Thor, prepared to investigate the planet. Besides the three of them, there was also another person accompanying them, Captain America. Captain America told them that he had a friend on this planet, and if they could get his help, perhaps things would be much easier. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this. Even if he arrived at the planet, he didn't know much about the situation there. If there was an acquaintance leading the way, the situation would be completely different. With an acquaintance to help understand the place, there would be no need to worry about any special situations. So Lin Feng agreed to his joining, and the three of them took a spaceship to the planet. After arriving at the planet, they found that it was not much different from the Earth, except that the ocean area was not as large as the land area. After some twists and turns, they arrived at their destination and found a place to land. This place was very desolate, and they didn't plan to land in the city center. 224. Chapter 223 Don't judge a person by appearance. 224. Chapter 223, Don't judge a book by its cover. 2024-11-03 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 223, Don't judge a book by its cover. After the 2-year period expires, the decision to continue dispatching a team to monitor Lin Feng will be considered, based on the current situation, the treaty, and Lin Feng's own wishes. 2 years isn't a long time, but it's not a short time either. However, for the Kree, it's more than enough time to significantly advance their invasion. Lin Feng has declared war on the Kree. While all appears calm on the surface, undercurrents are surging. The Avengers and the Kree have clashed numerous times, often with swords and spears. In late autumn and early winter, the temperature plummets, and before anyone knew it, the first snow had quietly fallen. In Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms, Prime Minister Rikuro Koizumi was watching TV in his residence, analyzing the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Then, a phone call shattered his tranquility. "Hello, who is this?" Rikuro Koizumi's voice carried a hint of displeasure, the kind that would anger anyone if they were interrupted while enjoying their leisure time. However, Koizumi Rikuro was a skilled politician, well-mannered and never overtly displayed. "Prime Minister, it's me. Look up in the sky. A snow woman has appeared." The voice on the other end of the line was filled with ecstasy and disbelief. Hearing this, Koizumi Rikuro's heart trembled, and without even bothering to put on his shoes, he hurried out of the house. A massive figure loomed in the Tokyo sky, its features blurred in the gentle white light. But as she waved her sleeves, snowflakes drifted down, showering the earth. She wore a white kimono, wooden clogs, her long hair flowing. Amidst a warm light, a frigid snowstorm descended. She was the Snow Woman, the monster in Sakura Land mythology who brought the first snow. Koizumi Rikuro stared in astonishment, incredulous. Because there had been previous instances of Chinese deities appearing, Koizumi, despite the shock of the Snow Woman's sudden appearance, reluctantly accepted the reality. Such a bizarre event was still within his comprehension. Even so, he paused for a long moment, quietly admiring the wonder of the night sky and trying to calm his excitement. It wasn't until snowflakes drifted into his nostrils, chilling him to a sneeze, that he regained consciousness. He hurried back inside, slipped on his shoes, threw on his coat, and returned to the outdoors. During this time, Koizumi Rikuro had recovered from his initial shock, a surge of delight welling up in his heart. The appearance of the Chinese god heralded China's resurgence to the pinnacle of world power. As Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation, he made a decisive move, parting ways with the United States and embracing China. This was the frustration of a small, geographically limited nation. Its economy was controlled by others, its resources were scarce, and its strategic location was awkward, forcing the Sakura Nation to play the role of a political clown in the Asia-Pacific region. However, the appearance of the Sakura Nation god instilled in him an inexplicable sense of confidence, even the illusion that he could take a seat on the UN Security Council tomorrow. The power of the gods was simple and brutal, so immense that it defied logic. The only country currently experiencing the appearance of a deity, besides China, is Sakura country. Although the United States once claimed to be protected by the heavenly wolf god, it was later revealed to be merely Yang Jian's pet dog. Koizumi Rikuro knew little about Sakura country's ancient culture, and even less about the study of theology. While the appearance of a deity from Sakura country's mythology was a huge surprise, it also led him to ponder further questions. For example, was there any connection between the Sakura country's deity and the previously revealed Chinese deity? How did the power compare? Forced to abandon the illusion that he would be able to attend the UN Security Council tomorrow, Koizumi Rikuro took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure as a politician. Snowflakes swirl across the night sky as Koizumi Rikuro returns home and calls Hashimoto Kanzuki, who is far away in the United States. Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice sounds a bit sleepy. Due to the time difference, it was just getting dark here, while Hashimoto Kanzuki was already 3 or 4 in the morning, the height of sleep. "Hello, Prime Minister, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice was filled with sleepiness and fatigue. Koizumi Rikuro heard this and said, "Hashimoto, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but something big just happened. You should check the live broadcast in Tokyo." Hashimoto Kanzuki followed Koizumi Rikuro's instructions and turned on his computer, bringing up the live news. The massive figure on the screen shook everyone's heart. "Who is that?" Hashimoto Kanzuki's voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. "That's the god of our Sakura country. That's the Snow Woman." "Hashimoto Kanzuki, did you see that? Not only China has gods, but we have gods in our Sakura country too." Koizumi Rikuro's voice was filled with excitement and boasting. Hashimoto Kanzuki regained his composure. "Prime Minister, what do you want to talk to me about?" A late-night call meant something. Koizumi Rikuro's voice returned to calm. "Hashimoto, I believe you still remember the farce a few months ago when the United States mistook Erlang Shen's sky-howling dog for the heavenly wolf god. Although this god is undoubtedly a native god of our Sakura country, to be on the safe side, it is better to communicate with her. The most suitable candidate I can think of is you. Indeed, the most authoritative person in theological research at present is Lin Feng, and Sakura country has no professionals in this field, so the only person to consider is Hashimoto Huanayu, who has the most frequent contact with Lin Feng." Hashimoto Keijetsu pondered for a moment and then said, "Prime Minister, let's split up. I don't have much else to do in the mission, so I'll be leaving for Sakura country tomorrow. You should immediately draft the relevant documents and invite Professor Lin Feng to Sakura country to participate in the research on the gods. Prime Minister, don't exclude Professor Lin Feng's participation. He's the most professional and the only person in the world currently connected to the gods. He can help us avoid many detours." After careful consideration, it was most likely that the image of the Snow Woman would favor Sakura country, making Lin Feng's assistance a reasonable option. Koizumi Rikuro quickly weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. "Okay, Hashimoto, then, get some rest. I'll convene a cabinet meeting early tomorrow morning." Hashimoto Keijetsu hung up the phone and smiled with satisfaction. She was the Snow Woman. Her appearance not only inspired the people of Sakura country to believe in the gods of Sakura country, but also subtly inspired other countries to admire their own gods. The points she earned for portraying the gods reached a massive 3 million in one fell swoop. The next day, the Sakura government sent an invitation to China, inviting Professor Lin Feng to participate in research on the gods. While news of the Snow Woman's appearance in Sakura shocked the world, with major news outlets scrambling to report on the incident, Stark, without Friday's assistance, remain completely unaware of the outside world. Professor Lin Feng, we've confirmed that Friday was last seen near Rose Hill, Tennessee. Before the network went offline, Natasha informed Lin Feng of Stark's whereabouts through her headset and asked you if he needed any support. Lin Feng glanced at the 6 people around him, a little helpless. I understand. There should be people living near Rose Hill. As long as Stark charges, he should be fine. By the way, how is Pepper feeling now? Natasha sighed. It's not good. She looks calm on the surface, but she's actually trying hard to suppress her worries. I'm worried that if this continues, she'll have a mental breakdown. The more she suppresses herself now, the more severe the relapse will be. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Women understand women best. Natasha, tell her Stark's whereabouts. That will give her peace of mind. Natasha agreed and was silent for a moment. Professor, did you see the news this morning? Lin Feng smiled. Are you talking about the news about the appearance of a god in Sakura country? I have. I'm accepting the invitation from the Sakura government and preparing to book a flight. Many scientists from around the world should be going there, but to be honest, they may not produce much research, and my gains may also be limited. However, this is not a big problem for me. Natasha, thank you for your concern. Take good care of Pepper. Professor Lin Feng hung up the phone. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lin Feng hadn't been affected by the negative emotions. She also understood his other intentions. Every previous conversation had at some point touched upon the Kree investigation, but since the agreement took effect, this was the first time Lin Feng had spoken to her without mentioning the Kree, considered a top priority. This suggested the presence of Kree members within his monitoring team. Natasha worked on her computer, investigating the identities of the 6-member team. Pop-up ads with titles like shocking. A god appeared over Sakura country. Will the god fever sweep the world again? Appeared on her computer, but Natasha was too busy to respond, constantly scaling the firewalls, navigating through the CIA and MI6 firewalls. Mr. Stark, do you think that after the appearance of the Sakura country god, will God appear in America as well? A young boy, glued to the television, watched reporters vying for coverage of the Sakura country god's news, curiously asked Stark. Stark shook his head and stroked the boy's head. Harry, it's not that simple. Both China and Sakura land have records of their gods dating back to before the Common Era, such as China's classic of mountains and seas and Sakura land's Kojiki. This proves that gods existed long before Christ, just concentrated in East Asia. And God only began to be portrayed in so many ways after the founding of the Church by Jesus Christ in the 1st century AD. Our God cannot withstand the test of time or the scrutiny of events. In short, it's unlikely that other gods will appear in the future. Harry was a little disappointed, but soon became excited again. Well, Stark, you're a member of the Avengers, so you must see gods often, right? Stark shook his head. Not really. I haven't had many close encounters with gods. But I have Professor Lin Feng, who knows a lot about gods. I could introduce you to them someday. Really? Harry's eyes gleamed with excitement. Meeting Professor Lin Feng was his dream. Yesterday, after dragging his mech for a long time, Stark came across a warehouse. Seeing the dilapidated warehouse, he assumed it was deserted and took possession of it. The situation was urgent, and he was practically freezing to death, too concerned to worry about infringing on someone else's right to peace. Fortunately, when he opened the warehouse door, he found it empty. Stark dragged the mech into place, turned on the lights, and began repairing the damaged parts from the fall, while searching for a place to recharge. Then he saw Harry, holding up a simple potato gun. The gun looked fancy, but its power was so impressive that even Stark was surprised. All right, I surrender, Stark said, raising his hands to signal his intentions. Harry lowered his gun. I know you, Mr. Stark. My name is Harry. I'm a fan. Recalling last night's events, Stark said to Harry, Harry, I'll do my best to get you to see Professor Lin Feng, but don't take anything for granted. You still have to be self-reliant. Harry didn't understand Stark's sudden seriousness, but he could sense his concern and care for him. Don't worry, Mr. Stark. I'll keep it in mind. Stark picked up the newspaper. Compared to the explosive news about the reappearance of a god in Sakura country, another piece of news seemed less eye-catching, but to him, it was particularly glaring. Tony Stark was killed in yesterday's terrorist attack. He knew it was a provocation and boasting by the mastermind, Mandarin, and he was determined to avenge his past. The next morning, without disturbing Harry's sleep, Stark quietly infiltrated the hideout of the actor who had disguised himself as Mandarin. This was likely his base of communication with the mastermind, perhaps uncovering any clues he had missed. After revealing Stark's whereabouts to Pepper, Natasha softly asked, "Pepper, are you planning to go look for him? Or do you have other plans?" Pepper's gaze was no longer lost. Relieved at the knowledge of Stark's whereabouts, she said firmly, "No need. I'll wait here for him. I believe he'll come back for me, just as he believes I'll always be waiting." Natasha was speechless, looking at Pepper's determination. Perhaps this was the power of love, the willingness to wait blindly for someone, the faith to stay together. She couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. "Miss Pepper, your guests have arrived," the front desk clerk reminded Pepper, reminding her not to forget her work schedule. Despite Stark's disappearance, his clean energy business continued to operate smoothly under Pepper's calm leadership. Natasha smiled, "You still have official business to tend to, so I won't bother you." With that, she turned and left. Once alone, Natasha's expression took a sharp turn, and she decided to thoroughly investigate the medical expert. Of the 6 people monitoring Lin Feng, he was the only American, the most likely Cree in disguise, and the closest to him. Pepper watched Natasha's retreating figure and smiled wryly. 225. Chapter 224, An Existence on Par with Gods. 225. Chapter 224 Existence on Par with Gods 2024-11-04 Author, Good Monster Chapter 224 Existence on Par with Gods Indeed, Natasha can't help with the operation of the company, and she now needs to deal with something that is both troublesome and necessary. She slowly went downstairs, while tidying up her manners, and recalling the details of the operation. The guest who made an appointment this time was Lucaso. He had a good impression of little Pepper before and invited her on a date many times, but she refused. This time he came to exchange ideas on the project, and hoped that he could handle it in a businesslike manner. Little Pepper pushed open the door of the reception room, and saw a man in a suit and tie, with an elegant demeanor, walking towards her. He was completely different from the humble, sloppy, and thin Lucaso in her impression. They were like 2 different people. Pepper was surprised, but politely confirmed, "Lucaso." Lucaso smiled confidently. "It's me, Pepper." Then, he looked her over. "You look really good lately. This outfit suits you very well." "It's beautiful," Pepper, still in shock, said. "Oh my God, you look so handsome. I can't believe you." She struggled to find the right words, so she simply asked, "What have you been doing these past few years?" Lucaso smiled confidently. "Nothing serious. Just a minor health issue. I've been receiving treatment for the past 5 years. Also, from now on, you can call me Sean." Lucaso. Pepper gradually recovered from her shock. Whoever this person was, he was a guest for today's business negotiations and an old acquaintance. She poured Lucaso a glass of water. "Nice to meet you, Lucaso." Pepper's words had returned to calm, but she didn't express much surprise. This made Lucaso frown. He realized that after all these years, he hadn't held a place in Pepper's heart. He envied Stark and hated him even more. Stark was a child of destiny, radiant and brilliant. Everyone could only see his brilliance, but not the shadow beneath it. Luxor was that shadow, the humblest, darkest part. In a corner, hidden from view, he yearned for attention. He was also a brilliant man, unique in his biological research and a leader in materials physics. But his intelligence didn't bring him much confidence. Instead, his frail health and frequent bullying led him to constantly doubt his abilities. He grew increasingly insecure and took to glasses to shield himself from the world's gaze. But at the same time, he also blocked himself from the world. He lived in his own comfort zone until he discovered Stark. His thirst for light led him to hope to meet Stark, but he received no response. So, he transformed. He removed his glasses and reconnected with the world. He became obsessed with researching the ultimate biomodification technology. In this field, he discovered he could share Stark's confidence, poise, charm, and brilliance. So, why wouldn't he become just like Stark? He looked at Pepper, his smile brimming with confidence. "Pepper, let me tell you about our company's latest project. For years, my research team, our think tank, and I have been cleverly circumventing the unethical biological research ban," Lucaso said, emphasizing it by making quotation marks with his hands. He smiled broadly and spoke eloquently. "But then, by chance, we developed a little gadget, Luke Sasso pulled a small box from his pocket and noticed Pepper staring at it intently. He chuckled softly, gently touching his ear to make sure the device he was wearing was functioning properly, then attached a small device to the back of his ear. "We call it the ultimate modification," he said, glancing at the box unconsciously. Pepper felt a surge of unease. Luxus exuded a newfound confidence that was admirable and quite attractive to women, but it also revealed a strong possessiveness and control, and even a subtle desire for destruction could be detected in his words. Luxus, too, sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. After Stark's disappearance, he immediately had the newspapers publish the news of his death. Although this news was overshadowed by reports of a god appearing in Sakura country, he knew that those who cared about Stark would definitely notice it, especially Pepper Potts. However, Pepper Potts remained remarkably calm upon hearing the news, showing no sign of panic or concern. Could this mean that she already knew Stark's whereabouts? Recalling the incident of the fake Mandarin being captured by War Machine some time ago, Luxus suspected that Stark, with his intelligence, might find clues in the fake Mandarin's residence. He remained calm on the surface, but he was already making a subtle gesture. Luxus picked up the remote control, which controlled the lights in the reception room. "If you don't mind, I'd like to turn off the lights." The reception room was surrounded by transparent glass, allowing for the flow of people without worrying about accidents. Luke Sasso extended his hand to Pepper, a strange smile on his face. "Come on, Pepper, join me as we explore the mysteries of the human brain." He then pulled 3 steel balls from his pocket and rolled them onto the table. The balls instantly assumed a fixed position, stabilizing themselves to project a vast, boundless image of the universe. Before Pepper could react, Luke Sasso awkwardly called out, "Wait, sorry, I made a mistake. This is a picture of the universe." Luke Sasso adjusted the remote control, confirming the sequence. "Yes, that's it." The dazzling cosmic image vanished, replaced by a blue projection of a neural network. It was mysterious and beautiful, captivating the eye, tinged with an unknown hue that held the gaze captivating. Pepper involuntarily stood up, her breath quickening. She was overwhelmed by the beauty. Compared to medical brain anatomy diagrams, this neural network projection was filled with an unknown beauty and allure. Lucaso proudly observed the smile on Pepper's face and asked, "This is the human brain. How is it? Isn't the simulation amazing?" Despite being captivated, Pepper remembered they were in an office setting. She replied, "Amazing. Incredible. Lucaso, how did you do that?" Lucaso looked away. "Thank you for the compliment, Pepper. This is a projection of my brain's neural activity." Pepper was momentarily taken aback by this answer, but then realization dawned on her. Turning to Lucaso, she asked in shock, "What did you say?" Looking at Pepper, who seemed somewhat puzzled, Lucaso boasted, "What you're seeing is actually a real-time projection of my brain's neural activity." He pointed behind his ear, inviting Pepper to pay attention. "Come on, I'll show you up close." He then stepped onto the table in the reception room and extended his hand, inviting Pepper to explore this new world with him. Pepper also stepped onto the table. Lucas held out his arm. "Now pinch my arm hard." Seeing Pepper's hesitation, Lucas smiled and said, "Don't hesitate, Pepper. I'm not afraid of pain. Hurry up. If you don't, I can't show you." Pepper had no choice but to gently pinch Lucaso's arm. The projected image immediately glowed with a yellowish light, surrounding them. Pepper was startled by the sudden yellow light. With a mixture of fear and curiosity, she asked, "Oh my god, what is that?" Lucaso replied, "That's the primary sensory cortex, the brain's pain center. You pinched me just now, and my brain immediately received the feedback and projected it. This is just to demonstrate the effect of real-time feedback," he patiently explained to Pepper. Then, he picked up the remote and brought up another image. "But that's not the point. What I really want to show you is this." Lucaso walked behind Pepper, trying to whisper in her ear, but Pepper calmly avoided him. "We are currently working to unlock the boundless potential of human bioelectricity," Lucaso said in a deep, captivating voice. He gestured repeatedly on the projection of the brain's neural network, searching for his target. Pepper's resistance irritated him, but he remained undeterred, convinced that Pepper must have already pinpointed Stark's whereabouts. "Once we successfully unlock the potential of human bioelectricity, we can transmit it here." Lucaso finally locked onto his target and zoomed in. "There's plenty of space here. This means the human brain and DNA system are about to undergo a revolutionary upgrade. This is a historical necessity, unstoppable." He gazed at Pepper, his eyes focused and affectionate. However, Pepper simply gazed at the crucial point with curiosity, then gasped in wonder. After the presentation, Luxcazo and Pepper sat down again, ready for their face-to-face conversation. However, Luxcas, who was supposed to be in the guest seat, had unwittingly taken the lead. He enthusiastically demonstrated his research findings to Pepper. Imagine if any living thing were a living biological computer, and you could hack into its systems and reprogram its DNA at any time and from anywhere. Here, Luxcazo paused deliberately, giving Pepper ample room for imagination. Luxcazo was confident in his plan and believed Pepper would embrace it. The emergence of gods had shattered people's preconceived notions. Compared to the previous world governed by the laws of physics, more and more people were devoting themselves to biological research, seeking to uncover the secrets of human evolution. In Chinese legend, there are many individuals who wielded divine powers in mortal form, such as Fuxi, the human emperor, and the Yan and Wang emperors. These individuals stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods, powerful and mysterious. Furthermore, the gods explicitly stated that they would not interfere in the human world, a far superior stance to the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible destroyed the Tower of Babel to disrupt human unity and unleashed a flood to punish those who disobeyed his will. True gods will not interfere with human beings in any way, just as the famous Chinese saying goes, heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all things as straw dogs. Sages are not benevolent, they treat the people as straw dogs, they treat everything like a sacrifice made of straw, without excessive interference, without being biased, without arbitrarily attacking or destroying, and certainly not forcing human beings to believe in them. Pepper regained her calmness and rationality as a businesswoman. I have to say, this is indeed an amazing plan. A smile appeared on Luxcazo's face, but was immediately poured a bucket of cold water by Pepper. But Luxcazo, this technology is very likely to be used in biological weapons, such as biochemical warriors, super mercenaries, etc. Stark Enterprises is now just a clean energy company. Luxcazo was a little unhappy when he heard this. His smile became stiff, and then his expression became elusive. Stark, actually I once invited him to join our company. That was in 1999 when we were still in Switzerland. But he rejected me. But the situation is different now. Even without him, I can run the company in an orderly manner. The same is true for your Stark Clean Energy Company. There is another genius at the helm. She is not like Stark. He pointed at Pepper. She is not under Stark's jurisdiction, nor does she have his genius arrogance. The implication is that Pepper can actually make the decision on this matter herself. Pepper said seriously, Sean Luxcazo, while I'm very interested in this economic cooperation project, I can't help you with this. The potential for your technology to be used in military applications is too great, and there's currently no effective means of suppressing it. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I must refuse. Pepper personally escorted Luxcazo out of Stark Enterprises. Although somewhat disappointed, Luxcazo remained cheerful, saying to Pepper, well, I'm a little disappointed. But as my father said, only through the fog of failure can we see the dawn of success. Pepper frowned, puzzled, and said, that's a bit profound. I don't quite understand what you mean. Luxcazo smiled and said, I don't quite understand either. Maybe my father is a philosopher. Pepper suddenly laughed. She had to admit, Luxcazo's humor and optimism were truly admirable. Luxcazo looked at Pepper and said, Pepper, we'll meet again. After all, only through the fog of failure can we see the dawn of success. Pepper watched Luxcazo's retreating figure, her heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, she wondered if Stark's whereabouts were connected to Luxcazo. She quickly shook her head, as she had no idea whether Luxcazo and Stark had any grudges against each other, and such malicious speculation was unkind. Furthermore, with decrying the Avengers, she shouldn't have such thoughts about Luxcazo. After shaking her head, Pepper returned to the company. Lin Feng's research on the gods was unparalleled worldwide, so Koizumi Rakuro's hospitality clearly had ulterior motives. 226. Chapter 225 The Sakura God Messenger was born? 226. Chapter 225 Has the Sakura Divine Messenger been born? 2024-11-05 Author, Good Monster Chapter 225 Has the Sakura Divine Messenger been born? Lin Feng arrived in Tokyo, the capital, aboard a special plane provided by the Sakura Nation, and received a lavish reception from Prime Minister Koizumi Rakuro. Lin Feng knew the truth, but even so, he remained strictly business as usual, not giving Koizumi Rikuro much of a warm welcome. Koizumi Rikuro, needing a favor from Lin Feng, could only console himself by saying that Lin Feng was being business as usual. The news of the Sakura nation's divine appearance shocked scientific research teams worldwide. Learning from their previous experience, they only sent representatives to inform the Sakura government and observed Lin Feng's reaction. The previous time the immortal island appeared, they had misunderstood and made a fool of themselves. It turned out the divine being had been waiting for Lin Feng. With the divine being's reappearance this time, everyone became cautious, primarily observing Lin Feng's reaction. At this moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by various media outlets, being interviewed. The Sakura Nation reporters were particularly active. Professor Lin Feng, you are the only expert in the field of deity research. What are your thoughts on the appearance of the Sakura Kingdom's deities this time? Lin Feng was interviewed and responded in English, I'm sorry, but my knowledge is limited. I don't know much about the Sakura Kingdom's deities, so I can't jump to conclusions. For now, we can only wait for the deities to reappear. The image of this deity is highly similar to the Snow Woman in the ancient mythology of the Sakura Kingdom, so it can be preliminarily considered to be the Snow Woman. That's all, everyone. I need to rest. Professor Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng. After Lin Feng left, surrounded by a crowd of people, the reporters still pursued him, but they were unable to break through the security line and could only watch Lin Feng disappear. Professor Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so popular among the people of Sakura Kingdom, Ross said nearby. Lin Feng snorted coldly, not necessarily. I simply met a certain expectation in their hearts. The image of the gods is no longer exclusive to China, and I am a leading figure in the field of divine research, so their attitude towards me is full of contradictions. They want me to recognize and study the gods of Sakura country, but they also don't want me to deny the existence of gods. Mr. Ross, you may not see this as clearly as I do. After listening, Ross asked, then Professor Lin Feng, what is your attitude towards the gods of Sakura country? Lin Feng looked up at the sky. It's the same old saying, know what you know, and don't know what you don't know. I know nothing about the gods of Sakura country and have never encountered them, so it's hard to draw a conclusion. My suggestion is to wait for the gods to descend again. The last time the Chinese fairy island appeared, the gods chose me. This time, when the gods of Sakura country appear, there may also be a place where the gods live together and a spokesperson is selected. Of course, this is just speculation, and the specifics will need to be discussed later. Koizumi Rikuro arranged lodging for Lin Feng and his group at a chain of hotels run by Chinese businessmen in Sakura country. Lin Feng could not help but admire Koizumi Rikuro's impeccable approach to preserving appearances, which was practically impeccable. However, the current focus was on building a shared future for mankind, and Lin Feng no longer cared about Koizumi Rikuro's petty tricks. His gaze was already fixed on the worlds beyond Blue Star, where the ego were devouring other planets. A warship patrolled the waters of Sakura country. An officer yawned, oblivious to Hashimoto Kanzuki floating outside the nearby window. Professor Lin Feng is right. The arrival of a god requires signs and a sense of mystery. Well, then, it's up to you, Hashimoto Kanzuki said, gazing at the patrol ship, her mind made up. Lin Feng's advice was simple. First, have a god appear, then show the god's gathering place, and finally, choose Hashimoto Kanzuki as the god's messenger. With precedent, this approach would be more widely accepted. Hashimoto Kanzuki then vanished. On the Sakura Nation warship, soldiers cried out in surprise, "Captain, look!" The captain glanced quickly, noticing a thick fog had appeared outside the window. He frantically responded, "Quick, call headquarters." "Contact them, Captain. We've already contacted headquarters, and our footage has been sent over," the soldier reported. "Look, what's that?" another soldier shouted. Following his gaze, a massive gate pillar suddenly appeared before them, a torii gate, a symbol of Sakura culture. Reminiscent of the islands hidden behind the thick fog in China, the officer rejoiced, "Looks like that's where the gods of our Sakura nation reside. Soldiers, charge. Let's see if we can get in." Unsurprisingly, however, they were turned away. That afternoon, the press erupted in fury again. Was the appearance of the torii gate another sign of the god's attitude? Reporters had already arrived at Lin Feng's hotel, and even more were fixated on the torii gate appearing on the Sakura nation's waters. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng stretched lazily before the reporters. "Professor Lin Feng, The gods have appeared again. What are your thoughts on this, Professor Lin Feng, regarding the appearance of the gods from the Sakura Kingdom? Do you think this will have an impact on the belief system of the Chinese gods? Professor Lin Feng, your research in the field of theology is universally recognized. Are you interested in establishing new disciplines, such as specialized branches of theology? Faced with a reporter's chaotic questions, Lin Feng smiled, but his impatience was already evident. He waved his hand. Please be patient, everyone. Ask your questions one by one. The reporters quieted down. Lin Feng looked around and called on each of them. Reporter, you go first. This reporter from the Sakura Kingdom asked Professor Lin Feng, regarding the gods appearing again this time, and not being Chinese gods. What are your thoughts? After listening to the translation, Lin Feng chuckled. My opinion doesn't matter. Gods are gods at all times. My opinion can neither influence nor change anything. Of course, from my personal perspective, whether it's the gods of the Sakura Kingdom or the gods of China, as long as they don't interfere in human affairs, that's all that's best. Another reporter then asked, Professor Lin Feng, do you think the appearance of the Sakura Land deity will have an impact on the diplomatic relationship between Sakura Land and China? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. There will definitely be an impact, but it's not absolute. The power of the deity is undoubtedly strong enough to influence political dynamics. But ultimately, it's people-to-people exchanges and the attitudes of the government that truly determine the relationship between the two countries. Professor Lin Feng, do you think deities from other cultural systems will also appear? A Western reporter asked provocatively. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. No one can predict the future. Who knows? We'll see when that day finally arrives. Just as Lin Feng was answering the reporter's question, a message from Hashimoto Keigetsu appeared on the Tathagata gate in the waters of Sakura Land. The Sakura Land authorities, closely monitoring the Tathagata gate, immediately reported the information to Prime Minister Koizumi Rikuro. After hearing the report, Koizumi Rikuro immediately instructed, quick, find Hashimoto immediately. Quick. Also, have researchers from all countries gather in front of the Tathagata gate. It had become a tacit understanding that every major discovery would attract researchers from around the world. The same thing happened with the appearance of the Huaxia Fairy Island the other day, a situation tacitly accepted by all governments. Lin Feng and his companions had already arrived by boat at the Tathagata gate. Gazing at the towering gate, it was a moving sight. As the sky darkened, the gate shone with a dazzling light, causing everyone to close their eyes. When they reopened their eyes, a massive circle had appeared near the gate. Lin Feng, wearing sunglasses, his hands in his pockets, instructed everyone to remain outside the circle. Professor Lin Feng, is there a reason for this? Chen Haitian asked, somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng smiled. The gods themselves have their own rules for their territory. This circle is actually a demarcation of the divine realm. It was the same the last time I ascended the fairy island. No one else could ascend because within the divine realm, unauthorized individuals were forbidden to enter. This time, the gods have specifically marked out this circle to demonstrate their territorial sovereignty and to warn everyone that anyone who dares to offend their majesty will suffer the consequences. Lin Feng's words hushed everyone, no one wanting to cross the circle and experience the divine wrath. Look, it's Miss Hashimoto. Miss Hashimoto has appeared, a researcher from the Sakura country shouted excitedly when he saw Hashimoto Kanayu appear. Everyone's eyes shifted over. Because it was a summons from the gods, Hashimoto Kanayu rushed over without stopping. Although it was just one of her clones, she was not as lazy as Lin Feng, and she was quite rigorous and serious in her work. Hashimoto Kanayu, with light makeup, was wearing a formal dress. Under the faint moonlight, she had a beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It must be said that Hashimoto Kanayu has always been a very charming woman, but he had never thought about it in this way, and he had always ignored her charm. Hashimoto Kanayu walked towards Lin Feng in high heels. Numerous media outlets were watching with awe, and even researchers from the Sakura nation were jealous. Why would Miss Hashimoto go there? She's only going to see our Sakura nation's gods. Why would she go to see Lin Feng? Hashimoto Kanayu, ignoring the crowd's comments, approached Lin Feng, appearing somewhat nervous. Professor Lin Feng, the gods are calling me. What should I do? Her action seemed normal to everyone. After all, Lin Feng was the only one who had ever come into contact with the gods, and she was simply asking for advice from her senior. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, Perhaps she's waiting for the gods to guide her. Don't worry, the gods have no ill will towards us. Just be patient and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, petals began to rain down in front of the Tathagata gate. Amidst the rain, a path stretched across the sea, extending towards Hashimoto Kanyu. Lin Feng smiled. Miss Hashimoto, your gods are here to greet you. Go ahead. Hashimoto Kanyu nodded earnestly and set foot on the path. The rain of cherry blossoms fell on people's shoulders, and they could only smell the fragrance of the blossoms, but the petals never landed on them. Only Hashimoto Kanyu, bathed in a shower of cherry blossoms, her body stained with petals, advanced towards the unknown Tathagata gate. Under the gaze of the crowd, she finally stepped through the gate. Lin Feng, looking at the numerous news media, said, "Today, before the eyes of the entire world, the divine messenger of the Sakura kingdom has been born. She is Hashimoto Kanyu." Most of the crowd ignored Lin Feng, their gaze fixed on Hashimoto Kanyu, eagerly anticipating her return. Only Chen Haitian stopped him. "Professor Lin Feng, aren't you being superfluous?" Ever since Lin Feng returned from his last visit to the fairy island, he had become the spokesperson for the gods. Hashimoto Kanyu had stepped through the Tathagata gate this time, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would also assume the role of spokesperson for the gods when she returned to the human world. Lin Feng smiled faintly and patted Chen Haitian on the shoulder. "Haitian, I didn't mean that." Chen Haitian was stunned for a moment, then a look of joy crossed his face. "You're saying that our gods are fully aware of this matter but have chosen not to interfere, correct?" Lin Feng nodded. "Please find time to discuss this with the higher-ups. The gods of Sakura country may intersect with the gods of China in the future. The exact nature of their connection is unclear at this point, but what is certain is that there will be no conflict between the two sides, and their basic attitude is towards peace talks." Chen Haitian immediately conveyed Lin Feng's intentions to the higher-ups. This was undoubtedly good news for the Chinese government. Inside the Tathagata, Hashimoto Kanzuki, dressed in a white kimono, approached Lin Feng. Seeing that she was still dressed as a snow maiden, Lin Feng asked, "Why, do you like this outfit?" Hashimoto Kanyu lowered her head shyly. "Yes, Professor Lin Feng, this outfit is beautiful. Do you mind me wearing it like this?" Lin Feng said nothing more. "No, as long as you like it. Have you thought about your next plan?" Hashimoto Kanyu's eyes were firm. "Yes, Professor Lin Feng, I have." Based on his own experience, Lin Feng told Hashimoto Kanyu that the same deity cannot appear multiple times in a short period of time, otherwise the rate of point accumulation will be greatly reduced. In addition, a portion of the points earned by Hashimoto Kanyu's deity will automatically be added to Lin Feng's. Although they are shared, Lin Feng's system is the main system, while Hashimoto Kanyu's is only a subsystem. Therefore, Lin Feng asked Hashimoto Kanyu about her next plan. Since the gods cannot appear frequently, the accumulation of points from mission play will inevitably be slow. Hashimoto Kanyu's accumulation of points will undoubtedly be more difficult than Lin Feng's. Hashimoto Kanzuki explained his plan. "Professor Lin Feng, humans worldwide are now aware of the existence of gods. Although our points will decrease when we play as gods, the total amount will increase, after all, with the added bonus of global faith. Furthermore, we can expand the image of gods, such as the Asgard realm, the Dark Star, and other life-bearing planets in the galaxy. Where there are people, there is faith, and the appearance of gods is the embodiment of faith." Lin Feng was stunned. After the last Thanos invasion crisis, the image of gods was not only widely known on Earth, but even more people like those in Asgard had some knowledge of the gods of Blue Star. But he hadn't considered this direction. Chapter 306 Entering the Dark. Chapter 306 Entering the Dark Side 2025-01-19 Author, Good Monster Zhengdi also secretly regretted that he accidentally revealed the news about the devil fruit. So, he defended himself. "Some time ago, I heard news about the devil fruit from a caravan. It is said that it is hidden on a civilized planet in the Andromeda galaxy, but I don't know which planet it is specifically. You chased me, and I thought you were chasing this news. If Brother Lin Feng doesn't mind, we can go together to find the news about the devil fruit." Zheng Di smiled slightly, appearing extremely sincere. But only General Manager Jin knew that there was an excuse hidden in his words. Lin Feng was also surprised when he heard the news about the devil fruit. He remembered the legendary magical effects of the devil fruit, so he paid more attention to Zheng Di. But then he got back to the point. "Then do you know who actually stole the octopus gem?" Seeing that Lin Feng's attention was still focused on the octopus gem, Zhang Di relaxed a little and said, I think it was Kid. Yes, that kid, I've always had a grudge against him. I once impersonated him to steal the crab diamond, and he was there. Later, I discovered he was missing again. Logically, I left early because of something, but you said I was still there. Now I'm sure it was him impersonating me. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. The thing he least wanted to see happen had finally happened. He had always trusted Kid because he had always given people a good impression, sincere and honest. He had never expected him to be so sinister. After listening to Zhang Di's analysis, Lin Feng's mind suddenly became clear. If it was really Kid, then everything made sense. Seeing both sides remain silent after their conversation, Lardy chuckled and said, It seems simple enough. Once we talk it out, the misunderstanding will be resolved. I've always admired Brother Lin Feng's reputation. General Manager Jin is also a top expert on this planet, a role model for us. This brother also looks heroic. How about we have a drink together? Lin Feng was cheerful, and seeing the planetary general say so, he couldn't refuse. Although he had the system and was almost invincible across the plane, who wanted to make more enemies? Lin Feng was shocked, feeling that his time had been wasted. Just as he was about to leave, the leader of Planet Tierra requested a meeting with Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but Lardy warned him that if he disobeyed the Tierra leader's orders, he would be blacklisted and forever banned from Tierra, which would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire planet. Lin Feng had no choice but to go for the meeting. On the way to the banquet, although Lin Feng no longer harbored any resentment towards Zhang Di, he did feel his time had been wasted. After the banquet, as Lin Feng was about to leave, General Lardy suddenly approached him and solemnly declared, Our planet's leader wishes to see you. Lin Feng thought that avoiding trouble on Tierra was enough, time was running out, and he was mulling over how to escape. However, General Lardy was resolute, his face stern. Now that our planet's leader wants to see you, I have no choice. As a soldier, I hope you will understand and cooperate. Lin Feng was somewhat reluctant, but Lardy reminded him again that disobeying the leader's orders would have serious consequences. Lin Feng had no choice but to meet the leader to see what he wanted. Meanwhile, General Jin grabbed Zhang Di's hand and whispered, Brother, I think we can make a deal. An untraceable map for a Black Thunder orb, I think it's a good deal. Zhang Di remained silent. Watching Lin Feng and General Lardy walk away, Zhang Di couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew a little about Lin Feng's situation and was both envious of his abilities and impressed by his good fortune. If he had even half as much luck as Lin Feng, he'd surely be able to reach even greater heights. On the way, Lin Feng asked General Lardy why the leader wanted to see him. General Lardy looked bewildered, saying he had no idea. It seemed they could only take things one step at a time. Tierra is a famous tourist planet. While its main attractions are gambling and pornography, its unique scenery attracts numerous interstellar tourists. The northern region, where Oscar resides, is one of Tierra's most prosperous, civilized, and technologically advanced. Highways spanning thousands of miles of cities are common, and flying cars crisscross the sky. The planetary elevator, soaring high into the clouds, is a magnificent sight, with massive cargo ships constantly traversing it. Tierra's sky, due to the high concentration of sulfur dioxide, has a captivating reddish hue. The sky mingled with pink and azure, intertwined with yellow and crimson. Giant native flying animals soared through the clouds, creating a fairyland-like scene. The streets bustled with people, each one calm and radiant with happiness. Families of three strolled leisurely, a diverse blend of cultures and colorful, outlandish costumes abounded. To those unfamiliar with this planet, at first glance, it would appear to be a perfect, harmonious world. However, in reality, Tierra's primary source of income came from gambling. Millions of interstellar tourists flocked to try their luck, some becoming overnight riches, others losing everything. Prostitution was the most common profession on the planet, with a mere 20 interstellar coins providing a night with a decent prostitute. To protect the gambling and prostitution industries, local factions flourished, with gangs vying for power, a daily scene of thuggery. General Lardy's army was, frankly, the planet's largest gang, exploiting the planet's slaves for the sole purpose of generating substantial profits. Along the way, Lin Feng chatted with Lardy, and was surprised to discover that this man possessed a harem of approximately 10,000 women. Lin Feng truly admired the man's stamina and envied his lifestyle, thinking that if he could, he too would have a large harem and enjoy the endless pleasures of life. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder what kind of person this leader who wanted to meet him was. On the planet Tyara, strength reigned supreme. The leader, who could command a formidable warrior like Lardy, must have been quite capable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to maintain his position. He wondered what life was like for a planet's leader. He must have countless concubines, immense power, and the freedom to do whatever he pleased. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Perhaps the opportunity to meet this planet's leader would be a chance for him. If he handled well, he could potentially acquire the resources of an additional planet. The idea was a good one, but Lin Feng's mindset was well developed, and he remained unfazed. Upon arriving at the leader's residence, he was greeted warmly and enthusiastically. Lin Feng was puzzled by the scene. Although Lardy held high status on this planet and was his friend, the leader's enthusiastic visit was unacceptable. This intrigued him, and Lardy, standing nearby, looked puzzled. When had their leader ever been so polite to someone? While the leader and Zheng Di had a good relationship, they had always been courteous, never to this degree of warmth. This made him somewhat suspicious, but his thoughts were simple, and he didn't believe the leader had any hidden agenda. He had always performed admirably and would never unnecessarily create enemies. After arriving at the main hall, the leader demonstrated the combat prowess of his soldiers, stating that while this planet boasted many experts, their strength wasn't particularly formidable in the universe. He wanted to know just how powerful the universe's might was, so he turned his gaze to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others immediately understood that the leader was trying to test their strength. At this moment, Thor glanced at Lin Feng, who nodded. While he didn't know the leader's exact motive, a display of strength was a good way to let them know their own level of strength. Even if the leader had other ideas, he still had to carefully consider the sheer power of the opponent. So Lin Feng immediately agreed to Thor's request. Thor was elated. He had recently felt his strength was incomparable to others. Since Lin Feng was far more powerful, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. He unsheathed his hammer and swung it in midair. Instantly, a massive storm erupted, making it difficult to even stand. Those around him were horrified, having never imagined this man's power was so immense. After Thor's demonstration, the leader was completely impressed. Curiously, he inquired about Thor's strength, and Thor informed him that he was significantly weaker than Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression changed instantly, a mixture of surprise and joy, leaving those around him baffled. Seeing this, Lardy anxiously asked, "What happened?" He sensed the leader must have something to say. It was the question everyone present wanted to ask. Facing the inquiries, the leader shared his thoughts. It turned out they were in trouble and urgently needed the help of a powerful individual. However, this mission required exceptional strength. If they could complete the task, the leader would reveal the whereabouts of the octopus gem. The others were surprised and curious. How did the leader know the octopus gem's location? Lardy was also puzzled. He held a high position on the planet, so how could he not have heard of it? The leader sighed and explained that they had a powerful device on the planet that could detect the aura left by objects passing through. They had previously sensed the octopus gem's presence near the planet and had recorded it. If they could help with this mission, they would share this information with him. The others were astonished. They had thought the case had run out and were about to give up and return to Earth. After all, they couldn't leave the area for long. Unexpectedly, news of the octopus gem at this moment excited them. With this clue, they could continue their search without further worries. They looked at each other and decided to help complete the mission in exchange for the clue. Lin Feng harbored doubts. These people were less capable than him, and he wondered what mission they were assigning him. If the delay wasn't long, it would be fine. But if it was too long, they might not be able to remain in this place. After all, Earth was more important than this place. He was deeply curious. Everyone's attention was focused on Lardy, but Lardy could only shake his head helplessly. Despite his prominent position on this planet, he wasn't omniscient. Clearly, he knew nothing about this matter and therefore couldn't offer any assistance. They were always prepared, in case their assistance was needed. The leader shook his head, stating that the impact of this incident was extremely serious. This area was short on energy, with only one nearby energy mine. This energy center provided essential resources for the entire planet, but recently, a leak had occurred there. They had tried various methods, but were unable to reach the source due to the intense radiation and abnormally high temperatures, making it impossible for their personnel to survive in the area. Despite their technological prowess, their physical condition was relatively fragile. Faced with this situation, they were helpless and could only seek outside help. When they heard of Lin Feng's extraordinary strength, they hoped he would give it a try. They had approached many people before, making numerous promises, but to no avail. Those who had sought help had either been consumed by the powerful energy or simply unable to enter the leak zone. In short, no one had succeeded. Now, the formidable strength of Lin Feng and his team rekindled their hope. Lin Feng nodded, not considering the task too daunting. With his strength, resisting the onslaught of such energy would be easy. Moreover, Thor and their team could use particle currents to enter the leak zone. Therefore, they agreed without hesitation, promising to solve the problem. In exchange, they demanded the whereabouts of the octopus gem. Hearing this answer, the leader was overjoyed, feeling that the problem might be solved. Despite numerous previous attempts having failed, he still trusted these individuals. They gave him a sense of trustworthiness. So, he pointed out the leak site. Once they had identified the location, Lin Feng and his team immediately left and headed for it. Upon hearing this, Lardy tried to dissuade them, believing the area to be extremely dangerous. They had sent many friends there, but none of them could repair the situation. The energy turmoil there was too violent, and their strength was simply not enough to deal with it. So he wanted to dissuade these people. 227. Chapter 226. What kind of family is this? 227. Chapter 226. What kind of family is it? 2024-11-06. Author, Good Monster. Chapter 226. What kind of family is it? It seems that Hashimoto Huanai was indeed a management talent with a vision for long-term development. Lin Feng smiled and encouraged, Ms. Hashimoto, your suggestions are excellent and your vision is very unique. Hashimoto Huanai followed behind Lin Feng. Professor Lin Feng, I have a question to ask you, is that okay? Of course, I will tell you everything I know, Lin Feng replied. Hashimoto Kanayu showed her panel. Professor Lin Feng, the highest level god I currently have is Amaterasu, above Amaterasu is Izanagi, and above Izanagi is the supreme god Aim no Michu. But in my display here, Izanagi's image is the great god Jin Wu Dijin, and Aim no Michu's image is the image of Tong Shinjai Azu, whom you played before, and his name is also your Tong Shinjai Azu. Why is that? Lin Feng thought about it. Maybe it was because Hashimoto Kanayu's system was a subsystem of his own. He explained seriously, the origin of mythology is too long ago. It is possible that the gods in various myths have become different characters in the records of different cultural fields. For example, Tong Shinjai Azu, he is not the highest god authority I have. Above him is Pangu, and above Pangu is Hongjin, and Hongjin is the supreme one. However, because they are too powerful, they do not often appear in people's field of vision. But in different mythological backgrounds, people's cognition is different, so there are different descriptions. Hashimoto Kanayu suddenly realized, so although the names are different, they describe the same god, but with different names? Is that right, Professor Lin Feng? Lin Feng had to accept this statement because there was no more reasonable explanation. Hashimoto Kanayu pondered for a moment. In Chinese mythology, Emperor Jun gave birth to 10 sons and became the ruler of the demon world. Meanwhile, in the mythology of the Sakura kingdom, the goddess Amaterasu is the light that emerged when Izanagi washed his eyes after fleeing the underworld. These two parallels can be connected. In other words, early mythological descriptions were overly simplistic, so only the general framework was correct, leaving the remaining details to be filled in by later generations. This is why the deeds of the gods in mythology vary so widely from country to country. Professor Lin Feng, do I need to submit to you? You created me, so you are my main deity. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. Well, Ms. Hashimoto, we are all independent individuals. I agree with your view on the gods. The image of the gods is unified, merely depicted differently in different cultural contexts. You don't need to submit to me. You are you, nothing more. Hashimoto Kanayu nodded, half understanding, then turned and walked out of the torii gate. Hashimoto Kanayu returned again, a solemn expression on his face, as if still immersed in the baptism of divinity. Long-awaited reporters from various countries rushed forward, peppering Hashimoto Kanzuki with questions. The Sakura government forces, already prepared, quickly secured her, shielding her from the reporters' inquiries. Lin Feng quietly returned to his residence. In the Sakura Kingdom's cabinet meeting room, all cabinet members were present, their gaze fixed on the arrival of Hashimoto Kanzuki and Koizumi Rikuro. Koizumi Rikuro couldn't conceal his excitement. Ms. Hashimoto, welcome back. May I ask what your views on the gods are? Hashimoto Kanzuki had just returned from the divine abode, and her knowledge of the gods was undoubtedly authoritative, much like Lin Feng's. Therefore, Koizumi Rikuro and the others were eager to learn Hashimoto Kanzuki's perspective on the gods. Recalling the supreme wisdom of the Kree, Hashimoto Kanzuki calmly gathered her thoughts. The gods are always the same gods. They only occasionally appear in the human world, and are recorded by people. Although the records vary, the gods remain the same. Hashimoto Kanzuki's words were quite enigmatic, and the cabinet ministers looked at each other in confusion. Hashimoto Kanzuki observed the contemplative crowd, and before their confusion lingered for long, she explained, in other words, the gods have always been the same. They simply appeared in different cultural contexts, were recorded by people of different cultures using their own written languages, and compiled into stories that suited their local contexts, thus becoming local gods. Her point was clear enough. To further convince them, Hashimoto Kanzuki offered an example. In Chinese mythology, there's the story of Dao controlling the flood, and in Western culture, there's the story of God sending Noah to build the ark to save humanity from the flood. Simply put, both stories depict ancient floods, when gods appeared, sending saviors to save humanity. Do you understand? A cabinet member summoned his courage and asked, somewhat incredulously, Ms. Hashimoto, are you saying that the god on the Torii gate that appeared today is actually another identity of the Chinese gods? His question struck a chord with everyone, and Hashimoto Kanzuki's message had been guiding their thinking in this direction. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had no choice but to think so. Just in case, someone always needed to ask for clarification. Hashimoto Kanzuki thought for a moment and said, it's both right and wrong. Both right and wrong? What does that mean? Is it right or not? Hashimoto Kanzuki's answer was a bit mysterious, leaving everyone puzzled. Hashimoto Kanzuki explained, I met Amaterasu, and she told me that her father was the demon emperor Dijin. In Chinese mythology, Dijin is the father of 10 golden crows, and each golden crow can represent the sun. In the mythology of our Sakura country, after Izanagi escaped from the Yellow Springs country, he washed out his daughter, Amaterasu, who symbolizes the sun, from his eyes while resting. These can all correspond. However, although the images of some gods overlap, the images of some gods are different. For example, the snow girl. There is no snow girl in Chinese mythology, but in the mythology of our Sakura country, the image of the snow girl is a household name. This is the difference. It was still the cabinet member who asked the question. He hesitated and said, then, Ms. Hashimoto, do you mean to say that the information the gods told you is that the gods in our Sakura cultural system are just a branch of the Chinese gods? Hashimoto Kanzuki nodded solemnly. I'm afraid that's the case. Therefore, maintaining good relations with China is essential. The gods won't easily interfere in human affairs, but they would be deeply displeased if human civil unrest arose. Also, if possible, I'd like Professor Lin Feng to stay in Sakura country for a while. We don't have much research on the gods, and he's an authority on this subject. His research will help us gain a deeper understanding of them. After delivering the gods' message, Hashimoto Kanzuki left the cabinet. She was merely responsible for delivering the message, and afterward, she would be interviewed by the news media. However, Koizumi Rikuro still gave her some instructions. Everyone in the cabinet fell silent, feeling mixed emotions, yet they couldn't help but admire Koizumi Rikuro's foresight. After Hashimoto Kanzuki appeared, the Sakura country military quickly intervened and took her away to obtain first-hand information regarding the gods. They had finally obtained this information, though the results were not entirely satisfactory. Fortunately, the media had not yet publicized the incident, so public opinion remained in their favor. Furthermore, the gods wouldn't easily interfere in human affairs, their political decisions were still decided by themselves, and they still held the initiative. Koizumi Rikuro cleared his throat. Everyone, I'm sure you're all very clear about our diplomatic priorities from now on. Everyone nodded in agreement. After the cabinet dispersed, Koizumi Rikuro lit a cigar with mixed feelings. He had long since quit smoking, but today's melancholy forced him to take a cigarette to ease his frustration. He had hoped to leverage the power of the gods to become one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, but now all that had come to nothing. It was a real disappointment. Overall, though, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Hey, Mr. Stark, you're back. Harry exclaimed joyfully. The young boy, passionate about handicrafts, had enjoyed a fruitful conversation with Stark. He had woken up this morning without seeing Stark, feeling somewhat disappointed, having assumed he'd quietly left. Now that Stark had suddenly reappeared, his joy was palpable. Stark smiled and apologized. "Sorry, Harry," he said, holding up the freshly bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. "I went out and bought a Chinese breakfast. I wonder if it's to your liking." Actually, he just bought it on his way to Chinatown. He had been running around like a headless chicken that morning, but ended up with nothing. Harry happily accepted the breakfast Stark offered him. "Does Professor Lin Feng like this, too?" Stark shook his head. "No, it's just my personal preference. Professor Lin Feng's breakfast is much more substantial than mine." Seeing Harry's surprise, he smiled. "But I'll take you to see Professor Lin Feng sometime. It's good to get used to Chinese food beforehand." Harry laughed along with Stark. After taking 2 bites of the fried dough sticks, he mumbled, "Mr. Stark, I took a look at your mech and was wondering if you could equip it with a reflector." "Oh," Stark interrupted him. "Reflector panel, huh?" The term was indeed a bit obscure for a child his age, but the fact that he could access and understand this aspect showed that he was indeed a very talented person. Harry nodded excitedly. "Yes, Mr. Stark, if you let me design Iron Man and War Machine." Stark corrected him again, "It's not War Machine now. After joining the UN Security Council, Rhodes' set is now called Iron Patriot." "Really? That sounds even cooler." Harry widened his eyes and danced with joy. Stark shook his head, unimpressed by the name. "That doesn't sound cool at all, Harry. Tell me about your idea." "Add a reflective panel to the mech, and then what?" "Oh, right," Harry said, as Stark brought him back to the point. "Use the reflective panel to reflect light, and it can go into stealth mode." Hearing this, Stark stopped eating his dough sticks and turned to look at Harry. "You want it to go into stealth mode?" Harry raised his head triumphantly. "Well, Mr. Stark, doesn't that sound cool? Don't I have a great idea?" Stark didn't want him to get too cocky. After all, the kid was incredibly talented, and complacency wasn't enough to hold him back. So he continued eating his dough sticks. "That sounds good. Maybe I could make one someday." "It's a really good idea." Harry's idea filled Stark with both shame and emotion. He used to be a flamboyant and rebellious man, always putting everything out in the open, including his declarations of his identity as Iron Man. His pride wouldn't allow him to be humble or to hide his true identity. It was precisely because of this personality that he revealed his home address to the media, allowing terrorists to take advantage. While almost all of his mechas were being sent for repairs and upgrades, artillery fire roared, destroying his home. The current situation of Pepper Potts and Natasha remains unknown, and Maya's condition is likely to be grim. All of this stems from his flamboyant personality. It's also because of this personality that he never considered installing reflective panels. After all, Iron Man always appears openly. What's the point of being invisible? However, yesterday's terrorist attack made him realize his mistake. Without sufficient power to protect his family, his flamboyance would only make him a target for retaliation. Besides, gods still exist in this world. Even if there aren't gods, there are the Kree, whose technology far surpasses that of Blue Star. Perhaps he could change his approach, not being so overtly public, but making people aware of his existence, as if they were revered as gods, would be enough. Stark was lost in thought, unaware that he had finished his soy milk. "Mr. Stark, you've finished your soy milk," Harry reminded him. Stark came to his senses and looked at Harry. To mask his embarrassment, he changed the subject and asked, "Son, who else is in your family?" Harry fiddled with his mech's fingers. "My mom works at a restaurant and isn't usually home during the day. My dad buys lottery tickets and goes to claim his winnings." Stark folded his arms, observing the child with interest. He hadn't seen the child's parents since yesterday. What kind of parents were they? The mom was fine, she worked and supported the family, but what about the dad? The lottery should have improved the family's situation, right? But the kid didn't live in a good place, either. But then he saw Harry lower his head, his voice tinged with grievance and sadness. He must have won a lot, considering he hasn't been home for 5 or 6 years. Stark didn't know how to comfort him, so he said, "Dads abandoning their families is common." He thought of his own father, who had insisted on going on a business trip to Russia for work, and how he had been heartbroken for a long time. The relationship between father and son had never been mended since then, because the opportunity had been lost. Mr. Stark, have you finished your soy milk? Harry reminded him. Stark came back to his senses and looked at Harry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 307 Enemy Spaceship. Chapter 307, Enemy Spaceship, 2025-01-20. Author, Good Monster. However, Captain America stopped him. He had complete confidence in his companions. Although he couldn't withstand the violent force, that didn't mean others couldn't. Even the most powerful force was powerless against the intangible particle current. Furthermore, Lin Feng's strength was immense, and he always displayed surprising feats. Captain America wouldn't believe that his power couldn't withstand the leaking energy. If he couldn't even handle that, how could he possibly defeat Thanos and Luxor? Seeing Captain America's trust in Lin Feng, Lardy didn't know what to say. Although he still felt a little worried, he also felt a hint of anticipation. If this plan succeeded, their planet would no longer have to worry about energy. After all, this place was their planet's largest energy mine, supporting most of the planet's population. But now that it was in trouble, they couldn't find a replacement. Without energy, it would be a disaster. If Lin Feng and his team could solve this problem, it would be a huge benefit to them. Furthermore, the radiation from the leaking area was widespread, and their living space was already limited. Now that such a large area was barred from their tribe, their living space was significantly reduced. If this problem could be solved, it would be a huge boon for them. So, he nodded in agreement, saying he could take Lin Feng and the others to the energy mine where the leak had occurred. The leader nodded, believing Lardy was from their own planet and absolutely trustworthy. So, he asked Lardy to take Lin Feng and the others to the mine where the leak had occurred. When they arrived, they felt the incredibly violent force. Numerous soldiers were guarding the area, and upon seeing anyone approach, they immediately stepped forward to stop them. Since the energy leak, no one could survive there, and they had deployed a large force to prevent anyone from approaching. The soldiers were surprised to see Lardy. Lardy explained that they were there to help resolve the energy leak. The soldiers looked at these men with curiosity. They didn't look particularly powerful, so how could they possibly solve the problem? They had previously invited numerous experts from the universe, but all had failed. Therefore, they didn't hold out much hope for this. However, since these people were invited by the leader, they didn't say anything, just a few words of advice before letting them in. Once inside, they discovered that the power inside was indeed extremely complex, suggesting a significant amount of energy deposits. This energy was leaking continuously, and it wasn't long before it spread outside. If that happened, the place would likely be as dire as it was now. Solving this problem would be no easy task. The two of them entered and immediately took up their tools to repair it. The soldiers outside were astonished at this scene. These two men were unaffected by their surroundings. This was something they had never seen before. However, they still held a secret hope for what was happening. They were stationed here to prevent anyone from approaching. However, the energy leak was extremely serious and was spreading outward. They feared it would soon spread to the densely populated city, causing enormous damage. Unexpectedly, someone would come to solve the problem at this time. This was a matter of great importance to them. The two men found the source of the leak inside. The hole wasn't large, but all the energy was leaking from it. So, one person sealed the hole, while another patched the area with special materials. After a while, they finally repaired the area. Then, they exerted their powers to absorb all the previously leaking energy in the surrounding area. Instantly, all the uncontrolled energy in the vicinity was restored. Those outside were amazed by the scene. After the task was completed, the leader learned the news and understood the situation. He requested someone take the two of them to find the octopus gem's current location. When they arrived at the designated location, after some research, they discovered that the octopus gem was located on the dark planet. Everyone was baffled by the name of this planet, as they had never heard of it before. Meanwhile, someone directly explained the location and informed them that it was uninhabited. The air was filled with a toxic gas, which concentrated to the point that no life could survive. It could even be said that the atmosphere was now filled with toxic gases, so no one would venture there. They were merely aware of the location, but hadn't explored it. Normally, no one paid much attention to this place, so they were unfamiliar with it. After some inquiries, they nodded in agreement. Although it was a secluded location, it was definitely a very secret one. If they were conducting any special experiments, it might be a very safe place. Although it was filled with poisonous gas, the yellow men's capabilities meant they could certainly defend it. They therefore believed a special laboratory must be here, quite possibly right here. So, they asked their leader for the coordinates and set out to search for it. The leader wanted to keep them there for a celebration, but they declined. The situation was extremely tense. If they arrived later, the enemy might learn of the situation and move away, potentially requiring even more time to search. The leader pondered for a moment, then, unwilling to delay their journey, readily agreed to let them leave. He also assured them that they were welcome to return any time. After all, they had performed a vital service for the inhabitants of this planet. While they had provided them with some clues, these small favors offered little practical benefit to the inhabitants. Moreover, today's events clearly demonstrated the immense strength of these individuals. The people of their planet have always held the powerful in high esteem, so associating with them presented no disadvantages. Upon hearing this, they readily agreed. They immediately set out for the planet. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their destination. The planet, nestled among numerous other worlds, appeared unremarkable. Had they not known its coordinates, they would likely have overlooked it entirely. They were impressed by the intelligence work of the Yellow-clad organization. The Yellow-clad organization possessed such extensive knowledge of the area that they would have been unable to discover its existence on their own. However, they never imagined their leader possessed such remarkable equipment. Upon arrival, they found it impossible to enter. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a profoundly strange place, enshrouded by a mysterious atmosphere. This atmosphere was not only extremely toxic but also contained a significant amount of corrosive gases. Forcing their way in would likely corrode even the spacecraft. Furthermore, the complex terrain made entry difficult for everyone. They worried that if they forced their way in, most of them might lose their fighting capacity. They had come here to maintain maximum combat effectiveness, otherwise they would easily alert the guards inside. Furthermore, if they took action inside, it would be difficult to protect everyone. At that point, important members of the Yellow Organization might flee with the octopus gem. Therefore, someone needed to guard the area from the outside to prevent their escape. After some discussion, they decided to have others pilot the spacecraft to remain behind. Those without the necessary skills could go down and complete the mission. After some discussion, they ultimately decided that only Lin Feng and Thor could solve the problem. Thor's inherent resistance to corrosion allowed him to easily traverse the atmosphere and reach the planet. Lin Feng's power, on the other hand, enhanced his physique, making him resilient enough to withstand such powerful forces. The people around them were deeply disheartened by this scene. Despite their extraordinary powers, their physical defenses were not exceptional. Forcing their way in could be a heavy price to pay. And the corrosive forces in the atmosphere were only the beginning. It was said that there were many similar forces within, and if they tried to force their way in, they would likely struggle to exert even 10% of their strength. Since this location had been so secluded by the Yellow Organization, it must be extremely important. Therefore, the individuals within must be powerful, and their presence wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, they decided to defend it from the outside. If anyone attempted to escape, they would be able to intercept them in time. With clear divisions of labor, everyone began their respective actions. Lin Feng also exerted his own strength, surging into the atmosphere with Thor. Once inside, they marveled at the intensity of the gases. With their strength, they could barely withstand the overwhelming force. Anyone else would have been completely unable to enter. The Yellow Organization members presumably possessed some kind of high-tech gadget. Presumably, only this gadget could allow them to enter. Having grasped this, the two of them also ventured deeper. The planet's interior was mostly hazy, devoid of any signs of life. It seemed that the conditions here were indeed as they had claimed, no life could survive. The toxicity and corrosiveness of this place were truly too strong. Upon descending, they immediately sought their target. They searched for a long time, finding the terrain uncomplicated, simply desolate. Protected by the atmosphere, Meteorites from outside could not impact the area. Furthermore, the area was filled with toxic gases, making it impossible for intelligent life to exist. It was a completely natural state, untouched. Therefore, their task was simple: find any trace of human presence to prove human presence. After searching for a while, they indeed discovered something unusual. A screw appeared before them. This object was definitely not from this place, leading them to conclude that intelligent life had once existed. Continuing their search, they finally discovered a spaceship. Judging by its appearance, it must have arrived here before. However, this puzzled them. The conditions here made it impossible for a spaceship to have arrived. The air was filled with corrosive gases, and any spaceship passing through would be corroded. Yet, this spaceship was intact. As they approached, they discovered a protective layer on the ship. This golden layer must have consumed a tremendous amount of energy, making it seem as if it remained completely unaffected. Then, they suddenly noticed a symbol on the ship. Upon closer inspection, it was Thanos' symbol. This shocked them both. They hadn't expected this spaceship to belong to Thanos. They had heard rumors of a collaboration between Thanos and Luxor, but they had never found any evidence. It seemed that finding traces of Thanos during their search of the Yellow Man's base would confirm this fact. They quietly entered the spaceship and found numerous researchers inside. Unsure what they were busy with, they quietly shrank and slipped inside. Inside, they encountered a completely different scene. Numerous staff members were bustling about, and numerous security measures were in place. They tried to escape, but found the security extremely tight. With their strength, they were simply unable to make it. They were extremely anxious. Then, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. He created an illusion, using the staff members to enter. They followed in, then used an illusion to trick them back out. Upon recovery, they would have no memory of their experience. After a brief discussion, the two began their action. They possessed a person and entered. When everything was over, they discovered a special laboratory inside. There were many guards outside, but no one dared approach. When the two of them entered, they discovered two people standing inside, Thanos and Luxor. They hadn't expected them to be there. They'd assumed they were planning an attack on Earth. Instead, they were conducting experiments. Both of them possessed considerable technological prowess. If they joined forces, their power would be greatly increased. They wondered what they were researching, which necessitated the presence. However, the piles of scrap metal on the floor suggested their experiment was anything but simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have experienced so many failures. This was their concern. Since these two had personally created this object, it must be something truly extraordinary. Lin Feng had a hunch that if they succeeded, their power would be greatly enhanced. Even if he had fully integrated the power of the Ancient One, he might still be no match for them. He wondered if he could foil their plans. However, the dense guard surrounding him made him hesitate. 228. Chapter 227 Farewell. 228. Chapter 227 Farewell 2024-11-07 Author, Good Monster Chapter 227 Farewell Hey, Mr. Stark, you're finally back, Harry shouted excitedly. This little boy, who was passionate about handicrafts, had a great time talking with Stark and gained a lot. When he woke up in the morning and didn't see Stark, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, thinking that Stark had quietly left. Now that Stark suddenly appeared in front of him, he felt extremely happy. Stark smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, Harry, he said, holding the soy milk and fried dough sticks he had just bought. I went out to buy a Chinese breakfast. I wonder if you would like it. In fact, he just bought it when he went to Chinatown. He ran around like a headless chicken in the morning, but ended up with nothing. Harry happily accepted the breakfast Stark offered him. Does Professor Lin Feng like this, too? Stark shook his head. No, it's just my personal preference. Professor Lin Feng's breakfast is much richer than mine. Seeing Harry's surprise, he smiled. But I'll take you to see Professor Lin Feng someday. It'd be nice to get accustomed to Chinese cuisine beforehand. Harry laughed along with Stark. After taking 2 bites of the fried dough sticks, he mumbled, Mr. Stark, I've been looking at your mech. I wonder if you could equip it with a reflective. Stark interrupted him. Reflective panel, huh? The term was a bit obscure for a kid his age, but the fact that he could engage with and understand it showed he was truly talented. Harry nodded excitedly. Yes, Mr. Stark. If I were to design Iron Man and War Machine, Stark corrected him again. It's not War Machine anymore. After joining the United Nations, Rhodes is now called Iron Patriot. Really? That sounds even cooler. Harry's eyes widened, and he began to dance with joy. Stark shook his head, unimpressed by the name. That doesn't sound cool at all, Harry. Tell me about your idea. Add a reflective panel to the mech, and then what? Oh, right, Harry said, as Stark brought him back to the point. Use the reflective panel to reflect light, and it can go into stealth mode. Hearing this, Stark stopped eating his dough sticks and turned to look at Harry. You want it to go into stealth mode? Harry raised his head proudly. Well, Mr. Stark, doesn't that sound cool? Don't I have a great idea? Stark didn't want him to get too cocky. After all, the kid was incredibly talented, and complacency wasn't enough to hold him back. So he continued eating his dough sticks. That sounds great. Maybe I could make one someday. It's a really good idea. Harry's idea filled Stark with both shame and emotion. He used to be a flamboyant and rebellious man, always putting everything on the table, including his declarations of his identity as Iron Man. His pride wouldn't allow him to be humble or to hide his true identity. It was precisely because of this personality that he revealed his home address to the media, allowing terrorists to exploit the situation. While almost all of his mechas were being sent for repairs and upgrades, artillery fire roared, devastating his home. The current situation of Pepper Potts and Natasha remains unknown, and Maya's condition is likely to be grim. All of this stems from his flamboyant personality. It's also because of this that he never considered installing reflective panels. After all, Iron Man always appears openly. What's the point of being invisible? However, yesterday's terrorist attack made him realize his mistake. Without sufficient power to protect his family, his flamboyance would only make him a target for retaliation. Besides, there are gods in this world. Even if there aren't gods, there are the Kree, whose technology far surpasses that of Blue Star. Perhaps he could change his approach, not being so overtly public, but letting people know of his existence as if they were revered as gods. That would be enough. Stark fell into deep thought, unaware that he had finished his soy milk. To mask his embarrassment, he changed the subject and asked, "Son, who else is in your family?" Harry fiddled with his mech's fingers. "My mom works at a restaurant and isn't usually home during the day. My dad buys lottery tickets and goes to claim his winnings." Stark folded his arms, observing the child with interest. He hadn't seen the child's parents since yesterday. What kind of parents were they? The mom was fine, she worked and supported the family, but what about the dad? The lottery should have improved the family's situation, right? But the kid didn't live in a good place, either. But then Harry lowered his head, his voice tinged with grievance and sadness. He must have won a lot, considering he hasn't been home in 5 or 6 years. Stark didn't know how to comfort him, so he said, "Dads abandoning their families is common." He thought of his own father, who had insisted on going on a business trip to Russia for work, and how he had been heartbroken by that decision. The relationship between father and son had never been mended since then. The opportunity had been lost. Unlike the dawn in the United States, it was already afternoon in Germany. With a roar, a plane landed steadily at Berlin airport. The cabin door opened, and Dusty Rogers, Bucky, and the others emerged, escorting a man with a dejected look. At the UN's German branch, Sharon learned that her superiors had lifted the wanted order for Rogers and the others, and a surge of joy welled up in her heart. Although she didn't know the full story, she could roughly guess it was a brilliant plan. With a notice in hand, she happily rushed to Berlin airport. The wanted order for Rogers and the others was actually a carefully planned ploy, orchestrated by Ross and Lin Feng to uncover the true culprit behind the Vienna bombing. Now that the true culprit, Helmut Zemo, had been apprehended, the need for a wanted order for Rogers and the others had vanished. Therefore, with the approval of their superiors, the UN lifted the wanted order for them. However, Bucky still needed a psychological evaluation, as he had committed numerous crimes before the Vienna bombing. Rogers watched Bucky being escorted back into the prison van, a wave of emotion welling up in his heart. But he still waved to Bucky, awaiting the results of his evaluation. He no longer worried about Bucky losing control, nor did he fear someone impersonating a therapist. The Vienna bombing was now completely over. Bucky smiled back, expressing his lack of concern. He had come to terms with his past mistakes, and this evaluation was a chance for him to come to terms with himself. Smiling, he closed his eyes, welcoming the approaching darkness of the tunnel. He believed that after this darkness, a new life would greet him. As Bucky's prison van disappeared from sight, Rogers turned with a complex expression to the next van. Inside sat Zemo, the true culprit of the Vienna bombing. Zemo looked dejected, a stark contrast to the frenzied figure Rogers had first met. He was now dejected, as if the world had lost all hope. As the van was about to enter the holding tunnel leading to the underground prison, Zemo seemed to sense Rogers' gaze. He looked up and met Rogers' eyes, his eyes filled with resentment. Rogers looked calm and waved to Zemo. However, the sinister look in Zemo's eyes when he looked up gave Rogers a chill and made him feel very uncomfortable. He watched Bucky and Zemo enter the tunnel, then turned around and basked in the warmth of the afternoon sun, watching everyone say goodbye. Sam and Scott said goodbye reluctantly. "Men, you made an invaluable contribution this time, thank you." Scott scratched his head. "It's my duty." "It's nothing really," but at this point, he still smiled proudly. Then, he waved goodbye and boarded the flight back to the United States. Peter and Wanda were still staring at Scott's back. Wanda remained puzzled. "That's strange. How did he get so big?" Peter rolled his eyes. "You ask me, but who should I ask? How would I know? You might as well ask Vision. I'm sure he'll be patient and explain it to you." It turned out that during the capture of Zemo in Siberia, Zemo activated a mysterious program left behind by Hydra to counter Rogers and his men. The 5 super soldiers were well trained and coordinated, and their familiarity with the Siberian base gave them the advantage of terrain and personnel, making the battle difficult for Rogers and his men. Furthermore, the Siberian base contained a large amount of standard equipment. Rogers and his men lacked coordination, were unfamiliar with the terrain, and Bucky was an unqualified commander. Peter nearly got lost. The intense firepower from the 5 opposing super soldiers kept them scrambling, and their poor coordination quickly ran out of time. Zemo seized the opportunity to activate the escape hatch, attempting to evade capture. At a crucial moment, Scott transformed into gigantic Ant-Man and, recklessly, seized several super soldiers, disrupting their formation and coordination. This allowed Rogers and Bucky to break through the defenses and ultimately capture Zemo. Peter's teasing made Wanda both embarrassed and delighted. She had been interacting with Vision frequently lately, finding him approachable, kind, and filled with a girlish longing and anticipation. However, she also worried whether Vision, a hybrid of artificial intelligence and biology, truly possessed human emotions. Peter patted her, bringing her back to her senses. The 2 men approached Sam and Rogers. "Mr. Rogers, our mission has concluded, and we must return." Rogers waved goodbye. Lin Feng had sent them on this mission, and now it was over, their responsibility fulfilled. Barton stretched. "There are no flights back today, Rogers." "I'd like to grab a meal here." Rogers smiled and nodded in agreement, then gazed off into the distance. Sam and Barton watched Sharon's figure gradually become clearer in the distance. They exchanged a silent glance before departing. Night had fallen in the heart of Sakura country. Gentle moonlight caressed Hashimoto Kanzuki's somewhat solitary figure. Leaving the Prime Minister's residence, free from the reporter's pursuit, Hashimoto Kanzuki strolled alone, the click of her high heels echoing in the still night. Reflecting on her actions that day, she felt a sense of relief. She had ultimately kept her identity as a Sakura country deity secret. But she had done her utmost to pave the way for friendly relations between Sakura country and China. She believed that the cabinet members, led by Koizumi Rikuro, would understand her hidden message and maintain harmony between the 2 countries. Perhaps Lin Feng shared this sentiment? The image of Professor Lin Feng kept recurring in her mind. Having personally experienced the vastness of divine power, her admiration for him had reached a new height. As she walked, her mind shone with thoughts of Lin Feng, his stubbornness when they first met, his demeanor when they met again, and his heroic act when he bravely stepped forward to save her. Before she knew it, she had returned to her residence. She opened the door and poured herself a glass of water, but she hesitated. Should she visit Professor Lin Feng now? She took off her high heels as she pondered. Professor Lin Feng was still under surveillance by Rode and his men. For this mission, the Sakura government had prepared 4 rooms for Lin Feng and his group. Lin Feng lived alone in one, and the other 3 rooms faced each other, located to the left and right of Lin Feng's room. Hashimoto Kanayu, who had originally planned to visit Lin Feng late at night, ultimately stopped. As a spokesperson for the gods, she was well aware of the risks of visiting Lin Feng at this time. If the news media caught her, how would she explain the late-night meeting between two spokespersons for the gods? Would this allow the Kree to follow the clues and guess Lin Feng's true identity? After careful consideration, Hashimoto Kanryu abandoned the idea of a direct meeting. But that didn't mean she couldn't see Lin Feng. With a thought, Hashimoto Kanryu summoned her divine power and instantly appeared in Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng was slightly surprised to see Hashimoto Kanryu suddenly appear, but then he offered her a chair and invited her to sit down. Noticing Hashimoto Kanryu's nervousness, he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Miss Hashimoto? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lin Feng wanted to slap himself. Hashimoto Kanryu had just obtained divine power, how could she feel uncomfortable? Hashimoto Kanryu was delighted to hear Lin Feng's concern. She walked up to Lin Feng and looked at him boldly, her eyes full of admiration. Her gaze was so focused, even a little obsessed, that Lin Feng was a little suspicious of her state. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask, Hashimoto Kanryu suddenly stood on tiptoe and hugged his neck. Lin Feng was startled by Hashimoto Kanryu's behavior and quickly pushed her away. "Miss Hashimoto, you..." Although she was pushed away, Hashimoto Kanryu was quick to grab his arm. Hashimoto Kanryu was not discouraged. She held Lin Feng's arm tightly and looked at him affectionately. "Professor Lin Feng, ever since you saved me from the Kree, my heart has belonged to you. As a god, you work hard for the survival of mankind. As a member of the human race, you have bestowed divine power on me, allowing me to take on the responsibility of protecting mankind. I am grateful to you, but I have no way to repay you. I don't know how you feel about me, so please forgive my abruptness. But tonight, I want to be your woman. Please allow me to be bold, okay?" After saying this, she looked directly at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer with both seriousness and trepidation. Lin Feng looked at Hashimoto Kanryu's serious expression and was at a loss. 229. Chapter 228, Complicated Mood. 229. Chapter 228 The mood is very complicated. 2024-11-08 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 228 The mood is very complicated. He has surpassed humans, but should he retain human emotions? He knew very well the feelings of Hashimoto Kanzuki for him, but he never took the initiative to reveal it. Now that the girl has taken the initiative to confess, should he step down from the altar and experience human emotions? Hashimoto Kanzuki's beautiful face was right in front of him, and he was afraid that he would say the word no. Forget it, he is a person with feelings after all. How can he bear to hurt a girl's most innocent feelings? He looked at Hashimoto Kanzuki's flawless cheeks, made up his mind, no longer hesitated, and took the initiative to kiss her. The two closed their eyes and enjoyed the warmth in each other's hearts. Love comes suddenly, but it is natural. Sweetness comes naturally, but always appears inadvertently. Therefore, happiness is often contradictory, because love and sweetness are always full of contradictions, and it is unknown when they can be unified. After a somewhat unsettling conversation with Lin Feng, Carol felt he had a point. In fact, in all her time hunting the Skrulls, she'd rarely witnessed them killing without cause. Instead, it was the Kree, for a particular reason, who had stained their hands with the blood of countless Skrulls. Was this justifiable? Rog had always told her that the Skrulls could disguise themselves as anyone, infiltrate other planets, quietly seize territory, and then slaughter and celebrate their possession. The Kree, driven by their desire to liberate innocent worlds, were forced to use technology that rivaled the Skrulls, forcing them to fight back, even at the cost of their lives. Even with their own world destroyed, they persevered, rescuing the inhabitants of other worlds in distress. So, why did Rog's current behavior resemble that of the invaders he described? Unlike the Skrulls, they could completely replicate all of a person's biological information, including their short-term memory, simply by meeting them. While the Kree couldn't alter their appearance, they could use electromagnetic waves to disrupt a living being's brainwaves, creating perceptual barriers and misleading the cerebral cortex into receiving false information, thus forming their own image. Just like Rogue, a minor trooper commander, impersonating the U.S. president of Blue Planet. Although they considered this planet a low-tech world of C-53 carbon-based life, the technological level of Tony Stark and his Hulk rivaled theirs, shocking Carol. Carol walked straight to the U.S. president's office, unannounced, and entered. Roger looked at Carol, who seemed a little agitated, in surprise. "What's wrong, Carol?" Carol was irritable, But after a moment's hesitation, she made an excuse. I couldn't sleep, and I wanted to talk to you. Roger smiled. Want some practice? I'm always available. Being the President of the United States, you can pass everything off to others. It's a great job, Carol asked casually. Raj, this job isn't necessary for us, but why do you insist on it? Roger dropped a smile. To improve our image among the Blue Star people, Carol frowned. She knew that Lin Feng had recently, in the name of God, publicly declared that the Kree were lurking on Blue Star and were their enemies. While some doubted this, most nations on Blue Star held a very negative impression of the Kree. Blue Star people already harbored a primal resistance and rejection of alien life, and the alien invasions by Loki, Hela, Thanos, and others had exacerbated this hostility. Even without divine intervention, the Kree's identity, if exposed, would make them targets of attack from the Blue Stars. This wasn't the gods' fault, it was simply Lin Feng's uncanny grasp of human nature. Carol's heart wavered again. The two of them arrived at the training grounds, and despite her best efforts, Carol was still no match for Rogue. Rogue, like her mentor, guided her through training, taught her combat techniques, and even instilled in her the Kree's mission to liberate other planets from the tragic fate of the Skrulls. She never doubted Rogue. With a thud, Carol fell to the ground again, still stubbornly insisting, I just fell. Roger didn't want to expose her, but continued, yes, you just fell, but then changed the subject with a hint of sarcasm, because I hit you in the face. Carol continued to argue, no, Roger, it was just when your fist was about to hit me that I fell, Roger said helplessly. Those two things shouldn't be related, right? Carol attacked again. Due to hesitation, the attack was fierce, but Roger felt that the connection was not smooth and full of loopholes. He retreated repeatedly, admonishing her, don't doubt. Doubt will slow you down and make you vulnerable. A strange image flashed through Carol's mind, as if it were a long-forgotten memory. I think I remembered something from my past, Carol said unconsciously. Roger's face changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He threw Carol out and grabbed her right hand, preparing for the next combo. Carol quickly recovered her position after landing, her left hand poised for attack, seemingly unable to contain her rage. Seeing this, Roger quickly said, control yourself. If you lose control again, you'll need to consult with the supreme wisdom. As a seasoned warrior, emotional fluctuations are your most dangerous enemy. Carol, always remember this. Carol suppressed her anger, dimmed her radiance, shook her head, and walked away wordlessly. Roger spoke from behind her, Carol, what we give you can be taken back at any time. Carol didn't respond, but she wondered, who are we, who are they, who am I? Fragments of memories flashed through her mind again, and Carol wandered the streets, lost in thought, her emotions a complex mess. This was a night destined to be remembered. The natural flow of their emotions created a touching and unforgettable story. Finally, the room fell silent, two hearts entwined at the pinnacle of love. Hashimoto Kanayu, naturally charming, radiated a captivating charm after this emotional baptism. A languid, contented expression etched across her features, a breathtaking beauty. Lin Feng was captivated, his gaze captivated. Hashimoto Kanayu sensed Lin Feng's infatuation, a sweet surge of affection welling up in her heart. She gazed back charmingly, then gave him a kiss filled with love and anticipation. After a passionate embrace, Hashimoto Kanayu gradually savored the sweetness of love. As the storm within the house subsided, the snow outside the window seemed to subside as well. Hashimoto Kanayu lay limply on her side on the rosewood bed, then turned and leaned against Lin Feng's firm chest, unwilling to let him notice the turmoil within her. Everything finally calmed down. Hashimoto Kanayu quietly nestled in Lin Feng's arms, feeling his strong embrace, but suddenly a sense of loss and fear welled up within her. It had all happened so suddenly, and she hadn't considered Lin Feng's situation. With my status, could I spend my life with him? We're both messengers of God, but of different nationalities. If we were together, would we be condemned by the world? Lin Feng is already under surveillance by the Pact. If I'm included, would his life become even more difficult? Worse still, if the Kree discovered that Professor Lin Feng was a god, the consequences would be disastrous. Hashimoto Kanayu's heart trembled with fear as she thought about it. She had ignored these dire consequences in her selfish desires, and she felt a sense of unease. Lin Feng was keenly aware that the woman in his arms was weighed down by worry. He had put aside his godhood and appeared as a gentle husband. He asked considerately, Kanayu, what's wrong? Are you worried? Hashimoto Kanayu smiled shyly and remained silent. Beads of sweat on her forehead slid down her black hair, gleaming like pearls in Lin Feng's sight. Hashimoto Kanayu's silence did not deter Lin Feng from questioning. He continued firmly, Huanayu, are you worried about something? Tell me. Hashimoto Huanayu finally turned around, looking at Lin Feng's sharp, angular, yet smooth profile. With a forced smile, she replied, No, Professor, I really am. Really? Lin Feng asked, testing the waters despite knowing the answer. Although straightforward, he could sense something was amiss. Hashimoto Huanayu's attempt to conceal her feelings only served to conceal her own, but her tense form betrayed her feelings. Lin Feng frowned helplessly and attempted to use his divine power to peer into Hashimoto Huanayu's heart. However, he generally wouldn't use his divine power to penetrate hearts, as it was disrespectful. Furthermore, understanding someone's inner thoughts shouldn't be done in such a crude way. But for some reason, he didn't see through her. It seemed Hashimoto Huanayu was secretly using her divine power to resist his probing. Lin Feng frowned, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Hashimoto Huanayu's divine power might not be as great as his, but he could certainly increase his efforts to break through her defenses. However, since Hashimoto Kanayu didn't want him to see into her heart, what reason did he have to forcefully break through her self-imposed isolation? Lin Feng sighed and caressed Hashimoto Kanayu's cheek tenderly. Hashimoto Kanayu relaxed, staring at Lin Feng nervously. Lin Feng smiled, Huanayu, it's okay. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. But don't keep your troubles bottled up, feel free to share them. Some things can be solved through human effort. Hashimoto Kanayu nodded, half comprehending, then a sudden realization dawned on her. Lin Feng still hoped she would open up. However, in this situation, how could she express her thoughts and feelings? Was she going to make Professor Lin Feng worry and feel anxious with her? Hashimoto Kanayu bit her lip, not daring to dwell on it. She dodged the question, gazing at Lin Feng affectionately, reaching out her delicate hand to gently caress his resolute, handsome face. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, Are you okay? Hashimoto Kanayu simply smiled sweetly and didn't answer. Outside the window, the wind roared again, and the snow began to fall again, as if it would cover the entire world in a blanket of white snow. In a rare move, Pete stayed in the lab, intently observing Ultron's in-depth analysis of the Kree's structure. Pete stared intently at the memory images in the Kree's mind and exclaimed, It's amazing that there is such a strange race as the Skrulls. Ultron, from the perspective of artificial intelligence, poured cold water on Pete. Pete, with all due respect, this is not something to cheer about. You have to know that whether it is the Kree using technological means to interfere with brainwaves to imitate the human appearance, or the Skrulls being able to copy human biological information with just one glance, their existence poses a serious threat to human safety. Pete seemed indifferent and replied, I know. Ultron, their technological level is indeed more advanced than ours. We have to be considerate of the current level of human technology, right? Ultron was not annoyed by Pete's perfunctory response. He said seriously, Pete, you have to understand that both the Skrulls planet and the Kree planet have been destroyed, and this was under the premise that their technology far surpassed that of Blue Star. Pete was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then laughed and said, But we still have God, don't we? Unable to refute, Ultron resorted to another angle to explain the gravity of the situation. Pete, you have to think clearly. The gods have conveyed their intentions through Professor Lin Feng. They will only intervene in times of life and death. What about non-life or death crises? For example, if you were replaced by a Skrull, your personal fate certainly doesn't compare to the fate of all humanity, but the Skrulls could use this method to gain residency on Blue Planet. They wouldn't need to replace many people, they only need a small tribe to establish themselves on Blue Planet, and then slowly multiply. Sooner or later, there would no longer be a pure Blue Planet population. Pete shuddered. It had to be said that Ultron, as a guide to human evolution, was quite clear-headed. He had considered the risks of peaceful evolution. Furthermore, the example he cited was the Skrulls, a relatively benign and friendly alien race that currently posed no threat to Blue Planet's humanity. What if it were the Kree, who had already begun their accelerated invasion of Blue Planet? If peaceful evolution continued for a long time, would Blue Planet still have a foothold for Blue Planet's people? How would the gods respond then? Ultron pointed out coldly, the Skrulls aren't carbon-based life forms, and therefore possess a remarkable talent for biological mimicry. Kree intelligence indicates they can lock onto a target and assimilate themselves into their likeness. replicating them from the inside out. Except they aren't Blue Star natives, they can share everything with them, Blue Star's resources, land, environment, even its women. Ultron's words struck Pete like a bolt from the blue, but he wasn't done. Can you imagine? A group of Skrulls shouting "I love Blue Star," then suddenly defrauding people as Skrulls. You know they're illegal immigrants, but you can't do anything about it because some will accuse you of disrespecting Skrull human rights. Meanwhile, they contently enjoy the resources provided by Blue Star humans, spitting insults at them as shameless, while wreaking havoc on their land. And because the gods don't act, you're left to endure in silence. Does that sound good to you? Chapter 308, 1 verses 3. Chapter 308, 1 against 3, 2025, 01, 20, author, Good Monster. Attacking now might alert the two men early on. He didn't yet have the strength to fight them. If only one of them came, he wasn't worried. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still achieve his goal and escape. With his speed, one person couldn't possibly catch up to him. At this moment, Thor glared at him fiercely, then his gaze shifted to the object in Kid's hand. Yapan took a closer look and saw that it was none other than the lost octopus gem. He had never seen it in person, but Black Widow had shown him a picture before, so he easily recognized it. Just then, the two of them seemed to have completed a task, pushing a robot out. Presumably, this was the culmination of their recent research. The two gestured at the robot with a gem, as if discussing something. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed back to Black Widow's words. The octopus gem was an extremely powerful energy source, capable of providing enormous amounts of energy. Similarly, this gem could be used to create a weapon of immense power. If these two men were to infuse the gem's full power into a robot, its power would be terrifying, transforming it into a terrifying killing machine. On their own, it would be difficult to defeat Kid and Thanos. If they were aided by someone else, their chances of defeating them would be even slimmer. Therefore, they planned to seize this opportunity to seize the device before it could fully activate. If their operation was thwarted, all the previous efforts would be wasted. My eyes were fixed on the octopus gem in Kid's hand. It was the ultimate goal of our operation. It was also the source of all energy. If they could seize it, even if they possessed the robot, they wouldn't have the power to activate it. Therefore, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to rush out and retrieve the gem. At that moment, Kid suddenly sensed a threat and immediately rolled away from his previous position. A figure appeared where he had been. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or the gem would have been taken away. However, his rage surged, and he immediately engaged the man before him. But he was surprised to find himself no match for him. Thanos, sensing something was amiss, rushed forward, and after a brief interrogation, they discovered that the man before them was none other than their acquaintance, Lin Feng. Their presence was met with shock. They had hoped to complete their experiments here, gaining a third powerful figure. With this, their combined strength would allow them to accomplish a great deal. Now, it seemed more complicated than that. It was unknown where he had gotten the information. Their discovery of this laboratory was already the most hidden of other labs. It seemed they had left clues, diverting attention to other planets, stalling for time until they could develop the robot. Preliminary work was nearing completion, on the verge of finality, when this lingering figure suddenly appeared. This infuriated the two, but this was a crucial moment. After much effort to develop the robot, despite countless failures, they felt certain they would succeed this time. They only needed to embed the octopus gem in Kid's hands into the robot to fully activate it. This moment couldn't be interrupted. Thanos immediately stepped forward, rallying his men to surround Lin Feng. Kid seized the opportunity to approach the robot, preparing to activate it directly. Lin Feng tried to intervene, but a surge of men emerged from elsewhere and attacked him. Lin Feng had no choice but to defeat them. He knew they were stalling for time, but given their strength, it would take some effort to defeat them on his own. Besides, Thanos was still there. While not as powerful as he was still a formidable opponent. If they weren't completely defeated, Kid might embed the octopus gem in the robot, making defeating them even more difficult. He glanced at Thor, intending to hold them back while Thor used his speed advantage to retrieve the gem. The two had worked together many times, perfectly synchronizing their actions. However, this time, Thanos was being extra cautious, surrounding Kid with a number of experts. Lin Feng sneered as he saw the group charging towards him. They weren't very powerful, mere cannon fodder. Their goal was to buy time, allowing the robot to activate. Although Thor had been sent after the fleeing kid, both Kid and Thanos were incredibly powerful, and Thor was no match for them. At best, he could only block them, buying himself some time. Therefore, he had to quickly eliminate the forces here and then go to support Thor. So he exerted all his might, boosting his power to the limit and attacking them. They weren't very strong, but there were so many of them. Even if Lin Feng could defeat each one with a single blow, it would take a long time. Seeing Lin Feng at this moment, Thanos' expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected his power to increase so rapidly. Previously, he had been evenly matched with him. He had thought that with the 3 gems, his strength would be greatly increased, at least equal to him, but now it seemed he had been overthinking it. As you improve, so does he. Thanos felt that he was probably no match for Lin Feng. But now he had to buy Kid enough time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to activate the robot. They had done all this for this thing. If the robot activated, they would have another top-tier expert on their side. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, Lin Feng might not be their match. After so much research, they were finally nearing completion. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward to stop them. Her men alone were no match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already advanced far on his own, but now Thanos stood in his way. His speed was diminished, and Thanos was much stronger. While Lin Feng was confident of defeating him, it would take considerable time. Meanwhile, Kid had already escaped, clutching the octopus gem. Thor was in hot pursuit. What he had just witnessed had given him a suspicion that their secret weapon might be the robot. And the most crucial power source was the octopus gem in Kid's hands. He had to stop him. Now that he was the only one holding them back, the others had a golden opportunity, so he charged in. Kid realized Thor was the only one chasing him. His concerns subsided. While Thor was formidable, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him quickly. He sent several of his men to entangle Thor and then directly implanted the octopus gem into the robot. Thor saw this, feeling helpless and helpless. While the men before him weren't particularly strong, it would take time to defeat them. He was completely powerless now, and could only watch helplessly as Kid placed the gem into the robot's power source. Meanwhile, Lin Feng unleashed his full might, a force Thanos couldn't withstand. Thanos regretted bringing all the gems with him. With them, he could hold out a little longer. Now, it seemed like things weren't going to be easy. Just as he was distracted, Lin Feng suddenly seized the opportunity, knocking him to the ground and restraining him with his own defensive abilities. He then fled and rushed inside. When he arrived, Kid had already placed the octopus gem into the robot. Only then did he realize he was too late. Despite his special abilities, he couldn't travel through time to change what had already happened. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Kid was overjoyed at the completion of his mission. He had spent so much time researching and at such a cost, and now it was finally complete. He had gained another powerful assistant. With their combined strength, he wouldn't have to worry about the pervert before him. Luke Sasso's eyes were filled with fanaticism. The robot before him began to power up, a terrifying force emanating from it. Luke Sasso announced to everyone present that this was his most proud creation, which he named Adam. The robot was powered by the octopus gem, a source of energy that ensured its combat effectiveness rivaled that of anyone present. Furthermore, its control center was an intelligent system, infused with the accumulated combat experience of their team. Using its built-in analyzer, it could determine the most effective attack method, surpassing everyone present in terms of intelligence. After hearing this introduction, Lin Feng felt a heavy feeling in his heart. If this were the case, this guy would be extremely difficult to deal with. He was a formidable foe on Luke Sasso's level. Meanwhile, Thor had also broken free from the men restraining him. Seeing the robot fully activated, he felt a mixture of anger and regret. If only he had been stronger, if he had been able to break free of these men more quickly, perhaps he could have prevented this. He angrily charged at the robot. Seeing this, Lin Feng was horrified. According to previous reports, this robot was extremely powerful. Charging straight at it wasn't a wise move. Elsewhere, the robot equipped with the octopus gem was fully operational. Sensing an attack, its automatic defense system immediately activated. It quickly mounted a defensive attack. Thor attacked with his own attack method, but was surprised to discover that the robot's shell, made of some unknown material, could actually block lightning. This left him somewhat bewildered. After all, His entire strength came from lightning and his incredible physical strength. Without the power of lightning, he would likely be reduced to less than 60%. He hadn't expected the robot before him to possess such an ability. Still, he believed his own strength was immense, and he could dismantle the robot on his own. So, he swung a sledgehammer and smashed it against the octopus gem's power source. At that moment, Adam's emergency response system activated, making the most effective move. Using an anti-gravity spring, it deflected the force. Thor was caught off guard and was knocked back several steps by the rebounding force. He immediately swung his hammer again, striking the robot in the waist. However, to his surprise, Adam, using its computing power, calculated the trajectory of his attack and deftly dodged it. Simultaneously, it quickly gathered an energy blast from its hand and launched it towards Thor. Thor, alarmed by this, quickly deployed his shield to block it, but his strength was no match for the energy blast. He was sent flying. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression was solemn. This robot was more formidable than he had imagined. Its computing power was truly astonishing, allowing it to anticipate its opponent's moves. Just now, Thor had attacked it with the element of lightning, but it had used the power of the octopus gem to create a protective shield, completely isolating the lightning's force. Since it possessed this energy conversion process, other elements were unlikely to have much effect on it. As for his own power of coercion, while it might be effective against living humans, it seemed ineffective against this machine. Desperate, he could only charge forward, engaging it with his own combat prowess. It was during Lin Feng's clash with robot Adam that I realized the true strength of this iron creature. Even with his own physical strength, Lin Feng was no match for it. He had no choice but to infuse himself with another power. After all, he possessed more than one power. If one wasn't enough, he'd use two. He also wanted to test a creature's limits. Now that it was activated, if he couldn't destroy it, it would surely become a formidable foe in the future. He might as well take this opportunity to gauge its strength, so that if anything went wrong, he could prepare a response. With this in mind, he began to increase his attack. Surprisingly, the robot adjusted its power according to his attack intensity. Clearly, it hadn't reached its limit. This was until Lin Feng combined the two powers. As they merged, his power increased, and he was now firmly evenly matched with robot Adam. Lin Feng speculated that his own strength could continue to increase. This robot had only recently been activated, so it undoubtedly had a number of flaws. Once these were fully fixed and its combat experience could be fully utilized, its strength would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, two members of Thanos' team also noticed this issue with the Adam robot. They exchanged glances and charged forward. Facing the attack of three men, Lin Feng suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Each of them was incredibly powerful. It would take him considerable time to defeat any one of them, let alone all three working together. He felt himself gradually losing ground, his strength rapidly depleting. Thor, observing this, was filled with anxiety. Lin Feng was currently the most powerful being on Earth. If anything happened to him, Earth would be completely exposed to the vast cosmic forces. Facing future attacks from Thanos and Luxor, they would be powerless. 230. Chapter 229 Professor, I want to give birth to a child for you. 230. Chapter 229 Professor, I want to have a baby for you. 2024-11-09 Author, Good Monster. Chapter 229 Professor, I want to have a baby for you. Ultron's words instantly reminded Pete of his sister Wanda. Fortunately, Vision is a robot, and her happiness should be guaranteed. Ultron seemed to see through Pete's thoughts and sneered, Pete, don't forget that Vision is a robot in name, but he combines biological tissue and vibranium structure. We also got intelligence from the Kree. These Skrulls can even copy DNA. How difficult do you think it would be for them to imitate Vision? It's nothing more than that they can't imitate the 9-rank moral golden lotus given by God. There is no luck in anything. Pete was speechless. The scene of the Skrulls shouting "This is Blue Star, you are the ones who should get out" emerged in his mind, and he felt a chill in his heart. He had no choice but to spread his hands helplessly. Ultron, I have to admit that what you said makes sense. Ultron knew that he had touched Pete's heart, so he stopped attacking him and changed the subject. The appearance of God has made humans too dependent on their power. So much so that when encountering many problems, humans think of God first. God is the last guarantee, not a tool that can be called upon at any time. Faced with the threats of the Kree and the Skrulls, God is helpless and can only watch them evolve peacefully. Pete suddenly realized and understood Ultron's true thoughts. In other words, only when humans themselves become strong can they resist these foreign invaders. Ultron rarely showed an anthropomorphic smile. Pete, my friend, you are right. Only when humans themselves continue to progress can they cope with various crises. Although the gods are great, they are often just our spiritual comfort. They need to consider the position of humans in many things and cannot take action personally. Therefore, humans still need to be strong. I was created for this purpose. Pete nodded, clenched his fists, and fell into deep thought. Rog, do you think Carol has begun to doubt us? Minerva questioned the commander. Rog spread his hands. It's hard to say. Her faith seems to be wavering, which is not what she should be thinking. We've used technology to erase her relevant memories. But when she fought me, her movements were a little slow. I wonder if she's regained some memories. In short, this is definitely not a good thing for us, he explained to Minerva, and Atlas followed Minerva into the room. One of them is the team's top sniper, the other an outstanding tank. While not the core of the team, they are definitely the most unique figures in the team. Of course, when it comes to the most core and unique figure, it is undoubtedly Carol. She has always been so outstanding. Atlas and Minerva exchanged glances, realizing that Rog was right. Carol's restored memories would indeed be a problem for them. Rog smiled faintly. That's alright, though. We possess advanced technology. Carol's powers were granted by us, and we have the ability to withdraw them at any time. When I have time, I'll arrange for Carol to meet with the Supreme Intelligence and have a proper consultation with her. You don't have to worry too much for now. Atlas and Minerva felt reassured. Jan Rog, their most accomplished commander, possessed a calm mind, incredible judgment, exceptional mental fortitude, and comprehensive combat skills. Since he had promised to handle Carol's situation, the situation remained under their control. However, Rog suddenly changed the subject, projecting Lin Feng's image and asking the two, "Do you know this person?" Lin Feng's smile, in the projection, seemed mysterious, even a little chilling. They knew him all too well. As the spokesperson for the gods, he bridged the gap between humanity and those who claimed to be gods. However, little was known about his past. They had sent a spy to investigate, but the spy had mysteriously disappeared, undoubtedly sacrificed for the Kree. Because of this, the Blue Star people were able to decipher the Kree structure, and the Avengers announced to the Blue Star people that Earth had been invaded by the Kree, urging them to remain vigilant. They had tried every possible means to gather intelligence on Lin Feng, but to no avail. Minerva asked uncertainly, "Why, Rogue, are you planning to send another spy?" Atlas was also confused, puzzled by Rogue's mention of Lin Feng again. After all, Rogue was impersonating the US president and should have distanced himself from this non-political figure. Rogue clenched his hands. Carol began to question our policy after she came into contact with Lin Feng. I don't know what means Lin Feng used, but as the most well-known messenger of God at present, he may have some special abilities. We can't afford to offend those gods. After all, even an interstellar overlord like Thanos was destroyed by them. But as for the messengers of God, we must do everything we can to discredit, attack, and slander them, so that the people of Blue Star will firmly believe that the messengers of God are cursed and people dare not approach them. We can use the political means of Blue Star to kill people and destroy their hearts. Minerva found it a little funny. Rog, are you crazy? Such a low-level Blue Star person, do we still need us to assassinate him? Rog shook his head. You don't need to go in person, you can hire someone to go. Lin Feng must be protected by the gods, and whoever assassinates him will not end well. My purpose is just to let the people of Blue Star know that it is not safe to approach Lin Feng. Minerva's smile gradually disappeared. Rog, are you serious? Before Rog could answer, Atlas had left the office of the US president and was ready to contact the killer. Rog watched Atlas's retreating back. It seems he's figured out what to do. Minerva rolled her eyes. Rog, are the Blue Star people really worthy of your attention? They're just a bunch of inferior creatures. Rog looked at her sternly. No, Minerva, what I truly value are those unknown gods on Blue Star. Even Thanos can't stand up to them, so how could we be spared? Fortunately, the gods won't easily interfere in human affairs, which gives us an opportunity. But we must adhere to the bottom line and not cross the line to challenge the gods' authority. Rog's serious attitude irritated Minerva, but she also knew that Rog had a point. She nodded, indicating that she understood and would proceed cautiously according to Rog's instructions. Seeing that Minerva understood his point, Rog relaxed his expression. He then added, "Besides, do you think the Blue Star people are really that bad? Not to mention that their technology can detect and identify our presence. Do you know about the ultimate biomodification technology?" Minerva's face showed confusion. Roger smiled but remained silent. The hotel recommended by Rikuro Koizumi was decorated in a classic Chinese style. There were antique doors, antique paintings hung everywhere, and the blue stone floor was covered with a layer of clogs, intricately carved. The 4 treasures of the study were placed on the countertop, and even the bed was made of precious rosewood. On this large rosewood bed, a scene that would make one blush was unfolding. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted quietly. Since the Snow Maiden's appearance, a snowy night had fallen again. Last time, the falling snow had brought the gods wool, but this time, it brought the gods love. Her heart was filled with both shyness and joy. No one knew how long she had waited for this moment. She had longed for it for countless days and nights. Finally, at this moment, she reaped the fruits of love. The wind whistled, and the drifting snowflakes, initially tiny and mottled, grew into a flurry as thin as paper. It reminded one of Zdaoin's poem, not as good as willow catkins rising in the wind. Indeed, it was a beautiful sight. Willow catkins danced in the breeze, snowflakes swayed gracefully in the wind, their beauty like love, graceful and captivating. Love is like poison. Once intoxicated, it's hard to break free, yet, untouched, it remains as wildly alluring and magnificent as a rose. Even knowing its thorns, some still plunge headlong into it, recklessly savoring its fragrance. Therefore, many choose to close their emotional doors to avoid the torment of love. However, once the fragrance of love pries a crack open, the desire within surges forth like a flood, unstoppable. This is love, unstoppable, inevitable, irresistible. Outside, the wind blew bitterly, and the snow fell ever heavier, the heaviest snowfall ever recorded in Japan. Inside, 2 people possessing supreme divine power remained oblivious. It wasn't so much that they were oblivious, as that they simply didn't want to notice. Amidst the myriad troubles of the world, only love can bring one to its depths, forgetting all worries and the bitter cold. Hashimoto Keijetsu recalled the moment she first met Lin Feng. His arrogance and dominance at the time, though belied by his handsome appearance, left a deep impression on her. Later, his face transformed into a symbol of resilience and mystery. He sympathized with humanity, yet whenever he appeared, humans seemed insignificant. He seemed to possess the power of a god, a secret she longed to share but couldn't. A young girl's heart is always filled with poetry, yearning for a romantic prince to rescue her. Although Professor Lin Feng didn't appear out of nowhere, he did save her at a crucial moment, leaving a lasting mark on her heart. This conviction convinced her of a fact: he was a god. Facing unwarranted accusations and criticism, he remained unfazed, shielding humanity from danger, repeatedly saving them from dire straits and pulling them back from the brink of extinction. This generosity deepened her admiration and love for him. Perhaps, as a human being, her way of repaying him was to allow him to experience more deeply the true nature of human love. Hashimoto Keijetsu pondered this, completely absorbed in the moment. Her expression was as sacred and inviolable as that of a devout believer. It was a peaceful and beautiful night, yet frost-filled. The bright moon in the sky was so clear that even the shading and unevenness of its surface were visible. But soon, it was obscured by dark clouds. As if shyly retreating, a light, fine snowflake fell on the ground, composing a youthful melody. This youthful rhapsody played tirelessly, and they enjoyed themselves through the long night. But morning would eventually arrive. After a night of wind and snow, the courtyard was filled with a light, hazy mist, lingering between the buildings and trees in the morning. This scent lingered around him, bringing a refreshing coolness. Lin Feng opened his eyes, but could barely see out the window. The snow had fallen all night, so much so that when he woke up in the morning, a thin layer of frost had formed on the windows. Yet, gazing through the frost at the sunlight reflecting outside was refreshing. Outside, the morning light was warm and dim. Under the rising sun, the thin frost on the windows was as hazy and beautiful as gauze, as if it were a work of art not belonging to this world. It was just an unforgettable night, but it seemed like a lifetime ago. Lin Feng took a deep breath and let it out slowly. A sudden flicker of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his eyelids to look at the woman lying in his arms. Hashimoto Kanayu nestled softly in Lin Feng's arms, as if all her strength had been exhausted. She looked out the window, her small head resting on Lin Feng's chest, and whispered, "This is all so beautiful. Professor Lin Feng, can we stay a little longer?" Lin Feng rested his head on his hand and smiled gently. He took a deep sniff of Hashimoto Kanayu's hair, intoxicated by the enchanting fragrance, and then said softly, "Okay. You can stay as long as you want, well, not too long. It's going to be 7 o'clock soon, and Professor, you have to attend the research meeting today, and I want to join you too," Hashimoto Kanayu said, looking out the window. The morning sun's rays immediately shone intensely on her face, blinding her for a moment. She hurriedly spread her fingers to shield herself from the sun, her delicate, pale hands appearing almost transparent in the sunlight. "Oh, it's already daybreak, past 6. Hurry, get up, Professor, we have a research meeting today," Hashimoto Kanayu said in a flustered tone, frantically rising to retrieve her scattered clothes, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. "It's okay, time has stood still now," Lin Feng said gently and considerately, pulling the jade-like Hashimoto Kanayu back to him. Hashimoto Kanayu was startled, then remembered Professor Lin Feng's divine power. Women in love are often blind, and she, too, fell under this spell. However, since time stands still, then... Hashimoto Kanayu glared at Lin Feng with a fiery gaze. "Professor, I want to bury your child," Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Possessing the divine power of the Tongshan sect master, he had long transcended time and space, able to freeze it at will. And in the time he froze, only Hashimoto Keijetsu, who also possessed divine power, could move freely. He had originally intended to enjoy the rare warmth and aftertaste after a night of passion, but Hashimoto Keijetsu obviously misunderstood his intentions. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.